All right, everybody. 7 hours of NASCAR Media Day content coming up right now. My name is Jeff Gluck. I'm along with Jordan Bianchi and the defending NASCAR Cup Series champion is joining us for the first segment, Joey Logano. Here you are, back. You're three-time champion now, former Daytona 500 winner. What's your mindset here to kick things off? Are we your first stop on Media
You're
Day?
the first stop, and you kind of blew my mind with the 7 hours thing. No, I'm only doing 2. But what, like, are you guys going to be talking for the next 7 hours?
7 hours nonstop consecutive. There's no one that
You're
wants
going to
to
run
hear
out of
us.
stuff.
I got notes, man. But yeah,
Is every driver coming through here to talk to you guys?
Just about every driver. 40-plus drivers.
Wow. And I'm the first one.
You're the first one.
I was the last one last year.
That's what I
the
was
first one. This
You're
is
welcome.
great.
You're
This
welcome.
is good. All right, picking up where we left off. I like that. I like that.
Are you mad that I didn't pick you to win the championship because it's an odd year?
I mean, it's better than what Bob did to me last year. Okay, I rode Bob pretty hard on that one, so I feel like I got to back off on him. But yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it. I mean, whatever you think is what's your thing, right? Like, I think we're gonna win, but hey, what do I know? I just drive the car and know the team and know the people. What do you know?
And I don't know. I don't know. I did pick. Well, I take that back. I did pick you to win the championship last year. So.
Oh, well then, what the hell? I did exactly what you wanted.
So, okay, here's my thing, Joey. This should be, by all accounts, like we talked about on our podcast recently, the status quo season. This is the first season in a while where not really much has changed. There's no new car, new rules package. It should be about the same stuff. But I was listening to Harvick's podcast, and he was talking about, this is where, there could be some of the off-season stuff where NASCAR goes to certain teams and says, don't bring this back, don't bring this back, like the stuff that we don't hear about. Do you think, does that happen? Is that a concern for you, your organization at all? Like, are you aware of anything where it could be like, we've been told we can't do this kind of thing, and it makes you worried at all?
I don't believe that happens with us.
Okay.
That may happen in other organizations, or it's just not gotten to me.
Plausible deniability is a great thing.
I mean, usually, if we get in trouble, you're in trouble right now. Like, I mean, and that's what it should be, right?
Sure.
But maybe there's other things that I just don't know. I mean, quite possible, I guess.
But that's got to make you feel good if that's not the case, then, because
hopefully
your performance should not. There's no reason to have the even number, odd number, up and down.
Yeah, no, I mean, I really think that when NASCAR regulates the rules, the best is when Team Penske is usually their best. And I don't think that's any secret, and that's been a very common trend over the years. So, I don't see, as long as NASCAR does a good job at mandating the rules, I think we'll be fine. But yeah, I don't think even year, odd year thing. I tried to, I give my team a little something every year to what we're gonna, get behind, a little motto, if you will, and. I was going to say, instead of, what was it, odd man out? Yeah. Odd man in. Is what we were thinking one. But we ended up going with double down because there's some more ties to for the 22. But also
22 in there, yeah.
And then last year, I flew with the Gamblers, the 7th Fighter Squadron at the for the Air Force. Mm-hmm. And their whole thing, the Gamblers, was double down. That's like the whole thing. So it kind of ties the two teams together, and I kind of like that. So we went that direction with it instead. But I liked both.
Double down. I like that. I like the odd man thing too, but double down sounds better.
Yeah, it sounds cool.
With the 22.
The 22 makes sense.
Yeah, the 22, yeah.
It did.
So it's been 10 years since you won the Daytona 500. Do you think more about winning that race and what that meant, or do you think about the near misses that you've had since then? Because there's been a few.
Yeah, both. Both. I mean, you never forget what it feels like to win the Daytona 500.
Sure.
I mean, that moment's very special, especially before I won a championship or anything like that. So at the time, I mean, it was just massive. You always remembered, like, the memories are very clear on, like, crossing the finish line, driving into victory lane for the first time. Like, there's, like, snapshots in your mind that, like, you really remember well. Similar to winning a championship, you have those, like, certain memories from the celebration. You don't have that if you win at Kansas or wherever. Like, they kind of get lost. But Daytona's special. And so, yeah, you remember the win just the same way you remember the losses. And probably the two that were the closest on is the two that stick in my mind most is when I went into the fiery ball into turn 3. And And then when the caution came out when Stenhouse won it, and if it came out, you know what I mean, a second or two earlier, we win. You know, like those ones sting the most. There's been other ones that we were really close on as well, but we may have wrecked with 3 or 4 to go. But yeah, either way, it's one that sticks in your mind for sure.
I believe that the stat is there's been 7 straight Daytona 500s that have either gone to overtime or ended under caution, or both. Right?
Straight.
I believe so. Yes. So
I believe it.
what has got to happen to get a clean green flag finish in regulation, or is that
even possible?
It ain't gonna happen.
Oh, okay.
It ain't gonna happen, and then not with this car. I don't think it's gonna happen. Though the amount of drag this car has on it just makes it so easy to get to the back bumper of someone else. You know, but you think years ago it had that bubble behind the car, and it's harder to get there. Or if you look at the tandem days where the cars were able to take a push comfortably, right? You're able to push each other all around the racetrack, right? You had a ton of grip. Now it's like, man, it's easy to get to the back bumper of somebody. The runs are bigger because of the drag as well, and the cars aren't stable when they're getting pushed. You're going to crash. Like, all of that is a recipe for a disaster. So, I'm not a betting man, and I'm not allowed to, but my God, there's probably going to be a wreck, right? I mean, I would assume it's going to be a green-white checker again because of that, but then also it's the Daytona 500, right? Like, it's everything, right? Like, everybody is willing to throw out their top 5 for a chance to win, right? Like, no one remembers who finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th last year. I don't know. You guys might, but I don't know.
Alex Bowman.
You forget all. See, okay, whatever. Show off. But I don't. Hey, guess what? I don't care.
Right? But you do remember the ones you lost,
does,
though,
right? Huh?
You do remember the ones you lost in the last.
You remember
lap.
the ones you wreck? Yep, as a driver. But I'm saying as a fan or anyone, like, really, it's about winning. And as a driver, you're willing to take the risk to go win this one.
Yeah.
Any off-season, there's been a lot of rule changes, policy changes, anything that really jumped out at you like, you know what, I really like that, or I don't really like that?
I think one of the biggest things is DVP, right? Which I think is going to be fine. Until it happens, you don't really know. And you're still at the mercy of, the quickness of the safety crew, right? Like how fast they can hook it up and bring it in.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I think they're bringing more tow trucks for like races like this.
Maybe.
That's what I kind of heard. I heard it. I think so. We'll see.
As long as it's consistent. That's what you kind of hope for.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there'll be a learning curve there. We don't really know exactly what it's going to be yet.
Yeah. Law of unintended consequences.
Yeah. But I what we had didn't work. We know that. Yep. So let's try this.
There you go.
I'm good with that. I'm good with openness to try things.
Well, thank you very much for kicking us off again. You kicked off the 12 questions for me this week. Now you're kicking us off here, so appreciate you being in the leadoff role. Thank you for stopping by.
Well, thank you. See you guys.
It's going to be your favorite stop all day. It's okay to admit
absolutely.
All right, one driver down.
What do they say when you got the glasses on? What do you say? Stay out of the fast lane, huh?
What?
When I get the glasses on, stay out of the fast lane.
When I get the glasses on, is that what I say? All the time. I've heard it once. You've heard it a million times.
Come in here breaking things.
We are. He saw the sign and it made
I thought you were.
He said, when I'm in the fast lane, or when I have the glasses on, you better stay out of the fast lane.
I said that?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, you look in the rearview mirror, you see Joey Logano's glasses. Okay. All right, we are joined now by Noah Gragson.
Glasses,
We've had our first transition of the day.
It was good. It was entertaining.
my time?
It's all you're
It's
up.
your time.
I'm disappointed the fire suits. I thought you'd be showing off today and everything.
I am.
Well, I thought it'd be like unzipped.
No.
Like I saw your photos.
You wanted unzipped fire suit?
No, I just.
I got my shirt on.
Oh man, he showed up yesterday. It wasn't officially a work day, I guess. He was working in the media center. Mm-hmm. And he had like this tracksuit on.
Velour
Velour
tracksuit, like halfway unzipped.
With no shirt.
Got purple velvet.
Black velvet. Yeah.
And I'm like, why?
I was throwing flames, man. Just throwing.
Do you own a pair of socks?
No. I own a pair of socks now.
You never have socks on.
No, not with these shoes. You can't. It's the way.
But it's like
style
if something happens and he's got to go chase a fight or whatever, he's got to run down.
Don't
and
care.
Then he comes back to the media center and he's like, "Oh, my feet are bloody." I'm like, well, wear socks.
Yeah.
Why are you running down pit road in loafers?
It's hard to look good all the time. It's the cross I bear. You know, oh.
Play good, or you look good.
You look good.
Then you play
You
good.
feel good. You report
Yeah.
good.
Look good, feel good, play good.
Yeah.
Get paid good, and
Well, I don't know about I don't know about the paid good part, but
We're
sure.
the media, so that's so your golf game is something you've been working on. Looks
Yep.
like are you getting to where you want to be with that?
I just shot the best I ever had this past weekend. So it's 83. It's not good, but the day
That is
before
good.
I shot 105.
Oh,
So it's a big swing. I just not consistent. So if I can hit good shots repeatedly, then yeah, the consistency just isn't there. So trying to get there with it. Todd's really good though. Todd was mad the other day. We've been playing a lot together and bonding on the golf course and spending time together, and he was mad when he shot a 75. And I'm
Wow.
like,
Oof.
bro. And he's like, I know, but I was 3 under after the front 9. And I'm like, I get it, but I personally don't get it, you know. But
why?
it's good.
Okay, so for me, I quit golf because I was getting so frustrated and so mad at myself, and I'm the only one to blame when I would screw up. Why do you like to challenge yourself that way, and how do you not get frustrated at yourself when you're shooting the 105 versus the 83?
I get super frustrated, but it's kind of like racing. If you have a bad pit stop, you have a bad shot. All right, let's regroup and make the next task at hand, whether it be an iron shot after that, or you're hitting a driver again, or you got to restart up next on the racetrack, trying to just train your brain to not get so caught up in the moment and just focus on being present in the next task at hand. So it kind of goes a little bit with racing and just trying to keep your cool for sure.
What's the transition like been to the Front Row Motorsports? I know it obviously helps to have Drew with you. It's kind of in the same manufacturer as well.
Yeah, it's been pretty easy as far as my side of things. I know Drew and the team just getting equipment, and because we're essentially starting a third team over there. Luckily, a lot of our guys a couple guys from Stenhouse have come over, and but we have like the 41 hauler, so it's different than our hauler was on the 10 last year, and just trying to get everything in order. And hey, we need to order this, like we need to order scales because that didn't come with everything. Stuff like that has been a little bit of a challenge on the team side of things. But as far as my stuff, I have the same interior guy. We have the same seat inserts. Everything was right when I sat in it for the first time at Front Row. It was exactly like how it was at Stewart-Haas. So
That's good.
I feel really comfortable behind the wheel. It feels like we're just picking up where we left off. I have some new crew members, but our team has a lot of energy, and the atmosphere as a team, the atmosphere at the shop, everything is high energy. Everybody's excited. They're pumped to go to work every day, and it's exciting stuff right now.
You have such an interesting teammate dynamic right now because obviously, you grew up with Zane. You've known Todd for a long time.
Over 10 years, probably,
a decade, I was going to say. So, is this the closest that you've been, not only in age, but just relationship-wise to your other teammates in your career?
Absolutely. Dating back to really probably legend cars and K&N racing, this is the closest I've been, at least in the top 3 series. I've always had great teammates throughout my career, and guys, I felt like we've worked together really well. The teammates, Chase Briscoe and I got really close throughout last year and worked really well with him, worked well with Josh Berry over at JR Motorsports and Stewart-Haas. It's been fun to be able to get with Zane and Todd. Now we do have to find that balance of, hey, we goof off away from the racetrack and we have our fun, but finding that balance of, hey, when we get to the shop or when we get to the track, hey, we're all locked in and we're here to work. So being able to have that close friendship definitely helps because we are not trying to get to know each other. We already know each other. So we enjoy it, but we work hard at the same time.
How old do you think you were when you met Zane?
I was so the first time I met Zane, I was probably 10 or 11.
Wow.
And I went out to I was good friends with Riley Herbst, and Zane's dad built all the trophy trucks for Terrible Herbst Motorsports, the off-road team for the Herbst family. So Zane and Riley knew each other really well. Well, I went to one of Zane's go-kart races when we were 9 or 10 years old, maybe 11. And that's the first time I met Zane. He was racing. I wasn't even racing yet. I started when I was 13 years old. So went out there, met Zane, and he was just such a cool kid. And then I started racing Bandoleros in 2012, probably 3 years after that, and met Zane through Riley. You know, we'd hang out every once in a while when Zane would be racing at the bull ring. He was racing legend cars when I first started in Bandoleros. And we, you know, formed a team between the three of us at Dustin Ash Motorsports. Dustin Ash took care of all our legend car stuff and late model stuff out on the West Coast, and it was the three of us. So it was really fun to be able to, you know, grow up in a sense with Zane since we were 13 years old, 14 years old probably. And then, I mean, I remember being at the bull ring racing legend cars in Las Vegas, and we'd get done with practice, and Zane was light years ahead of me at the time just because he had a bunch of experience racing as a kid, and we'd get done with practice and debrief and talk about what our cars were doing for 30 seconds, and then we'd go into the hauler and play Xbox or something, you know, so throw the football, ride scooters, whatever it was. We had a lot of fun growing up racing.
Can you believe how many Las Vegas guys are now in the Cup Series?
Crazy.
It really is.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, you have Kurt and Kyle who started off, but you look at Brendan Gaughan, he's obviously a pioneer of racing out of Las Vegas, and there's a lot of talented race car drivers out of Las Vegas. Kyle Keller, he's racing in the ARCA Menard series, so he's kind of a younger guy. Tyler Reef, he's won a couple ARCA races. So with the West Coast, it's impressive how many guys are coming out of Vegas.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you for stopping by.
Thanks.
Being our
Appreciate
second
it.
driver.
I'm going to buy you some socks.
All right, socks,
Yeah,
man.
get us
You
some
don't
socks.
look good
Yeah.
with this outfit, man. I'll give you some tips if you want.
Yeah, I'll take a little swag tips. Well, appreciate it, guys.
See you, bud.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Thanks to Noah for stopping in. Really cool story about, I mean, the Vegas kids.
It's crazy.
love that.
I was just thinking about it. Like,
the
I mean,
three of them
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, growing up.
And now
raised-
all three in the Cup Series.
you
and two of them
you
teammates.
hear about NASCAR all the time. It's like, you know, North Carolina guys, right? Coming up. It's like, it's migrated, you know, west, and it's different now. And
Sure.
it's,
I mean, think about how many are from California and all that stuff. So,
yeah.
yeah.
What do we got next?
It looks like coming up on the schedule. Now, for those of you
I
new
think
to
we have a
Media Day,
schedule
sometimes.
change, though.
What's
Yeah.
that?
I think we have a schedule change.
Oh, we do?
Well, so you're going. We have Chase Elliott is supposed to be next, right?
Uh-huh.
But I'm looking at William Byron.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, we just roll with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's what I didn't even want to tweet out our schedule because
No.
we don't know how it's going to all go. But hey, what's up?
You're live watching. Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Speaking of bright, I mean, like your car, by the way, is.
We're joined by William Byron now.
Yeah.
Your car might be the best looking car in the garage.
It looks
It's not even
sick.
close.
Yeah, they did a really good job. I mean, I feel like they honestly showed me it when it was 90% of the way there, and I thought they nailed it. So
good.
Yeah.
So I've been really excited to talk to you the entire offseason.
Okay.
Maybe you already know what I want to talk about. I want to talk about Japan.
Yeah.
I want to talk about your trip to Japan because that is my favorite country that I've ever been to.
Yeah.
Not that I've been like all over the world, but out of the ones I've been to, that is my favorite country aside from the United States.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to know why. First of all, why did you decide to go there in your off-season trip, and what did you think of the whole experience of being there?
Yeah, I really just want to go there because it was such a different culture than what is here, and I feel like it was far enough away from here that I was going to really experience something different, and the travel aspect of it. And I knew I had a lot of time this off season, so I just felt like, especially with the structure of this next year coming up, it's really hard to make a trip like that. So that was the nature of it. Came together kind of late. Like, honestly, it was late November. And then when I was there, I just really enjoyed the food. I enjoyed meeting people. I felt like the first couple nights I was very out of place, and I just didn't know where to go. So I had a couple rough meals and a couple spend an hour just walking aimlessly.
What was some of the rough meals?
I just had some. I did have an omakase restaurant that was just. It was 12 courses and it was all seafood. So I just I like seafood okay, but
that's a lot.
Yeah, I was like, man, are they ever gonna serve some chicken or something? But yeah, so that was one experience. But once I got going and I met a few people and you end up seeing, once you kind of make it known you're there, you end up seeing people that you didn't realize were there at the same time. So by the end of my trip, I was like, man, I wish I could have a couple more days because I finally know my way around. Google Translate and Google Maps is huge. So those things were big for me. And then I just really enjoyed the people and how clean it is, but just how like uniform everything is too.
Yeah, I really love that. Just the culture there is just so like it's about respect and doing the right thing, and it's clean because why would you litter? That's disrespectful. We wouldn't do that.
Right.
And it's just like, wow, what a cool concept, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. And like the history is so close to the modernization of the city. So like you have historic places you can go, and then like you're right outside that you have the city. And to your point, yeah, like people, like they let the bus go. Like when people are driving, they like let the bus go because they have more people, and that's the right thing to do. So I'm like, you know, people in the U.S. just run over like buses. They're like take advantage of them. So it was different.
Yeah.
We appreciate you coming by.
Yeah.
This is fun.
Absolutely.
We got Chase Elliott in the hallway, so we got to keep
Nice.
things moving here. You know, this is we're very timely,
Quick.
very organized. Stenhouse be very happy with our precision.
Yeah.
wanna-
you gotta.
Oh, we got more?
Schedule on.
Well, I
on
want
the
to
marks
ask you
here.
about the
Yeah.
Carolina Hurricanes players that came to, because I mean,
Yeah.
to me, it's really cool that like, okay, you're a Hurricanes fan. You've been a Hurricanes fan for a long time. You're
Yeah.
like Canes, right? And then, you know, they come to your race, like to check you out at the clash.
Yeah.
Like that, I mean, that's, like, I can't imagine going to watch my favorite sports team and then, you know, that you become friends with them, they get to know
Yeah.
you, and they're like, well, we're going to come support you. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's like a really genuine. I was actually on the phone with my dad about that last night. I was like, that's such a genuine connection because I've loved them since I was a child. And so, like, for me, it's like something I can support, and I don't have to fake like that I'm interested in the team or that I know the players. So it's just, it's really cool. I was honestly a bit starstruck when they came to the race. I was like, man, this is a lot of pressure, you know, having all these guys. But they had a great time, and yeah, it's cool to just. I love hockey games, man. The Hurricanes games are electric. Everyone up there wears. I had a friend that had never been to a game, and he was like, everyone's wearing a Hurricanes jersey. That's very rare, so it was cool.
They need some playoff luck.
Yeah, they just need that one more. Hopefully, this trade, you know, with Rottenen can be
They
the
just
key.
their
We'll see.
their goal scoring just dries up in the playoffs every year.
Yeah. So we'll see. It'll be fun.
Cool. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thanks,
man.
guys.
Thanks for
Yeah.
stopping by. Appreciate you. All right, we're making another transition now. Chase Elliott is going to come on in, and we're just it's like a car wash.
I know, I was trying to keep everything moving along here,
Well,
and
I
you're
mean,
just
they got out of
slowing-
order, so I didn't know what the protocol is.
No,
I'm not used to this.
People got people waiting. We don't keep Chase Elliott waiting.
Well,
Oh, that's okay.
he was trying to fight for you to get on even earlier than I.
That's all right.
kept one more
How was the
question.
Super Bowl, man?
It was really, really fun. The game was not good, but yeah, it was cool. I had never been to the Super Bowl, never been to New Orleans, so just the whole experience was really neat. And yeah, just everything you kind of would think a Super Bowl would be, and just how they do the production and the halftime show. Like watching the whole logistics thing happen with that is pretty incredible. So I had fun, enjoyed it, and yeah, it's a quick turn to get back, get back down here.
So like, does it work? They say, okay, listen, we might show you at some point during the game, like you're kind of aware, but you have no idea when. And
Yeah,
then
no
your phone
idea.
just blows up, like we just saw you, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, no idea. And that's the thing too, is it's like, didn't know like anything about the timing or if that was even going to be a thing, right? Like I feel like anytime you're in those environments, just this like, man, I hope I'm not doing something.
That's what I was going to
stupid,
ask you. Like in the back of your mind, you're like, oh my God, I can't be doing like something.
I can't
just
pick
Yeah.
my nose. I can't even scratch my nose.
Yeah,
don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy for sure. But I had honestly, I didn't think anything about being on TV like at the Super Bowl. It must have been a really bad game. They're showing me on.
They promote the Daytona 500.
If they're showing me on TV, but obviously Fox is a
Yeah.
great partner, and I do think that is a great opportunity for us, as an industry to. It's me or whoever. I'm not saying about myself in particular, but just the race is the Daytona 500 is 7 days away at that point in time. We share a great network partner in Fox, and they were showing the Super Bowl, so it is a good opportunity for us, I think, to have that. So thankfully the game was bad, and they were bored enough to help us out a little bit.
Did you do anything fun in New Orleans?
Not really. It was a pretty quick stay for me. I got in Saturday night, walked around town a little bit, and was pretty tired though, and got got a pretty early night there. Or had an early start, Sunday getting going. So, yeah, got to see, Bourbon Street and all that stuff. It was pretty fun seeing all that Sunday. A lot of, Chiefs fans, Eagles fans.
Yeah.
I didn't really have a
team in particular, so I wasn't, super invested from that front. But it was fun just to see the environment and experience something I'd never seen.
I got one more Super Bowl for you because I need you to settle like the debate that I've seen. So for the halftime show, I've seen some people say that the stadium was like totally dead. People weren't into it. And then I've seen other people go, oh no, the crowd was like singing, like when he went A minor, like the whole crowd went crazy. Like what was the vibe during the halftime show?
It was, well, first off, I will say that the halftime show is made for TV. So I want everyone to understand that first. Like it's really hard to hear in those big, in those big stadiums. Like it's kind of hard to hear. You're a long ways away from Kendrick in this circumstance, and just kind of hard to get super into it because the distance and the sound and all that. But I will say there were a lot of people that were into it. So I would say you could argue both sides of that. I couldn't sit here and be like, oh yeah, no, everybody was super into it or nobody was into it, because there were times where everybody kind of acted like they knew what was going on. There were times like we couldn't hear what was going on, too. So, but
interesting. If
you were sitting closer, maybe your vantage point would have changed that.
As we've learned, no one ever agrees on anything.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, you can't. Nobody ever agrees. Can't do anything right.
No.
Ever.
Even if you give somebody something, it still isn't enough.
Still wrong.
Yeah. Welcome to NASCAR fandom.
I think that's just living in 2025.
That is very true.
Or maybe just living ever, and that's just.
No, we can't. We have more opportunities to express it.
Yeah, that's probably just life in general, but it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good.
So you've been in the football national championship game and now the Super Bowl. I always have this impression. I've only been to one Super Bowl, but I felt like half the people there got corporate tickets and aren't really a fan of either team, and they're like, I'm at the Super Bowl. Then you have some diehards who like really spend a lot of money, but it's not like. I just feel like the national championship game for college is so much more like a true college football experience where they're like, is that accurate at all?
I'm going to sit here and tell you that the college football national championship for me, but I'm a big Georgia fan and Georgia was playing in it, and like I wasn't invested in the Chiefs or the Eagles, at that point in time. So I guess I kind of do fall in the category of not really caring which way it went. I was pulling for the Eagles simply because a lot of the Georgia players have ended up in Philly over the last 4 or 5 years, it seems like. And I thought they had a tough loss a few years ago, and it was so I had a little bit of push to want them to win, but I wasn't going to go home upset about it if they didn't. But the national championship for me was I don't think it's fair for me to give that comparison because I actually had a reason. I was invested in it, and I was all about it, and I think that can totally change your opinion on that.
For sure. Cool. Appreciate you coming by, man.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's it. This is easy.
We ran out of time.
Oh man, yeah. All right.
This is the best stop all day.
Yeah, this is. All right, y'all be good.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
All right, Chase Elliott. So man, we're through 4 drivers. 30 minutes, so we have 6.5 hours to go, Jordan.
That's perfect. Like 36 more drivers.
Now, somebody that did not, as we're waiting for our next driver, we got out of order here, so we have I think
we're back on Ross Chastain now. We
have like 20 minutes or something.
Is that right?
Yeah, 20 minutes. Next driver possibly.
Story time?
You guys can step away if you're waiting for the drivers, but otherwise,
you need to take a bathroom break. Or?
No, I'm not. No, Scott Hansen on NFL
time?
Red Zone doesn't bathroom for 7 hours.
He also doesn't have 20 minutes of downtime.
Well, some of the games,
No, there's always game action, though.
Point, you can recap. Listen, I was going to just, on the halftime show real quick, one person that did not like the halftime show is sitting right with me. You were messaging during the game about how
it just does nothing for me.
You said it was terrible.
It was
boring, and you didn't know what was going on. And
I was very confused.
And then you go, I'm a hip-hop fan, but I'm like...
I'm an older hip-hop fan.
Yeah, that's what you need to say. When you say you're a rap fan or whatever, you need to say, I'm an old school hip hop fan or I'm an old school rap fan, because if you don't know any of Kendrick Lamar's songs,
I know nothing. He started playing and I'm like, who is this? And I heard so did Hamilton, you've seen them play Hamilton?
Yeah.
Did he something from Kendrick Lamar? Like the A minor?
No, that's from, that.
Because it sounded like something from Hamilton.
That song just came out last year.
Okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. See, I know nothing.
That song, the A minor song, came out last May when we were in or April when we were in Kansas.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
See, this
Not
is
like
again.
us.
This is.
That's
I have
a newer.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Yeah, the halftime show was like cool. I'm glad they did it. Like I like it better than the old like, aging rockers. You know, I like them doing new things. It wasn't my thing, but I'm glad they did it, and I think it's a smart play.
So let's talk about some of the things I've noted so far. We have the one thing that jumped out from Joey Logano talking about no way this is gonna finish under green. I was hoping you'd say, oh, you know what, the odds, the law of averages, we'll get a green flag finish, because I actually think the Daytona 500 needs a good, clean green flag finish in regulation without some big wreck, without controversy. Logano's saying no way. What do you think of that?
I agree with you. I mean, it would be nice to see it have a natural finish. I think it adds a little bit more to it. But I agree. If you look at super races in general, and I wish I had the number in front of me, they tend to have late cautions. You know, they tend to stack up. We've seen that time and time again in these things. That's just kind of the nature of super speedway racing in this day and age, where things happen and that kind of thing. So I wouldn't be shocked, but I mean, if it goes, but I mean, this is just how it is.
What I want, let's say it goes into overtime or whatever.
Yeah.
Fine, but give me a finish that's actually a finish. Like the one last year with Bowman and Byron, and judging by when did the yellow light come on.
Well, we had
and
that 2021 too.
Well, yeah.
When the wreck and turn the three with all the Penske guys, remember Chase Elliott and Michael McDowell. So we've kind of had,
yes.
to your point, like it's.
But that one down here,
yeah.
Not you can see it on camera, but it was even closer, right? Because the angle, one angle looks like Bowman's ahead a little bit,
yep.
and then you say no, not quite. But like they don't need that. They don't need that kind of controversy. So, and I just think that sets to start the speed weeks off like that, to start the season off like that. You know, and everybody the next day you're talking about, oh, woozy ahead, light rule. This is, you know, you're just like,
yeah,
this is not what. It's just a very NASCAR thing to happen. I think they could use, a clean finish.
They could use a clean race. They could use a clean finish, and they could also use a race not postponed or interrupted by rain, because it would be nice to have.
Why'd you say that word?
Because
why'd you even say the word?
I don't believe in jinxes.
Okay, well,
but it means, in all seriousness, it'd be nice to not have that be an issue. And it's, for whatever reason, it's just been that way the last few years. Whereas for a long time, it felt like it just never was an issue, right? I mean, it was just, you knew it was going to be nice on Sunday. Maybe we took it for granted. And now it's like every year it's like, oh my goodness, there's going to be rain, and there's going to be postponement. It's just.
Well, I don't know if you've seen have you looked at the forecast?
Yeah, was it 50%? But again, like, when's it going to?
It's like every day is going to be nice until Sunday.
But Sunday night though is supposed to be nice.
Is it?
Yeah, Sunday night. The forecast for Sunday night.
Out.
Yeah,
it's too far out.
So fine. It is what it is.
All right. You know what? We said there's going to be no breaks, but our producer Colby is telling us we're going to have a 5-minute break.
Aw.
5-minute break. So everybody, we'll be back in 5 minutes. The next driver to come up that we're expecting, well, I'll give you the next ones. And, they just came out of order already, so we don't know. But the next ones that are supposed to come up are going to be Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch, Carson Hocevar. So those are the ones that are coming up. All interesting people to talk to. So we will be back shortly, right after this. On a Super Bowl commercial. So how long did that take you to film that out in the woods there?
All day.
Oh yeah.
I don't believe it.
Yes, all day.
I don't believe it.
We flew in the night before into Seattle, and then we drove up into Canada the next morning, about an hour and a half, and that's where Busch guy was already hanging out waiting on me. And they filmed a lot of other things that day, but we were there all day, and then we left late at almost sunset.
Wow.
And headed back down and caught a red eye out.
That's a long day in the outside in the cold.
It was summertime, so we filmed
that's
that when it was still warm. Luckily, it was beautiful. It was perfect weather.
Yeah.
We caught a great day, and we had enough time at the end of the day to drink some beer. So
that's
the
best thing.
That was a good thing. After we were all done, it was like, oh, finally. They did lots of different things that they'll use throughout the year, but I was a part of my side.
I bet when you get invited to parties, it's really easy. Like, we know Ross is going to bring the beer. Now it's like, it's just your thing.
It is. We back home in Alva, we have it just dropped off by the pallet because my buddies and family, they can drink. They like it. And then Yeah, pretty much everywhere I go, I take some. That's kind of my peace offering walking in the door.
It's easy to make friends when you got beer.
It's a nice. They're just nice suitcase, handles, and just walk it right in.
So that's so interesting because I just would have thought, hey, they could just find a couple trees or a forest anywhere. I mean, they're like, no, we're doing this right. We found some woods in the middle of Canada or whatever. Like you're going.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thought out and intentional. Every piece about it, every piece of bark, every piece of moss, tree, the limb, the lighting, the way that they plan that out and their agencies work with Busch Light to do that it's unlike anything I've ever seen. And so yeah, there's no accidents on their commercials. It's all intentional. So I'm proud to be a part of it, and I learned through the process.
How many times did you have to do the same line? Like
how many takes?
A lot. I would say it, and then they would say perfect again. Perfect again.
Did you get upset? You're like, hey, wait a second, you just said it was perfect. Like,
no, I didn't. Because they did have me like alter like the level I did it and the cadence I did it and the octave. So the one they used is actually higher than I would normally think. But I don't know. So when we talk, I've actually been meaning to look into this since we filmed this and I saw the first edit of it, because we stepped through several different octaves of my voice.
Okay.
And when I heard it, I thought that's higher than I thought they would use. But do we actually hear our voices the same that everybody else does? I know I hate to hear myself talk.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate.
Now that we're talking about it, I don't even like hearing myself right now. And it's live, but let alone watching this video back, I would cringe hearing myself.
Absolutely.
It's just like physical pain. So I'm wondering, what is there data that says, I don't know how somebody's probably hypothesized it and then maybe tried to prove it, but I've always been curious.
You know what though? It's always. I remember when Casey Kane did those Allstate commercials back in the day, and he was so much more over the top enthusiastic than in real life kind of thing. Maybe it's just that something sells more if the energy or the higher octave kind of thing. I mean, there must be
positive,
something behind
right?
it. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, I was probably 20 feet away from Busch Guy when I asked him what's wrong with going in circles. I would probably kind of yell that as I poke out of the tent, right? I heard it in the tent, a landmark like that, to avoid going in circles. I'd probably pop out and yell it. I mean, we're in the middle of the woods.
Right. Well, it makes sense.
Yeah. I think they nailed it.
It wasn't very good acting, but it was natural. Yeah.
Is there any kind of awards we can nominate you for or anything?
Oh, I don't have any idea.
It's gonna be pretty wild though to be in a Super Bowl commercial. It's not something you ever think you're gonna be in.
No, definitely not. But the thought of signing with Busch Light, that was the discussion we had internally with Justin and Trackhouse was how far can this take us beyond sponsorship, beyond just getting us to the track. And from the days when all I was worried about was a lease engine and tires, and then we stepped into all right, can we afford a better pit crew? And that all took sponsorship. Now we have the sponsorship. What else can we do with it? What can this platform provide? And sometimes it's trying to, go after Busch Light a couple years ago so that we would have opportunities like Super Bowl ads. Sometimes it's agriculture focused, like y'all hear me talk about, and I want to shine a bright light on agriculture and where everybody's food comes from. So this platform of being a NASCAR Cup Series driver kind of allows me a lot of opportunity, and wading through all the minutia maybe is the right word. I don't know, but it's tough sometimes, but we try to keep going in the right direction as there's forks come in the road.
Ross, I can't remember what podcast I heard this on, but it might have been Harvick. Somebody had mentioned that they thought you raced last year during the regular season you were going to win. And then later you could have used those points, but you raced like you were going to win. And so, but that's how you in some ways have to race, because you have a good team. You're expecting to make the playoffs. You're not we got to point our way in. First of all, is that a fair way to look at it? And does that change anything, knowing well, man, if I had done this a couple more times, maybe I could have pointed my way in?
Everything changes me. So when I look back at races, whether I was in them or not, but definitely the ones that I was in, I hope that I evolve. I hope I'm not the same driver. So I can, as simple as the Daytona 500 last year and going through the middle and trying to, make what I thought was the race-winning move, taking the white flag, Would I do it different? Yes, because I crashed, so I'm not going to go through that hole again. I'm going to do something different. On the opposite side, very out of the spotlight would be like Las Vegas. I've sped there several times in a row, entering pit road. Section 1, I turn down off the banking too fast. I don't slow down enough. And Section 1, I slide through and I speed. So that's taken us out of contention for the win several times. So would I do that different? Yeah. I won pit entry. Every metric you can measure, I was the fastest. And then there's a big old red box by Section 1 saying speeding. So those are out of the spotlight little things, but I truly believe we could have won Las Vegas a couple of times, and I've taken us out.
What constitutes a successful 2025 for Ross Chastain and the number 1 team?
If you're looking for a number, like metric answer, I don't have it for you.
No, but like if you look back at the end of this year and you say this will be a successful year, like if we make a deep playoff run, is it just winning a championship? Is it any? Do you have any? What are your goals, like realistically?
And we're such a finish and performance sport and industry. Everything is measured. Everything, like from on track to TV audience, everything. Somebody will look at the metrics on y'all here, right? Like, was this successful? And you'll kind of navigate that moving forward, whether it was or wasn't, whatever everybody thinks, or whatever your group thinks. Mine's just like a next thing up. Do I do it good? All right, take a quick kind of audit or give myself a grade, or have my group give me a grade. Okay, and that can be like week by week, day by day, minute by minute, like on track, corner by corner, or it can be big picture. And did we run better on 1.5 miles this year? So look, I could spiral off and ramble, but I don't have a good answer for you. I don't have anything that I could say would constitute a good or bad season that I could eloquently like deliver to you sitting here.
Interesting. Well, thanks so much for stopping by. We really appreciate you doing this, and hopefully we'll be seeing more of you soon. This is your place that you used to come and watch races yourself in the stands here, so I know it's very special to you. Maybe we'll see you in the media center on Sunday.
Like, right there, I'd say like checkered flag, right where it steps up. It's like right in that area. Before Daytona Rising, so it's kind of hard to say, but I know it wasn't that high. It was a lot shorter.
You got a lot of family and friends coming out on Sunday then?
I do. Camping, and then just driving over throughout the weekend. So, mom and dad are here. My brother Chad's back. He's holding the fort down at the farm, so we'll see if he can slip over on Sunday, depending on the weather, is basically what dictates his availability. And then, I got family, and then guys like I'll call him late model crew chief. He was a buddy of my dad's that taught me what a coilover spring was, which was a late model styles spring and shock setup. And it's cool that he's able to come and see all this, because him and my dad and my granddad were the three that had an uncle. I have a lot of people involved, but just that were hands-on the car. And we just laugh because this was never supposed to happen. And it's so cool that it has.
Very cool. Awesome. Thanks, Ross.
Thanks again.
Appreciate it, man.
Hope you have a great rest of your media day.
Thanks, bud.
I think we're looking at Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch, Carson Hocevar, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming up next. They should be rolling in, but
can I talk about Ross Chastain?
Yeah,
he's such a weird year because he didn't make the playoffs, and you think right, but I'm looking at the numbers, and he's got more top 10s than a Joey Logano. He only had one fewer top 5 than Joey Logano. He's got a better average finish than Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, Martin Truex Jr., Ty Gibbs. Like, he had, by and large, a very good year. What he didn't do, though, like you said, was win and cash in speed. You had Texas. He was running second or third, got crashed in the last lap. Nashville, remember that? On that restart there, he was running. I think he was restarting third, got crashed. And Daytona 500. There's just been those moments. So it's a weird line now of how you judge a good driver's season, because you just can't. It's not a black or white thing anymore.
I mean, it keeps coming down to wins.
It really does.
I mean, because you cannot go into a year and go, well, maybe I can finish 10th in points and point my way in. There's just no guarantees. Even 5th in points would do it. So you could have this outstanding, consistent, excellent season, and if you don't get that one break, that one win,
agreed,
it's a failure. I mean, I just wrote this story on Bubba Wallace. It's going to be coming out on the Athletic this week, and it's similar for him. Like Bubba, he had his best career stats last year, like most top 10s by 4, best average finish, best most top 5s, but he hasn't won in 2 years now. So it's like, well, and meanwhile his teammate has won 5 times in the last 2 years, made the championship 4, won the regular season title. So it's like he's got to step it up. And so it's just so much about winning now, the way the sport's set up.
And it's only going to get more so, I think, because you have a guy like SVG come in, or an AJ Allmendinger, who, frankly, like if their path to the playoffs is going to be winning a road course race, right? And so you kind of got in the back of your mind, you got to think, well, that's 2 tougher guys now that have a really good opportunity to get a win. It makes it even harder for me. And I think what that does, if I'm a team or crew chief, I'm thinking our whole strategy is about winning. If it comes down to a late race call of, hey, we're going to really go for the win, but it could blow up on us, or we're going to play it safe and maybe we'll get a top 5, I'm going for the win almost every time.
I think this year specifically, everybody's going to have all the big name drivers, anybody that thinks that they are a top 16 driver, they need to look at races like Daytona, Talladega, Atlanta, and even the road course races and go, we need one of us to win this. We can't afford that.
Yeah, you
know what I mean?
You can. I mean, and even look at Darlington last year with Chase Briscoe. Like, nobody in their right mind would have thought Chase Briscoe was going to win that race. But you put a talented driver on the right opportunity. Hey, that is on camera, sir.
It is? Where?
We're now joined by Tyler Reddick. Tyler Reddick has walked in, and we were just debating something, Tyler. So we'll start with this.
I didn't see it.
You're like a
They're all
WWE
pointing over
wrestler
here.
walking in here.
Yeah.
Do you think that you guys, the people that have aspirations to run up front, to win championships, do you guys almost have to root for, like at a Daytona or Talladega, you have to root for one of you guys to win it? Like
No upsets, Noah Harrison Burton type things, that kind of thing.
Because
no Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
You hope to have a good enough year where that doesn't matter, but we've certainly seen a number of drivers. I feel like it's Truex been put in that spot. Blaney's been put in that spot where they've had
your teammate last year.
Yeah, my teammate, obviously, yes. I mean, solid years, and narrowly miss it. So obviously, if you have a good year and win a race at some point and are running consistently enough, it shouldn't affect you. But yeah, I mean, if you have enough of those happen and you just oddly enough don't find your way to victory lane, it can make or break your year. Yeah.
So baby number 2 is on the way. Like, are you nervous? Are you just excited? What's the scale of emotions there about having 2 kids in the house?
I think it's going to be good. It feels like it's really the first go around. It felt like, I don't know, it felt like it all happened really fast. This time around, it feels like it's just taking, like it's the same amount of time. It just feels like time is going slower on that front. So, I don't know. I feel like we held on to a lot of stuff. We've put it back up in the house. I'm excited for it. Obviously I've never had 2 kids before, so it's gonna be new. But I'm excited to see how my kid handles it. Me and Alexa kind of know how we're gonna handle having a baby. We've done that before, but just that new mix of now we have a 5-year-old and the baby. How's that all going to work out? So we're excited for it.
Is Bo excited? Like, is he stoked?
Very. Yeah. The baby finally kicked for me last night. I feel like he's been kicking for everybody else for months.
So you get close. She's like, feel it.
Baby
You
just
get
holds
close.
still.
Oh.
Yeah. But everybody else, the baby's been kicking for. But I finally felt the kick last night, which was cool. But yeah, Bo's very tuned in, asking. Like, Bo will go up to Alexa's belly and try and talk to the baby, ask baby how he's doing, stuff like that. So I think he's coming around to it in his own. We kind of dropped the bomb. I thought it was a bombshell on him. Like, hey, just so you know, like, this is what you're going to have to watch on TV. Once the baby gets here, and he's like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, you can't watch Pokemon. He's too young to watch Pokemon, Bo. So you're just going to have to watch what you watched when you were a baby. So he thought that was funny. He thought I was messing with him. He's going to find out I'm not.
Are you a couple that wants to know the gender before the birth?
I really thought this time around Alexa was going to hold out on finding out. I just like to know, so there's, no
plan.
surprises, plan, whatever else. Her point is, whether it's a boy or girl, they're going to wear the same, onesies and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, that's a good point. So for a while, we weren't going to find out, and then we did. So now we kind of know what it's going to be.
So Bo was named after you won the Xfinity Championship, and you got to pick the name.
Yeah.
What are at stakes for the name this time?
I tried. She's not falling for it again.
She's
I
what?
wanted to make it something crazy because I feel like it's a nice little added motivation. I told her if I win 5 races by the time the baby's born, can I name it? And she's like, no. I mean, I'm willing to throw out a crazy number and just try and meet it, but I thought 5 was a stretch. But she's not even willing to do that, so I don't think it's on the table this time around.
Okay. So is you have to go along with it? Is it just a joint decision? Like,
I think I'm gonna have to go along with it.
Okay.
That's the opinion. That's my opinion on it at the moment.
Because you got to
I don't
pick
think she
solely
likes the
first time.
names that I've come up with.
Anything? Can we help decide the names? Like we could come up with some
I
good
think
stuff.
we're starting to narrow it down a little bit, but I made a bad choice like 2-3 months ago, and basically started telling everybody like, oh yeah, our baby's name's gonna be this name, and then my son was running around telling everybody, oh, the baby's name's gonna be this, and it really started to make her mad, so we had to can that. Like it was funny for like 2 weeks, but everybody was saying,
so
we heard what the baby's name is.
It was a joke name.
Yeah.
And it was getting back to her.
Yeah, she was tired of it.
That
we had
bit
to
you
put
in the
that to
butt.
bed. Yeah, it did. I was hoping it was gonna like move it in that direction, and it was the opposite.
What do you think of the the fastest lap point one per race this year? That could have changed the outcome of the regular season championship last year. It came down to so close. I mean, is that can you strategize for that? Is it just going to be so circumstantial that you're just like, okay, we got it, great? Like, how do you think that's going to go this year?
I think it'll be. I love the idea of it for sure. The only thing is, I feel like it's the strategy on how you get it's going to become pretty predictable pretty quick. And I feel like a majority of the races that we have on the intermediates, the short tracks, the fast lap happens like in the first couple of laps or in the first 2-3 laps of the race. And there's not many situations where we even get close to it towards the end of the race, unless it's a rare situation. Maybe Charlotte, I feel like we get close to it again. So most of the time, I mean, realistically, I think it's going to be first or second. Whoever gets the lead at the start of the race is probably going to collect that point and hang on to it for the rest of the race. Speedways, certainly, that'll change some things. How crazy are people going to get trying to get that 1 point? It could cause some chaos on the speedways. Other than that, I can't really think of it changing a whole lot. I feel like someone's going to get it early in the race, and we're going to try and get closer to it throughout the race. And it's just going to be a really hard task to close in on it.
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much for joining
Appreciate
us.
That's it?
Yeah, this is easy, man.
I'm glad you thought it went by fast, not slow.
This
like
is the best. I tell everybody this is the best station, man. We just boom and boom.
I was hoping I was going to be here for like 30 minutes.
No, I mean, you can stick around if you want.
If you're bored,
you get in trouble.
I was just told I don't have any time to kill, so.
Well, so I got to hand off to Kyle.
Oh, really? Yeah? More good stuff?
Here you go, bud.
Thanks. I was running. I need 9s. That's too low.
Then double up.
Perfect.
Are you
All
a
right.
Zin distributor? Look at you.
That's right.
Zin and alcohol? Oh my gosh.
We are Vice Central.
Oh my gosh, look
man.
at this.
Yeah.
We're getting
Number
alcohol
100.
and Zin.
Thank you. I'll take that too, Jeff. Thank you.
Oh, you're
Thank you.
taking all of it?
Yeah, I'm taking. You can.
Or zoned, I mean. I
Yeah,
wanna
have
say
that with your
zoned.
Diet Coke. What about you guys got some parlays for this afternoon on BetMGM or what?
For this afternoon on qualifying?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no. I already lost all my money on the Super Bowl, dude.
That's my
on the
guess.
Super Bowl?
I lost all
you
of
bet
it.
red?
I emptied my account on the Super Bowl.
Man, no way to go. No way to
No,
go.
I didn't think it. I thought even
you thought
if
the
it was
refs were going to be on their side,
Well,
huh?
I thought it would be a close game, is for one
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
And I thought it would be a low-scoring game, which it was for a while. And then
On one side.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody that's not been low-scoring is your family when it comes to trophies, because Brexton has gotten in a legend car and is, what, 2 for 2 already? Is that right?
Bandolero, yeah.
Bandolero,
yeah.
sorry, yes.
Yep. No, you're close. Same company owns both of them, but yeah, Bandolero, 2 for 2, just 1/3. So
he just got.
Yeah, he literally finished up like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, won the third
3
one.
for
so
3.
3 for 3. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What do you attribute? I mean, did you expect this early? I mean, it's a new kind of car for him.
No, we ran this car the last couple of years.
Okay.
Last year we ran the Winter Nationals, and he finished second, first, and won the Winter National deal down there. Different track this year, but now he's gone 1-1-1. So, he's doing good. He's up front. He's fast. He's picking up on what we're putting down, and able to make the most of it on the racetrack. So that's really good.
And you got in a legend car for the first time in 20-something years, you said? Is that right?
Yeah, 22 years ago was the last time I drove a legend car. So
how was that? Did it come back to you, the feel, right away?
Not really. I got better. Like each run on the racetrack, I got a little bit faster. I mean, I kept making changes to the car and just trying to learn it. I'm trying to get used to the feel of what they feel like now. So then when Brexton gets in it, I'm like, okay, this is what he's talking about, or, oh, this is how I need to help him in order to be able to make him better to what he's doing and what he's getting ready to go do. So that's just kind of a little thing for me to kind of be there as a driver coach. Because if I'm talking about things that the car can't do, then he's like, I can't do that. And I'm like, sure you can. And he's like, no, I can't. So the Bandolero, like I haven't driven one, so I'm just trying to tell him about what I see other kids doing and whatnot, but he picks up on it real well.
I'm curious, now that your son's having success, does he come back to you and be like, Dad, you need to do this better?
Oh, yeah. After every race, I get my critique for sure. So I have my own driver debrief when I get back to the bus.
What's that like?
I mean, sometimes it's all right. You got to tell him, like, certain situations, like he's like, okay, why did you do this? And it's like, well, back up 5, 6, 8 laps or whatever, and this happened, which led to that. And so you kind of try to get through some of those scenarios and just kind of get his mind moving a little bit. And things that he sees here, well, that was a reaction to what happened back here.
His driving style, does he have a defined driving style yet? Is it kind of developing, and is it something similar to yours?
I would say when I was his age, I was probably more out of control. I was fast, but more out of control, where it seems like he's fast, but he's more in control. Like we always ask him, we're like, well, how's the car? Because we don't really see it doing much, but he's fast, so he's smoother at being able to, make it go fast without it being too loose, too tight, whatever it might be.
So settle something for us, because we've already had this debate on the podcast. We feel like it's important. We're talking about drivers that need to get off for a fast start. We think it's important for you to get off to a fast start because you need to show something has got to be shown to you. Something's got to be shown to the team. Like, hey, we're back on the right track here. Like we're putting last year behind us. Is that accurate? Like, can you afford the patience to go 2 months into the season? And you're like, it's a lot of the same as last year. Like, how do you feel about all that?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but, hopefully with all of the new hires and things like that, with new people in new places and roles and things from previous teams, that we're able to excel on that. We've had great success at certain tracks, and we've been fast at those, so, okay, keep that going. That's what works for us there. This SHR, for instance, is probably where we got the most people, right? So they've been fast at these places. So, okay, let's figure out what they were doing and why they were fast at those places to be able to help us be better at those certain places where we struggled. So it's all about putting all that together. And really, yes, you want to come out of the box strong. I always like to be a fast starter and a strong starter to kind of get that basis set for points and all that sort. I always kind of looked at it probably more so before the playoff system and not playoff system, but the stage system, where wherever you were in points by Coke 600 is kind of plus 2 or 3 of where you would end up the rest of the year. It's a little bit different now than that with the playoff system. So it's always best to have that strong start, though, in my opinion. 2023, perfect example. Won 3 races in the first 16. Like, that was exactly where we needed to be. I think we led the points at a part in that season. And so getting back to that and being able to hold on to that is what we need to be able to do.
Of all the different rule procedures, that kind of thing that were introduced or changed this offseason, any one that jumps out to you, good or bad, that you're like, oh, I'm really glad they did that, or I wish they wouldn't have done that?
We talked about the 41st, whatever rule that thing
the provisional.
is.
Yeah.
And I listened to a couple other drivers, and honestly, in hearing their take on it, I have a different stance in which you are opening up a spot for someone from outside our realm to be able to get in a show, but I didn't recognize at the time, but you could take away from a Jimmie Johnson making the show, or a Martin Truex Jr. making the show. So I disagree with that. I think that's sort of like a past champions provisional, like may the best man win the past champion spot. So that I feel like was a miss.
So maybe what you could do is say, hey, we'll have the spot here. The eligible people can compete against it. And if you get it, if you put those 3 guys in a group.
Correct.
Then,
yes.
But instead of
so you've got 4 guys that are, there's 6 or 7 guys that are racing for the 4 open spots.
No, there's
to get
9
in the race.
open teams.
Right. There's 9 open teams down here. Okay. For 4 spots.
Yep.
Okay. But then there's those 3 guys, past champions, that race for the 1.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how I would perceive it.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's not bad.
I mean, if they had just said straight up, this is a 41st spot, it's almost like a garage 56 spot, and you won't take somebody else's spot at all. Like, this is just, he's not going to get any money. If you sign up for this, you forego all the money points. Like, would that be more acceptable, or it's the same concept either way?
I think Jimmie Johnson or Martin Truex Jr. would probably still want to be in the race regardless if they were making bank or not. You know what I mean?
They're not racing for points anyway.
They're not racing for points anyway, so they want to be out there. If they don't make it through a duel, and automatically Castroneves gets it, I don't like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. What do you think about the point for the fastest lap? It's going to introduce a new dynamic.
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Oh, okay.
Really?
So yeah, I heard about it downstairs. I'm like, what are we doing?
Okay. I mean, it's
so
the
fastest
it's
lap of the race, you get a point.
Yeah, you
yeah,
get one
just
bonus point.
just a regular point, not a playoff point. Just
Right.
like a
Yeah,
regular
a
season
regular point.
You know,
I
like
get
in
it.
F1, how they
used to do
fastest
it,
lap. They just got rid of theirs, but
Okay.
I mean, the thing
But
is, it's like for the most part, I think you guys won't be able to influence it. Like if you're on an intermediate track, how are you going to?
More times than not, the fastest lap of the race comes within the first 5 laps of the race anyway, and it's going to be the guys from the front row.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's probably 90% of the time in which that's when that fastest lap happens anyways. The caveat to that would be a night race. If it gets cooler at night and then restarts at the end, the pace picks up, gets faster, whatever. So, but honestly, like, I can't tell you that I've ever really raced for a fastest lap ever. So I don't know that you're not going to see guys that are running 10th and be like, hey, you know what? Let's go get 1 point. Hey, pit, let's put tires on. Well, now you just gave up 10 spots.
Yeah.
So you gave up 10 points. So it's not.
I mean, Talladega playoff race, you could maybe see somebody try to do.
Yeah,
something
if you're
to
in the
get
back, hanging in the back, do a big suck up run.
Right.
Sure.
But other than that, I don't really see.
Right.
Yeah. Well, thanks for stopping by. We really appreciate your.
Thanks for the goodies, by the way.
Yeah,
Brought gifts and
absolutely.
everything.
Y'all enjoy. You should do it now.
I got to work later.
We have 7 hours of this, so we might need it. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. Kyle Busch. So it looks like, man, we're just mowing this down here. We are on to Carson Hocevar, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Christopher Bell, and Denny Hamlin are the next
Come on in.
ones
I feel like they
coming
need
up.
entrance
Carson's
music
here.
when they come in.
Entrance
Yeah,
music?
they need like entrance music, like a smoke show, like. I have the speaker. See, we could have done that. Like we could make this like a WWE entrance kind of thing. Yeah.
Carson
Hocevar
Hocevar's
316.
Yeah, this is a hell of a view. Damn.
It's not bad.
This is pretty good.
They've never let us up here in my entire
Yeah,
life
I
until
didn't know
right now. So
this room exists. This is
I didn't
badass.
either.
What'd you pull to this?
I don't know.
When,
Just
when
showed
you're
up and-
successful like us, I mean, this is. You know,
Or you just look like you just robbed a bank or something.
wear this when you rob a bank. I mean,
I don't
He
know,
looks like he just
if you want to
convinced
do it
some
like
old lady to.
someone said I
give
looked like
her
a reverend earlier.
a reverend.
Yeah.
Wow.
See it.
I like the. You're not wearing it today. You're wearing your other fire suit, but your Chili's fire suit.
Justin will wear it. He'll have it.
What's that?
Justin's got it on this week. So
Oh, okay.
he's got it this race, and then
It's
I
the
have
same
others
matching.
same matching. Yeah.
What did you think when you saw it the first
Two little
time?
Cowboys. I thought it was funny. Thought it was aggressive, but for sure. It's got a hat. And the shoes are the coolest part. The shoes look like boots.
Oh, I haven't seen those.
Yeah, the shoes are pretty cool. I'll show you after, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
Nice.
So you'll be wearing a hat. You dropped the funny hat thing. Is there any thought about ever bringing something like that back now that you're in the Cup Series, or was that just a thing of the past?
That's the thing of the past. It's a good thing. It was a fun thing while it lasted. We move on. No sequel is better than the original. And if the sequel was better than the original wasn't that good anyway. So
Did it just
worth
run its
talking
course?
about.
Did you run out of hats? Why'd you stop it?
Oh, I only raced 23 times. Then you start to grow up a little bit. You start to race Cup guys for one. But for me, like I needed something like to do. Like I accidentally found it. I just thought I didn't have any sponsors or anything. I thought it was a funny hat. I lost a bet. I wore it, and it like just stuck. And for me, I had like no sponsors and no money, and we were trying to make it to the next year. And so I was like, man, I need something. And we were running halfway okay to like be in the conversation. And I was like, man,
they must be bored, or everybody else must be just like hiding, because like they like love showing me on camera. So I just took advantage of it. It ran its course and moved on, and you start running good enough. And ironically enough, my first truck win was where they give you a hat, so I thought it was fitting. It was perfect. You move on.
Nice.
Another year, Spire Motorsports is making a lot of big changes. They've invested a lot into the program. One of the changes is bringing in Michael McDowell, the veteran. I've heard a lot of great things about Michael, at Front Row Motorsports and how he's everybody kind of leans on him. I'm curious, what's your relationship with like him so far, and what have you learned?
I mean, it's just too early to tell for me, because I just do my own thing a lot of times, right? And that can even too. They're like, man, like, can we get a little bit of open mind? We'll leave meetings. I'm like, I got it. I'll be fine. Because I'm very like data driven. Like I hate looking at data. I hate looking at squiggly lines. I don't look at it. I try not to. I try to avoid it because I think it hurts me. I think it second guesses me. Like I drive off instinct. Like when I first drove a Cup Car Gateway, I didn't really look at SMT. I didn't even have a login. I watched in-car footage of like Logano. I didn't even think he was the fastest guy, and it just like I visually learn everything, and I drive off instinct anyways. Like I've done the whole have notes and look at it, be prepared, and look at all this data. And the second I put my helmet on, I forget it all anyways because I'm on autopilot. So, but I think for us more than McDowell is just how many people we brought in. Matt McCall's super big for us. I think he's in my opinion, for the 77 group, he was our most important hire. He's works specifically really close with the drivers and really close with the crew chiefs. Like his role is basically to make sure they're all working together. All the crew chiefs are working together. All the drivers are working together. And so when we got done at the Clash, I basically had 3 crew chiefs. I had Ryan Sparks, Matt McCall, and Luke Lambert, and obviously my main crew chief. But you have 3 guys thinking about it. One is working on our processes, working me day to day, week to week. And you have these other 2 really talented guys that are thinking of out-of-box ideas. Or Luke's like, hey, I gotta make sure our car goes to the racetrack. Hey, can you work on this? Can you work on this? Or we got to get better here. So that's where depth really comes into play.
I just want to go back to what you were just saying about the data stuff, because I think that's the first time I've heard a driver say that. And especially we've talked about before how much the simulator stuff has helped you. And obviously it hones it in your brain and stuff. But what you're saying is, when you look at the squiggly lines and somebody says, yeah, but if you try braking here like this guy, that messes you up. Or that when you try to replicate that, you don't feel like that's successful for you. You just need to do what feels right for you.
I've never had a brake marker in my life. I don't know how to do it. I've never had a lift point. I've never had a brake marker. I've never had a... How's
that possible? How do you...
I just go where I naturally feel like it. Like I first time I ever came to pit road was for the duel, and like we made or break our race. Like I was like P1 on entry to pit road, nailed it first time, and they're like, hey, how'd our brake markers look and everything? I was like, oh shoot, I didn't look. I just guessed. I just calculated just like where I felt and where I'm instinctively, and because anytime like, perfect example is when I qualified the pole at Sonoma, right? Broke my ankle. Like I didn't look at any data. I didn't look at anything, and I went on iRacing. Just because I wanted to see if I could race left-footed. Like one-footed. So that's why I practiced on iRacing. Like I've never been to Sonoma and everything. And the only corner I was aware of, and I was like, man, I wonder if I can get a little deeper, was the corner I wrecked.
Oh.
That was I don't remember anything of those. I don't remember the first round where we were like 4/10 better in the field. I don't remember the second round except literally going through the S's. And I remember looking at Ross, and it's like an optical illusion that they break away from you. And I had like I didn't think I got through 7, 8 or whatever back there. And I'm like, man, I want nothing, because they basically told me I'm not racing. They told me like they're not letting me race, like whatever and whatnot. So I'm like, well, this is my race. Like this is the pole, and I want to get it. And I've never gotten a pole before, and if I get the pole, maybe they'll let me race, and I'll force their hand. And I remember getting through S's. I'm like, man, I don't think I got it. I was like 5/10 of the good, but I was like, I could go in deeper, and I'm just gonna like shift down. I'm gonna basically like get to line, and I'm gonna stop like halfway through the corner. And I firewall deep that thing, right back to right in the fence. And I was just like that only corner that whole weekend I was not on autopilot.
But you said, I think it was you that said somewhere recently that it's you kind of need to get to the point where you drive somewhere and it's like you don't remember. Like when you're driving down the street.
Well, I've always heard, you go to work and you don't remember the drive there.
Right. And so you're saying that's how for you to be successful in the car, that's how you need to be.
Yeah, Doug Ducart he hated me in our post-race meetings because he'd ask me a question. I'm like, hell, I don't know. I don't remember. Because I was on autopilot. Because he would ask me like a specific question about a specific run. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even remember where I was. Where was I running? Sorry, I don't remember.
So where do you go in your head? Like, what are you thinking about when you just
burn laps? Like, I could be thinking about anything. Like, it's weird. Like, every now and again, and sometimes like I'll like come out of the autopilot. I'll be just thinking about something. Like, I could be thinking about Chili's, like food. Like, I could be thinking about anything, and just naturally running laps. And I'm like, shoot, I gotta go back. And like somehow I can get it back to autopilot, and it's just weird. Like sometimes, like, I mean, sometimes it explains. I've had people go, "Oh, that makes a lot more sense why you make the moves you do," and it happens, right? But like, it's all off instinct, and that's why, like, for me, I'm like, man, I just wish I could race every day, because if I just have more up here to pick from,
sure.
And develop my race brain, I'm just gonna have more options to pick from when I don't know what's going on. Like, it's just happening, right?
So when you look at your rookie year last year, won Rookie of the Year. Had a pretty respectable year, finished 21st in points. What do you need to do to be better this year than last year?
I mean, I don't want to say like we just all got to get better, right? But I think it is. Like I think we're 19th at the end of the regular season. We came out of here dead last, right? So to come from 40th, right, and get to 19th in points was really strong. And it wasn't until like really the last half of the year we got really solid and respectable. So for us, I think it was just more time, like, to be able to now get a reset and go all year. Like, we were running at the end of the year how I thought we would run this point in the year with all those new people and processes and everything. And when all those people got hired and all of a sudden we started running, we run 6 at Homestead and I have a shot to win at Watkins Glen, and we're running good almost anywhere. They're all like, man, what'd you do different? And we're like, I don't know. Like, we just go to the racetrack and have better ideas and we have a baseline and we just go to the racetrack. So it got them really excited. And for us, I think, like, you can't really take the clash, but you can more so now, because I think it translates a little bit more. But we were the 3rd fastest car. Like, the GM or NASCAR, they have like an adjusted lap rank, like where it averages your whole lap. And like, if you were if you were 17th and ran the fastest lap for 20 laps, it would kind of average you out. So it kind of puts you where you should be running, like maybe for traffic and anything. And like, that's how you tell like who's really good, right? Like, a guy running 5th could actually be the best car and running the best laps, but he gets to traffic, he slows down and everything, but he's still running fast laps. So it kind of gives a really good rank. And we're like the 3rd fastest car, and we were running 6th before I spun myself and trying to block and thinking I'm going to get hit. And, they just got in line and I got hooked. But that's a place where I didn't think we would run good at all, to be honest, because we don't run great at Martinsville. We don't run great at that's where I think we could really improve. So to be able to do that right away, in my mind, is, I think, really exciting for me.
Well, even though you stopped the funny hats, I hope you don't stop the replies to the "was a good race" poll, because people seem to like those, and I enjoy them personally, seeing your race reviews. So
it's fun. It's fun for me to be creative and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I enjoy doing it.
Well, thank you for stopping by.
Man, that's it. Just a short turn and burn.
This is it. Thanks.
We'd love to talk longer. Yeah.
Man, aggressive.
You can take one if you want, but you might get in trouble.
We've been getting gifts. Yeah.
No. Yeah. Did you bring a gift for us? Kyle Busch brought us gifts.
He got a speaker.
Did you get yours?
No.
Oh well.
Right.
Check your mail.
Yeah, it's in the mail.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Sure. Yeah.
Have him check it out.
Must use FedEx, huh?
Carson Hocevar, everybody. Chili's gift cards. Wow, this guy, he's
Chili's is underrated, by the way. They got good food.
I took my kids there.
That's a mistake.
No, it was great, because they are one of the restaurants that has the crayons and the kids menus.
Okay.
So, some restaurants you go to and you don't have, like, you walk in with the kids and you're like, oh, how am I going to entertain them? This is going to be miserable.
Mm-hmm.
They colored, and I got to, like, actually eat my meal.
Nice. They got good food.
It's like, okay.
Did you get the Mexi egg rolls?
I'm not eating fried food right now, Jordan.
I didn't know when you went. You didn't say you went last week.
Oh, well, I'm not eating fried food. I haven't eaten. So far, it's February 12th. I've had no fried food and no red meat this year.
I bet you're a lot of fun at parties.
Keep that up. I mean, I mean, I don't know. I'll be able to keep it up once we get the media center food this week,
Yeah,
but I've been doing okay so far. I went to Costco yesterday in Orlando and bought $50 worth of snacks. So,
I think we're taking a break. Is that what we're? Oh, okay. Oh, he's
we
a
got
Costco
Costco
fan.
fan,
I thought he was
Andrew
taking a
Curlin,
break.
yeah.
All right.
No.
Costco.
No, we
I
don't
actually
need a
like
break.
Costco. Costco's fun. I like going on a sample day.
Is it an everyday sample day?
They do it every time. I mean, they do it like Friday, Saturdays is usually when I go.
They do?
Yeah.
I thought every day.
Every day?
Don't they always have samples?
I don't know. I don't go normally, but
I've been big on Costco lately.
Costco's great.
I'm late to the party, but one just got built near us, and it took me like a year to get my membership card. But that was one of my to-dos in the off season.
Yeah.
And
it's great. And you go on sample day, and it's like eating a meal. Like you get like all these different things, and you can fill.
Well,
up.
I'm not saying I do that, but I mean, I get enough.
I like Costco. We'll ask Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is walking in.
All right, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
We'll
is
ask him.
our next person up here.
You Costco.
Y'all got a great
This is
spot. I mean, like downstairs.
Yeah.
It's like a dungeon.
Have y'all been down there?
Not
I walked
today,
in. It smells
yeah.
like an old person's house.
Is that because of the media or just?
I don't know. I'm kind of wondering. Like, I know I'm getting older, so the media
We don't smell, so we're good.
clearly is getting older as well, right?
I mean,
So-
speak for yourself. It's kind of hot in here, so I'm not saying I don't. They could smell in here too.
No, I don't know. I think they may have just turned the air on down there or something.
I hope so.
right before we
They
came
did
in.
feel like the air came on. We were talking about this. You Costco fan? Sam's Club? Which one do you go to? Do you,
I don't really go to either.
Oh, okay. I thought most people go to these things. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm telling
He
you,
just-
I'm
he
brand
just
new to
discovered-
these kind of stores.
I thought everybody uses these.
I like that they have big options. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm doing a party at the house, I'll go to Costco.
Okay.
And grab what I need from there. But I don't need to buy that much bulk of stuff.
Once your kid starts eating more.
Once I get, if we have another kid and your family grows, I do have a Costco card.
Okay,
I'll go.
I thought I was a complete left field. I thought everybody goes to Costco. I thought it was just
No,
a
I'm
thing.
new. I'm new at this.
Okay.
But I didn't have one that close to me, so that's all.
Yeah, I would say Costco.
Okay.
So are you? What is your level of annoyance on a scale 1 to 10 of people already asking you about Hayek Motorsports butchering the name? They're like, what do we?
Actually, everybody's pretty much nailed it except maybe one or
Okay,
two.
good.
Yeah, but no, I don't. I mean, I don't get annoyed too much.
All right, well that's good. I mean, I was worried that it was.
I get
already-
more annoyed that people think I wrecked Burt Myers. That's
Okay.
more annoying.
He came down on you, right?
Clearly.
Well, some people thought.
angle- the
I thought he
initial
did too,
angle.
but other people
Yeah.
weren't so sure. I'm like,
Yeah.
he clearly came down on you.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one
On
of the-
Fox, it didn't show it very well, but
whatever they showed later on social media. Maybe
From
that
turn
was-
one?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I thought something broke in his car. Like, I'm just, obviously it's not for a transfer spot. I'm just
Right.
like, whatever. And then all of a sudden it's like, hard left. I'm like, man, if you'd have put your blinker on, I'd have let you in. Like, it's not that big of a deal for me. Like,
Have you ever been flipped off more than that night?
dude, that was gnarly. I love the passion in those fans. Some were giving me thumbs up, some were flipping me off. So
He was doing the "I'm waiting for your hauler" thing, but it was after you had already.
it was
left.
well after I was gone.
So that was a very staged.
Yeah, and that was more. That wasn't him. That was his team guys. I talked to Bert, and I actually talked to some of his team guys too. He was all good. He was like, my spotter was telling me to, block the bottom, and I think you were already there. So, yeah, no, Bert was cool. I anytime I have like a major issue with somebody, like, especially if I feel like I've done something wrong on the track, I'll call, and get it cleared at least pretty quick. And, with Bert, like, I didn't feel like I really needed to call him because, like,
it was pretty obvious to you.
I knew what happened, right? But it's somebody brand new to our series, right? And I just wanted to make sure that, that he was good and kind of saw the same thing. And he was all good. I talked to him before the race, and and then obviously I talked to him afterwards. So that was more of his team guys that were like, hey, take a picture over here.
That's gonna be one of your legacies, by the way. Is you that image of you
it's
leaning on
part
the
of it.
hauler?
Yeah. I mean, this
We
day
have
and
the
age, you
meme-
can't
the
do
meme-
anything without it kind of staying around.
It's
So,
NASCAR chasm. I'm telling you, man. You won't let it go.
hey, you just roll with it.
Yeah. You're welcome.
I love it. I mean, I love it's this screenshot from your phone of him where we have almost the trifecta
Yeah.
here. I mean, it's amazing. So do you think after Bowman Gray, or are you like, all right, let's run it back there. Let's go to another short track. Let's move it somewhere else altogether. What was, after racing it, what were you feeling about it?
I honestly think we could just do away with it and just have one more off weekend.
Sure.
Or just come down here and run it here. I like being down here. Like when we went to LA, when we went to Bowman Gray, I don't feel like that doesn't feel like that starts the season. I always felt like the clash here in Daytona, when you had practice sessions on Thursday and Friday, leading into, qualifying on Super Bowl Sunday, the clash that night, qualifying for the clash through, qualifying in the season, or, past, clash winners, or, whatever the criteria used to be. But I enjoyed that more. And I got to the bus lot on Monday, and half the field was already here. So I'm like, they clearly would like to already be here too. So
yeah. The nice thing about being down here early, though, is there's so much racing around here. It allows, everybody collectively to go check it out, whether it's the dirt track or the
New Smyrna,
wherever.
That was of stuff to do.
That's the one thing I miss, is the opportunity to do that. Now we just don't have the bandwidth to do it.
Yeah. I'm bummed that we're not here. My wife and I and my mom and our son, we actually drove the motorhome to Naples, and she ran a half marathon down there that she's been training for since we had our son. Wow. So we went down there, and then we drove over on Monday. But it's hard to beat this weather, right? Like, I'm looking at the weather at home, and I'm like, man, it's horrible. We lucked out. Bowman Gray was, great weather. I felt like for at that time, it could have been super cold.
It was pretty
and
cold.
It wasn't.
Yeah, so. I mean, I thought that everybody wanted more practice. Then I see on Twitter that our next guest was not in favor of more practice. So
I don't feel like practice helps that much.
Okay,
I think
but you want
whatever you leave
here.
the shop with is pretty much what you got. So
yeah,
I don't. I mean, there's a couple cars I think had some issues today. I'm sure they're glad that they had some practice, but
other than that,
just roll it off the truck, qualify it, and run the clash or the duels. Yeah, the duels.
There you go.
Well, thank you for stopping
by. We need the clash down here.
Now we're going to get a consensus opinion. I already know, spoiler alert, because Christopher Bell's up next. And I've already seen on Twitter, scanning my timeline, that one of the things that's been talked about below today is that you said the practice was not helpful. So I thought all these teams were saying we want practice, we need this, but then you got out there and you said, why did we do this? Is that
it wasn't my team that was saying that. I can promise you that.
Okay. So, I mean, is it just the teams that are their cars about to break, like that number 50 a couple years ago with Tanner Daly was hopping around? Those are the ones that need the practice before?
I mean, honestly, practice a couple years ago made sense with the next-gen car, or at least early on in the next-gen car. Now, how many? We got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 Daytona races now with the next gen. So everyone, you know what you're going to show up with. And, yeah, I mean, I guess it is just an opportunity to make sure that the mechanics and the people preparing the cars didn't make mistakes. But, I mean, for my team and my situation, we were just kind of sitting out there like, all right, I guess we're going to go get the oil hot here. Go ride around for a little bit. Let me know when the temperature gauge comes on. So that's literally what we did.
Is there any tracks where you'd like to have more practice, or?
So I'm on board for more practice if you get to change the car, not on super speedways. Like Ricky said, you kind of got what you got here. But yeah, so I don't even really think you need more practice. I think the schedule, or not the schedule, the format that we have now, which is basically, what is it, 15 minutes or 20 minutes?
20 minutes,
It's
yeah.
20 minutes. I would like it to be one run. At some racetracks like Pocono, Michigan, 20 minutes is good because 20 minutes is roughly, 25 laps or so. At Martinsville, 20 minutes turns into like 60, 70 laps, so you could kind of shorten it up. But I like one run, and then having the ability to work on your car, I think, is really cool and opens it up to guys being able to improve on what you have at the racetrack. So the format that we have now, you basically get one run and you're already through tech. So you have a pit stop adjustment.
before you line up and qualify. So I would love to somehow get tech after practice, which I've been told is not going to happen. So
no, unfortunately not.
I have never, at least that I don't recall, I can't remember a time where I've seen you so consistently happy as
Am
I've
I
seen
happy,
you lately
Jeff?
on social media. Like,
Okay.
I see these clips of you running with the Outlaws. You're already a winner. Been down here a week or so, and I mean, it seems like you're just having the time of your life now that you're back on dirt. The doors are open again. It looks like it feels really good for you.
It does. It does. I'm trying to make a joke of the bourbon sitting here beside you because, like, you guys are the happy ones, but
listen, not cracked, unfortunately.
True. It's
Come
not
back
really.
later.
Yeah, I am. It's been a great offseason. The offseason went by really fast. I can tell you that much. A lot quicker than it has been the last couple.
So, was there any, you I'm sure have tons of confidence in your ability, but you just hadn't been in a sprint car in a while. Sure, you got back in a midget, you ran shootouts, stuff like that, but to then get in a sprint car and go beat the Outlaws in a race where everybody's starting the season off and they're all trying to do their thing, man, that had to be a really good feeling.
Jeff, that was huge to me, man. I've won 6 Outlaw races now in my career, and all 6 of those are monumental wins for me. And they're so hard to get, and especially now, like that was it, right? Like that's the cream of the crop. The high limit series wasn't racing, so all the high limit guys are there. The Outlaw guys are there. The best local guys are there. That was a huge win for me in my career.
I wanted to ask you about speedway racing. I don't think people realize how good you are actually in these races.
I'm a super speedway ace now, guys.
You're pretty good at these things. I mean, do you enjoy it though?
No.
No.
I've gotten good at it. So it's funny. In 2022, I think it was 2022. I was like the worst. I had the worst super speedway record of like the entire field. And then Adam set me down in his office. I'm like, Adam, I promise you, man, it's just luck. It's just luck. And then in 2023, I didn't win, but I got 3rd at the Daytona 500. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's just this deal it's majority luck.
Some people say though it's a mindset. Like if you come here with a good attitude of,
I can promise you, no one's came in here with a better mindset than me, and I better mindset is in like it's all luck. It's all luck, and I have the best super speedway average finish, I think, right?
Yeah.
Is that true?
It's close, yeah.
Yeah.
So I really should have fact-checked this before I started. I think it's 7. 7 in a row Daytona 500s have either gone to overtime or ended under caution or both in some cases, right? What are the chances that we could see a clean green finish in regulation, just straight up like normal, I guess, on Sunday?
I think the chances are extremely low. And number one being the main factor that it is a super speedway race, but then also on top of that, it's everybody wants to win the Daytona 500 more than any. Like it's the mecca of motorsports and specifically NASCAR racing, right? So everybody is willing to do whatever it takes and risk it all for this race. So I think that's a big part of why we see wrecks at the end of the race, right? Like, and I think the likelihood of us making it to the checkered flag without a wreck again is probably slim, just because the guy in second is going to get a run on the leader, right? And the leader, he's going to block for all he's worth because it is the Daytona 500. So I think the likelihood of us getting to the checkered flag without a wreck is slim.
What do you think about this point for fastest lap? Is that something that, as you're trying to win the regular season title, that you'll be looking at or taking into account? Is there anything that you guys can do during a race aside from get the pole to try to get that?
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a little bit, and definitely qualifying will be a big big part of who gets that fast lap, because the majority of the tracks that we go to, the fastest lap of the race happens that first run of the race, and the pole setter or the guy who gets out front first is likely the guy to have the fastest lap. But it is going to bring a new element to the speedway races because of the pack forming, and the guys in the back of the pack are those are the ones who always get the fastest laps of the speedway race. So I do think that there is a little bit of a strategy to, like, if you have bad track position tomorrow or Sunday at the Daytona 500, you could lag back and try and at least get the fastest lap of the race, you know? So that is a strategy that is probably going to be deployed throughout the super speedway season.
We talk a lot about great crew chiefs. Cliff Daniels gets a lot of pub. You know, Chris Gabehart was obviously on that list. I feel like your crew chief, Adam Stevens, gets overlooked. People don't realize he's a multi-time champion.
Yeah.
And he has done a great job everywhere he's been. You know, we came into Kyle Busch's team. He's done it with you guys. What is it about Adam that makes him so good?
Yeah, he's just a super intelligent, realist. Like, I've never been around someone that like can self-diagnose his team and like not just be brutally honest with, like, you know, if he lets me know, like, if I think I'm better than I am, it's like, hey dude, we still need to be better here. Or I feel really good in the car, and he's like, hey, this guy's faster than you got to go better. What do we need? Like, he is just really good at understanding the situation, not sugarcoating it, and improving on that. So, it's a fine line of being like positive Paul, it says negative Nancy over there, or being like right in the middle and like understanding the way it is. And Adam he floats right down the middle and doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low, and manages the team perfectly.
Before you go, I know this story's been told so many times, but the fact that you and Chase Briscoe were both sleeping on couches, air mattresses, whatever, in Ross Weiss's house, and now you are teammates in the Cup Series. I mean, that just has to be so surreal for you to look back on those times and be like, whoa, I mean, we both made it and on the same team.
Oh, it is crazy. Like, back whenever we were both teenagers, did you know our birthday is like literally a day apart?
No, wow.
Yeah, so our birthday is a day apart, but like whenever we were 12, 13, 14, like me and Chase, he lived in Indiana, I was in Oklahoma. We never met each other, but we raced online against each other like for nights and days and years. And so like I think I talked about moving up to Indiana and living with him while I was trying to be a sprint car racer. So nobody in this garage knows me better than Chase. We go way back for sure.
Now you're teammates.
Now we're teammates, yes.
Don't spoil any more news.
He's got the opportunity of a lifetime ahead of him, so I hope he makes the most of it.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Appreciate
thank you
man.
so much for stopping by.
Thanks.
I appreciate it. All right, next we are going to have Denny Hamlin with a new sponsor, new fire suit.
It's very different seeing you.
In fact, quick plug for my own story. I think it's online now, but who knows? It is online.
I got a notification from our team that it's live.
Okay, I wrote a story on The Athletic that Denny Hamlin's. We're talking about your new sponsor, National Debt Relief, and the climate that's been. So looks different. The car looks different, but looks like a nice clean fire suit. The freshies.
Still the same guy.
I got something for you. The last 2 times you came down here with a brand new crew chief, you know what happened?
I won.
Yeah. So Sunday.
Win again, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's the way this whole thing goes. This is kind of definitely a warm-up race for the crew chief itself, just simply because, for the most part, the crew chiefs that I've had, they said, we just kind of ride you on this one, go out there and get it done for us. But the driver's job became different over the years. But it would be really cool to get Gale's first.
Yeah.
One thing you had talked about that I put in the story that I wanted to follow up on a little bit, I thought was interesting, was, you had gotten the shoulder surgery and it was really bothering you a couple seasons ago, and you thought, this is going to be a 2-week kind of thing. And you said when they opened you up, it was so messed up that it turned into a year plus. So like now you said you have, it's fully back, you're feeling good, but like, in what ways, if any, do you feel like that did affect you toward the beginning of last year or at times last year? Is it just achy or sore, or like does it affect you at all when you're racing?
I think it certainly affected my strength, but it was on the right side. I'm more of a left, and there's 2 different styles of drivers. There's some that drive with the right, like that's where most of their strength is coming from. Is from the right. I'm more of a left hand pulling down type of driver, so it really didn't bother me. Even when it was tore up really bad, that playoffs in 2023, it was miserable. I was in a really, really bad spot. Like shifting gears, changing brake bias was excruciating. So was I 100% there? No. But last year I felt pretty confident that that's all I had.
How's the pickleball game?
It's getting better.
Nice.
Yeah, now that I can actually hit one over my head. I can actually raise my arm out.
So obviously we're on Dirty Mo Media here right now. We have Jared in the room. Last we heard on your podcast, you were trying to get him to come up on stage. We're all doing this appearance right down there tomorrow. Are we going to see Jared appearance on the stage? What is the status of this?
Can you give us an updated status or what? I think as long as we come up with another microphone, we're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So are you willing to go up there, Jared, if you get called up and there's a microphone? Peer pressure. Okay. All right. I just want to know. People are going to come out. Are you going to buy anything from Jordan's Lemonade stand?
Yeah. So this was because of the
good race poll
bet.
bet.
Good race poll,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You lost?
I lost.
So it's you have to really stink to cheat and lose.
I didn't cheat. I didn't cheat.
You did cheat.
No, I didn't cheat. There's nothing that says in the rules that I can't solicit outside opinions.
Okay.
Show me the rules.
Holding a straw poll, that's like, okay,
I Chad
that is
can-
like
I Chad
having an
canounced it.
exit poll on November 5th. Like, you know the results, based off of what the people say in the exit poll.
And I don't think I did that last year. I did that 2 years ago, and I won 2 years ago when I did it. I lost it.
What do you mean? You absolutely did it last year.
Did I do it last year? I don't remember
You,
doing it.
you say,
did.
"Oh, I'm texting my friends."
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
my
that's
friends
nothing
told
wrong
me.
with like, there's
That's a
feedback.
straw poll.
You check your social media mentions. It's the same thing. There's no difference.
I
If you
didn't say,
can't
what
sit
did you
there,
guys think of the
you,
race?
You again, but if you're going to check your social media mentions, that's effectively a straw poll.
All I'm going to say is if you're going to cheat, win. I'm not condoning cheating or not cheating.
Yeah.
Just, you better win.
It's fine. I'm going to sell some lemonade. It'll be fine.
You know
We'll
what's
give it
the
back to
stand?
So it's supposedly right down by this serious stage that we're doing this stuff
Okay.
on. And what's really
And when's
bothering
the
me,
stand go live?
apparently it's an hour before the show, maybe.
Yeah, we
but
go-
he is claiming that somebody else is going to be taking the payments, and then
No,
he's going to
no.
wander around during the thing. I'm
selling.
like, no, you have to be
I'm
behind
go-
the stand selling the lemonade. That's the
Yes.
whole point, right?
I'm going to be doing that, but at slow times. If people aren't coming to the stand, I'll wander
No.
around, try to go solicit some sales.
You'll have a line.
Yeah,
There's
we'll
not going to
see.
be a slow time.
Yeah, so it's all good. I
No,
made
that's
some
absurd.
T-shirts up. I spent a lot of money on this, by the way.
I mean, you know how many times people are going to be like, hey, give us the inside scoop. What's going on right now? Like,
That's
I know
true.
nothing.
Can you give us a little
Gonna
tea?
buy a lemonade
Can
and
we
get their tea.
Yeah, can I get tea
I got
with my
nothing.
lemonade?
That's good. I should use that.
good.
That's good. That's good.
Did we hear? I don't know that it was revealed. Do you have a hashtag? There's no all in this year. Was it set on the? I never missed. I haven't heard it.
You haven't missed it.
Okay.
You haven't missed it.
Is it being revealed or?
I don't want to rush into this.
You need it.
It's like marriage. You want to ease into it.
Exactly. Exactly. I just feel as though it needs, when I know it's right, it'll happen and I'll say it.
Okay.
But, I mean, is it going to come mid-season? No. It'll be early in the season. But I need something creative and it's got to feel right. And I haven't had that moment yet.
Are people trying to throw out suggestions and you're just?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And you're just like, no, nothing's.
Yeah.
What's your criteria? It's got to be different and unique, but it doesn't have to be too You don't want it to be too cheesy.
Yeah, not too long.
Okay.
It needs to be, how can we implement the 11 into it?
Okay.
All those things.
So you need a couple L's probably, or
Yeah.
preferably. Okay.
I don't think you should do a straw poll.
That's okay. You're not going to win this argument.
Yeah,
I've got
you're not
somebody that's a voice of reason.
Yeah.
So I was interested that you talked about on Action Detrimental this week. Somebody did a podcast about the preseason, the season preview, and we didn't. So
I wanted to.
You said you were
Y'all did a couple.
He said he was too busy with Super Bowl to get a podcast this week.
That's not. Never mind.
So
frustrating.
anyway, but you did, and you went through almost every driver. You even got Ty Dillon there at the end. Interested, did any drivers be like, man, what the heck? Like, I didn't like this.
Not to me, but I'm sure they were. That's what's tough, truthfully, about my position, right? I think it's easy for you guys to say, yeah, that person's just not living up to expectations or whatever. But you don't have to actually go race against them.
Yeah.
So, but that's the toughest part about my job, is being honest while I'm with Dirty Mo and telling y'all what I believe to be true. And then at times having to face that person and say, I'm sorry, that's what I believe, right? And so, that's why they tune in, is to hear an unbiased take on it. I feel like I'm as informed as anyone to form an opinion on this. So I can't that is my number one gripe at times with NASCAR media, is they paint rosy-colored glasses on everybody. Yeah. Everybody's great. Everybody can win.
We got 30 guys in the playoffs.
Yeah, right. That's not true.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's just flat out not true.
Sure.
And I don't think there's enough people holding others accountable.
Quick question.
They're not doing great.
Quick question for you. Every year there's like a big name driver that we're all surprised it didn't make the playoffs, right? Who is that driver this year, you think?
See, you just took what I said, and now you're taking advantage of me. You're taking advantage of me. Brad Keselowski.
That's fair. I had him out of my.
picked him to miss,
I
too?
picked him to miss too. Yeah.
I picked him to make it, but
We'll see.
yeah.
We'll see, I guess.
We appreciate it, man.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks for
y'all.
stopping by. I
Thanks.
appreciate
See ya.
it. We'll see you at the live show tomorrow. For those of you coming to Daytona, we are teaming up with Sirius. And Jordan and I will be on the Dale Jr. download from 3 to 4. And then Denny, I think, goes on from 4 to 4:30.
Yep.
And Dave Moody's involved as well. Other
Lemonade
Sirius
stand opens
personalities.
at 2.
Lemonade stands at 2. Okay.
Yep. So 2 to 5. So it'll be fun. Lots of
You
fun.
need to clear your. This is a family-friendly show. You need to clear your products off.
Take
here.
my booze.
No,
Why do I have to take my booze away?
It's a family-friendly
I'm not drinking them.
podcast. Okay. Well.
I mean, if they can be a NASCAR sponsor,
you.
they can be a.
All
Yeah.
right.
See, producer Kobe over here says we're.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We're getting instructions here. So anyway, man, are we we're 2 hours in.
I know.
5 hours
Flies
to go. It's nice that some of the drivers have been like, "That's it."
It's weird.
When it
I mean,
goes
we
by.
don't,
So let me tell you, the next drivers on the schedule here coming up, we're supposed to be getting Chris Buescher momentarily, and then SVG will be coming up. Shane Van Gisbergen coming up at looks like 2:10 Eastern, followed by Ryan Blaney, Todd Gilliland, and Elliot.
That'd be fun.
That's the next hour.
Have
or
you seen
so.
his fire seat, by the way?
You showed me a picture, yeah.
Yeah.
So you already know that I've seen my fire suit.
I don't remember that. I forgot that I did.
You said, "Here's his fire suit." You showed it to me, and now you're saying, "Did you see his fire suit?"
I
You're the one that
didn't
showed it
remember
to me.
doing that. We've been a little busy, since then. We've had some interviews.
And then after that will be Truex, Jimmie, Kyle Larson. So going all the way through, all the way through till 7 p.m. So we're 2 hours in. But yeah, I mean, it's been some interesting stuff so far. Don't you think Bell seems happier?
Oh,
I mean,
much looser.
right?
Just
He's
chill.
smiling a lot.
Yeah, fair and fair. Like the knock, not knock, but like it didn't always feel like Christopher didn't have much of a personality or wasn't willing to kind of like show his personality. That's not really been the case. Like, remember last year at Phoenix, comes in the media center after disappointment at Martinsville, very pointed, speak his mind. We've seen that a few times now, and it's good to see. Like he's very happy and confident, and I mean he's had success, and you would think that kind of makes you feel that way as well. And now you get to go do something you want to do in on the dirt stuff, and yeah, there's a lot of reasons that he's probably feeling that way.
Yeah, I mean, when you're watching him on the Chili Bowl live stream and stuff on Flow, I mean, he's smiling. He's finishing, not even winning.
Yeah.
He's so happy. It's just so naturally. You could tell he's back to his sort of old self when he feels like he's being able to run those races. So,
Did he win the championship this year?
Bell?
Yeah, he's got to be one of the favorites, right?
I picked him the entire playoffs last year, and it ultimately doesn't matter. So what is it? How you can't? I'm not going to get baited into this year, picking people all year, and they're the best, and doing these power rankings, because it doesn't matter. It's who gets hot in the final races, and so no, it's Blaney that's going to win the championship, because it's going to be a Penske driver who probably wins their way into the final four, and then if they win, if they're in the Final Four, they're going to win at Phoenix.
Okay.
Until proven otherwise, what is there to say that it's different?
No,
they're going to win their 4th straight title, and until they change the championship race,
pick the driver whoever wins the fall Las Vegas race. That's the best barometer.
Well, I mean, 2 years ago, Kyle Larson won it, and it didn't work out. But Logano, the last 3 years, has done that and parlayed his way into it. So,
and honestly, if Bell would have won that race, which he had the fastest car, I think he probably wins at Phoenix. To be honest with you.
Yeah, but still, I mean, no, because Blaney would have won.
Yeah, but maybe. I mean, we don't know. I mean, it's just you don't know how things play out in terms of things. But
he would have had something different if he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that though, where drivers are in it, they find it, their teams are more centralized and trying to get them their setups, that kind of thing. You never know. I mean, and by Logano winning, it also helped. The 22 team got a head start on Phoenix, which thereby, as Paul Wolf explained to me, it allowed the 12th team to also get a head start on Phoenix.
That's fair. Yeah, I just this conversation is going to come up so many times this year, and I'm going to resist every time to try to, because I feel like I've learned now that you can be 15th in points in the regular season and come out of nowhere and win the title, and we've seen how it goes. So why talk about who's winning the regular season title, and if they're the championship favorite, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't. That's what I think. Now you can feel otherwise, but I'm not going to get fooled into it. Fool me once, shame on whatever it is. Like the George W. Bush. I was trying to do the George W. Bush version of that, and then I screwed up the George W. Bush version of that.
Yeah, to me, Christopher Bell is at the point of his career where it's like you can just pencil him in for 3 wins, a top 3, 4, 5 finish in the regular season point standings, a bunch of stage wins, laps led. And it's like like that is going to be the baseline for what he is, and he also could supersede that as well. And I feel like I've said this for a few years. I'm really waiting for that monster mega year for him when he's really capable of that, winning like 6, 7, 8 races. I mean, he's come close, and I think it's going to happen. Or he has that talent, and there's not a style of track. And he talks about how he doesn't like super speedway racing, but the numbers say he's good here. And short tracks, obviously, road courses, like he is such an all-around driver. He has that ability to win. And I really am believing that at some point, I'm going to be right one of these years. He's going to turn in that monster dominant kick butt year.
Yeah, I mean, it also depends in Bell's case whether Joe Gibbs Racing has truly rebounded. Mm-hmm. And you talk to them, you talk to Chris Gabehart at the Clash, stuff like that, and it's like, well, we don't think we were that far off. So
yeah, I mean, and there's a case we made when you look at it. And you look at Christopher Bell's numbers in the second half of the year, he led a ton of laps. Like a lot of races, he led a bunch of laps. And Denny Hamlin was doing contention, and it's just, but 50% of Joe Gibbs Racing did not win a race next year.
All right, we are now joined by Shane Van Gisbergen. Shane, so nice of you to join us. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Welcome.
We're doing great. I am very much looking forward to, in 2 weeks already, not to look ahead from Daytona, but it's already going to be COTA. And both of us are already penciling you in for multiple road course wins this year. And I know that
no pressure.
I mean, he doesn't feel pressure. But they're going to be running the shorter course, which I've never seen. I guess I'm outing myself as not having watched when Supercars ran that race there. But tell us about the difference in eliminating those passing zones there. What kind of race do you think we're going to see at COTA?
So they're actually using a different track to the Supercars one. They changed it, so it's the next cut through, but it actually doesn't eliminate any passing zones. So you have one at the back hairpin, so you've still got one for the cut through, and then you still got the one on the back straight. So there's a lot less corners, but same amount of passing zones, I guess. And then you get more laps. So.
Would you have preferred that they kept the exact Supercars one, or it doesn't matter to you?
No, the Supercars one was terrible. It's like a snake sort of cut through with a really big drop, which would have been terrible in these cars. So they've sort of changed the next cut through a little bit.
Okay.
Nothing is guaranteed. We know this. But do you look at the regular season schedule and how it's kind of set up and say, listen, we can get one of these road courses and get our way into the playoffs?
I don't know. I don't think like that. Everyone seems to be thinking about that, how we're going to get in. But my focus is the ovals. That's I know we can turn up to a road course and win, but there's a lot more ovals than there is road courses, so I need to keep getting better at them. And, short courses I'm pretty decent at, but the intermediates are difficult, like the Vegases and the Charlottes. They're the tough tracks where I need to improve the most. And then this kind of racing is a lot to understand too. So, need to keep getting better at all of that.
So we talked after the Clash, and you had such a great run there, and you talked about how it kind of identifies with the road course a little bit with those tight corners. So what is it about your brain or the technique that allows you just to adapt that quickly to it? Is it just it feels familiar, or is it the car doing what you need to do? Like, how much is it the car handling how you want, and how much is it your brain saying, okay, I've done this before, now I can get around the corner this way?
It's just a bit more natural. Like, there's a lot more technique with the braking, how you balance the nose of the car to make the car rotate, and you can manipulate things a lot more with your feet. And then at the intermediate stuff, it's just the speed and how much the track evolves, how much the line changes, how much the wind changes, things like there's so many other factors that are not normal to me, whereas you go to Bowman Gray, there's really one line. It's just about repetition, consistency, and that's stuff I've had to do all my life. The racing line is never really variable on road courses, so you're always doing the same thing, which is where I can be consistent. But you go to those big tracks, and when things are always changing, that's what I need to get better at. And when it does change, picking that up quicker and getting straight onto the pace when the line's different,
Can you believe how much things have changed in a year? I mean, a year ago, you moved to a brand new country, you're racing stock cars full time, and ovals and all these things, and now here you are on the eve of the Daytona 500.
Yeah, I don't try and plan things anymore, just go with it. But yeah, it's been an amazing whirlwind of the last 2 years. I've had a blast, learnt so many new things, met so many cool people, and I've just enjoyed my racing again. It's been really fun and refreshing to have a kind of second career at racing, and it's a really cool new challenge, and loving trying to make myself better and fit in and be a part of it here.
You went back to New Zealand. You raced at Western Springs, and you mentioned that because you mentioned at the Clash how the fans' closeness was kind of similar. So I Googled Western Springs, and I saw that it's closing. Yeah. So I guess that was the last season there. So what are because obviously here in the United States we have a problem right now, right, where they're closing too many tracks as development gets built out. These tracks are becoming endangered. Is that what's happening in New Zealand as well? Like, is that why that track's going away?
Yeah, similar. There's been a couple of tracks closed there, but Western Springs is a unique one. It's 90-something years old, how long it's been there, but it's pretty much right in the city. So it's like Bowman Gray, right on the outskirts of a big town. So yeah, you can see why people complain about the noise, but the history there, it's been there for years, and I was so stoked to be able to race there for the last season. But there's still glimmers of hope that it might come back next year. But yeah, if it doesn't, I was glad I got to race there. But what a track! I had my first race there in 1997, so wow. Been racing there a long time, and it's had so much history for my family. My dad used to race a sprint car there too, and he'd go every week to watch. And yeah, such a cool place to go.
So are you worried about the state of racing in your country? Like, is it?
No, there's still a lot of other, the speedway tracks. They're talking about building another one, refurbishing the other one in the city, and then all the circuits as well are, they're pretty well established and pretty good where they are.
So this is more of a circumstantial type thing, just being that close to the city. Okay.
I remember being 10 years old and doing protests about them shutting down the speedway, so
wow.
It's been happening for 20 years, 25 years.
They fought it a long time.
Yeah, it's been a losing battle for a long time, but they've done well keeping it.
Interesting.
Very good. What has surprised you about, you lived in America now for a year. What has surprised you about life here compared to where you're from?
It's just different. There's a lot of really good things and a lot of different things, and but it's fun. I love how, the convenience of things. I love the way the racing is, This week's an exception. We're here for a long time, but most weeks you're there for 2 or 3 days. Yeah. You just fly into the airport, fly out. It's so efficient, and it has to be racing every week, and it makes it fun. You're not fighting at the public airport for 2 or 3 hours every week. And
speak for yourself.
Sorry to rub that in, but you know what I mean? Just the racing every week is it's just fun, and everyone's happy, and seeing all the motorhome set up, like it's so different to any other racing, really.
Very good.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for stopping by.
Appreciate the time,
Appreciate
man.
it.
Thanks for coming by.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Enjoy it.
All right, we're about to be joined by Chris Buescher next. We got a little bit out of order again, but SVG there coming in to talk about his off-season racing, life in America a little bit, and I was interested to hear about. I'll be more interested when COTA gets closer too about that short course, what kind of effect that's going to have.
Hey, bud.
We're joined by the first place finisher from Watkins Glen. We had the Watkins Glen finish.
Yeah.
Like right there, back to back, right in the room. So, Chris Buescher, how you doing?
How are you, man?
So far, so good. Yeah. How are y'all?
Good. How you feeling about this year? I mean, I look back last year, had a lot of speed. It seemed like you guys were a whisper of making the playoffs. Overall, the numbers were there. Just didn't get that win during the regular season.
Yeah. Had a couple sneak up and grab wins that ultimately put us out, and that's ultimately our fault. We didn't get the win early enough, and when it counted, for that side of things, it certainly didn't hurt my feelings any winning a race. Still, that didn't take any away from that. I was still pumped up, but we did have a really strong year with a lot of missed opportunities, and really our biggest goal this season is winning early. Whether it's first goal is the 500, but win early. If we can do that, it really just puts you in a completely different mindset for the rest of the year with the system we have.
Maybe this is my perception, but has your Watkins Glen victory gotten enough love and credit? I mean, I don't know if it was the playoffs that felt like, overshadowed it in a way or something, but I mean, my gosh, you went toe-to-toe with the guy that everybody's just like is the iconic hero of road course racing, and you beat him.
You forced him into a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if enough people have talked about
true.
that.
It was certainly big in the moment. I had a lot of fun with that race. That was almost the easiest win we've ever had. We were cruising out 4 seconds out up front. Wasn't even pushing. Our long run speed was insanely good. It was going to be the least dramatic win of our career, and it was not meant to be. And you know what? For good reason, because it was more fun the way it was. A little more stressful, and the result is there, so I'm happy. But it ended up being a highlight reel for forever, right? It's one of those Watkins Glen finishes that will always be in their advertising. It's going to go down like the Ambrose battle to the end.
With Keselowski there, yeah.
With Ambrose, because that's it's going to be one of those, and I'm proud to be a part of that. And like I said, it could have been a really easy win, but it was fun racing with Shane, and he's been a really good, hard racer that has mentioned himself. He's got pushed around at times by other drivers through different series, and came from a series where you push and shoved a little bit, but you had to have a level of respect, and I think I've appreciated having that level of respect with him. We've been able to lean on each other a little bit here and there, and for him to come to victory lane at the Glen and said, "Man, I got into you one, and I'm sorry about it." I was like, "Man, it's like I wouldn't have expected you not to hit me." I was like, "Thank you for not wrecking me," And then the other week got to the clash, and final lap he got to my back bumper getting into 3. And moved me up the hill and beat us to the line. And it was honestly textbook for what I would have loved to have been able to do on the other side of it, right? He didn't wreck me. It's just good, hard racing with cars that are full fendered. And you're going to have that. And I've enjoyed racing with him a lot from that day and since. And I think we're going to find each other a lot more when we go road racing this year.
Mm.
You had a big off season of dad life, I assume. How's that been going? What have you learned about yourself being a dad and watching a kid grow?
Man, it has been a lot of fun. So the kids are almost be one Saturday down here, and just a little over 2. So it is pure chaos, but it is this level of chaos that's gotten to be a lot more fun lately. Getting to the age of being able to use a little bit of reason with our oldest, being able to have a little more conversation, so she can tell you what she wants most of the time. It's just gotten it's gotten to this level that every day feels like just the most fun day with them. And and that was a lot of fun through the off season. Having that time at home to really to watch them both grow up so much in a rather short period of time. We entered our first race with Charlie. We did a Power Wheels race at a buddy's monster truck show down in Georgia.
Started him young.
It was remote controlled, so I cheated a little bit, and we still lost. And what I came to the conclusion of is because of the remote control, when they said you have to go around this cone, I listened because, you know, I'm 30-something years old. Someone tells me to go around the cone. That's the rule. Well, none of the other kids really took the rule too serious, and they all shortcut us, every single one of them.
Wow.
And I was just like, you know what? I should have seen that coming. I live with two of these kids.
Yeah.
I should have known.
And because they all did it, it looks like they
whooped us.
Well, that too, but it also
looked right.
It looked. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Is it looked right because they all did it. You look like you screwed up because
I'm the idiot that went a mile and a half outside around a cone to come back around.
So the rule here is cheat better.
Cheat better. Think like a kid. Think like a kid. Next year she's going to have her own controls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Dad did her no good there. So hand him over.
Having two so young and so close in age, how do you keep your sanity at times?
My wife does all the heavy lifting. I feel like it was great being at home, you know, through the off season and being around so much. But man, she's I don't know how she does it when I take off for the weekends. I don't know. It is madness. You know, we have a lot of space on the farm to get outside and, you know, go do things. And, you know, whether riding around on the excavator together or, you know, just checking fences, whatever. They both love riding, so that's good. You know, we can get out of the house and be around. But our off season's not really great weather for outdoor activities. So a little chilly. So, you know, the Michelin Man.
Yeah.
Like they're always dressed up in like, you know, teal Michelin Man suits or you know,
hats, gloves, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, and I know everyone knows toddlers don't like to wear hats and gloves.
Yeah.
Oh.
The gloves. If the gloves stay on for more than 5 minutes, you've done something.
You gotta get the clips,
put them
right?
back
You got the
on
clips.
Oh yeah, it's got the string that goes all the way through the back jacket.
Oh really?
Yeah, so they're
like
connected.
Oh wow.
And they're too smart for their own good, so can't even get down the steps.
That's great. Well, we appreciate the time, Chris, and thanks for coming by and chatting with us for a few minutes. And good luck this year.
Sounds like a plan. Appreciate it very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Y'all,
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Enjoy the nicest room
I
that
know.
I've been
Isn't
to
this nice
today.
up here? This is
Y'all
crazy.
did good. Who did you slip a 20 to?
You know, when you're a successful podcast like we are, it's really easy to get a room.
Well done.
They're like,
Hats
get
off.
these people out of the way.
Upstairs away from everybody.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
All right, we just had Chris Buescher and SVG there, so that was pretty cool to talk to those guys. And it looks like coming up in about pretty soon here, we've got Ryan Blaney, Todd Gilliland, Helio Castroneves, Martin Truex Jr., Jimmie Johnson, Kyle Larson are the next on this sheet. So we are still rolling right through here, Jordan.
Yeah, kind of flying by, and my hope is that we can get Castroneves, Truex, and Johnson all in here at the same time.
Oh,
and
yeah?
we can ask them, okay, which one of you guys are going home? Hey, bud.
What's up? All right, we've got clean-shaven YRB in here now.
You know it's the NASCAR season is starting when you're clean shaven.
I just shaved this morning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Drink
right.
You just shaved this morning?
Well, I mean, we can. You want one? You're welcome to have one.
You just shaved this morning, and you have already a 5 o'clock shadow. Very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like razor. It was,
Okay.
It was electric.
Enough.
Oh, electric. You don't do like the old school knife. You don't kind of like.
I tried to do that for a little bit. I was like, I'm gonna be cool, and I'm gonna do the knife, and I'm like, this sucks. Like,
it just looks painful.
Yeah, it looks painful. Those folks back, but they would use electric razors if the technology was there, because they'd be like, screw this, I want an electric razor.
There's a lot of things back in the day. You're like, oh, it's back. Like, no, like if you had technology, you'd be doing it this way too.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I recently had an interview with Bubba, and he fessed up to the story about dropping Gianna's ring at the wedding.
He did.
Apparently, you structured it so that there's no best man, but he ends up, your nephews walk down the aisle, and they had the ring boxes, but the rings aren't in them.
Yeah.
So they give them to him, and then somehow, what happened?
Yeah. So so my nephews are walking down the aisle, and so we didn't trust my nephews with rings, right? So they have the boxes, right? So they felt like they were, special. And so, but they were in his like jacket pocket, right? My ring and Gianna's ring. And, we go through this in rehearsals, before, and like, okay, so they say this, this, and this. And then I'm going to ask Bubba for the rings, and he pulls them out. And then, Bubba give Gianna Ryan's ring first, and then so he can put yours on last. And so he's fiddling around, and we joked about this. I was like, well, just don't drop them, And he's fiddling around, and he pulls it out, and just typical Bubba just botches it, right? And so the funniest part was, like we had microphones on, so people like could hear us in the back, our family and stuff. And so he's standing right next to me when he drops them. And he's like, "Oh shit!" And over the microphone, I'm like, "Oh,
it's not a family-friendly wedding anymore."
Yeah, no. I'm like, all right, well, we got him, and it was a break in like the seriousness of your wedding. So it was funny, but yeah, he dropped the ball literally.
Dude, he had like one job. Like,
one
how
job.
hard is it?
Stand there, don't pass out, and hand the rings to us. And he did one. He didn't do the other. Yeah,
that's great. But go ahead.
No best man though.
No, I didn't have best man. I had just 6 groomsmen, just 6 of my buddies. I couldn't pick a best man. Like all 6 of my friends who were up there, they've all been great friends for a long time, and I was like, I don't want to do this to one of y'all, and make the others feel bad. I don't know. It was a weird, because I just didn't want one, right? Because they were all equally as close to me, and we've known each other for a super long time, and so yeah, they were all just part of it. So
you're all the best man.
Oh, that's what I told him. Yeah, everyone's a best man. Yeah.
And was that the same on Gianna's side? There was no like maid of honor? Did she have to pick one?
No, her sister was maid of honor, so she has a sister. So that's like sense. That's easy, right? If I had a brother, he would be my best man. But
sure. Okay.
I don't think I could have one of my sisters be my best man.
You can do that all the time. I was in a wedding where. What was that?
People do that?
I was in a wedding, and I actually stood on the bride's side.
Oh, okay.
And I walked down the aisle by myself, and
yeah.
So what was the reasoning?
She was one of my best friends.
Oh,
she was my absolute best friends in the world, and she asked me to be.
Cool. I didn't know that was a thing. Well, I have 2 sisters, so then I would have the same thing. Like I got to pick one.
Her husband, his side was like basically filled up, and it was like you're my side. So I've seen it many times.
Okay,
it's not uncommon at all.
Yeah, that's neat.
Sorry, I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about this whole point for fastest lap? It I don't know. Let's say it came out of nowhere, but I don't know that it was necessarily expected. And when you look back at it, I guess it could have affected regular season championship. It could have affected even Bell getting through in the playoffs, I think. Do you think that we'll be talking about it this season, or do you think it's going to be one of those things where we talk about it today and people kind of forget it?
So it is a playoff point?
It's just it's a regular point. A regular point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think we're going to talk about it today, and it's not really going to be talked about much. After that, I think it's neat that you have a fastest lap award. Like that's what they used to do. It used to be you get a point for
most laps led. It was
that was just most laps led and a lap.
But every time you led a lap, though, you got a point, and then you led the most laps, you got a point. So.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess that's kind of in the same realm, right? Because we don't have a point for leading a lap anymore or the most laps. So, I mean, I haven't really thought about it. Like, I'm not going to be thinking of, man, I need to get the fastest lap in this race right now, right? You're trying to go fast all the time. So, I don't think it's worth the hype that it's getting.
Can I ask more wedding questions?
Sure.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go off the wedding.
No, I do. I know. I'm not.
Jeff, you went off the.
I heard you in an interview. Like everybody's, you were at the Doorbell McClure guys. Like everybody's asking, like, oh, what's changed? Like I'm not gonna ask you that but wedding gift. What's the best wedding gift you got?
Oh, gift. Man, we got a lot of good ones, and I personally think like I don't really like. I'm not a gift guy. Like
I'm not either.
Like, you don't really have to get me anything. Like I always tell Gianna that. Like she's like, well, what do you want for your Christmas or your birthday? I was like, you don't have to get me anything.
If I want something, I'll buy it.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like I just, don't stress yourself out, right? Honestly, the best thing Gianna might have a different answer, but like the honeymoon fund, like that's just give me money. That's just, that's like the best thing, right?
Sure.
I mean, that's, she's probably gonna say she loves to cook, so we got she made a whole wedding list from like Williams Sonoma, and she got like everything she wanted. But for me, I'm like, help me out with that honeymoon fund, guys. Like that part was great, and people were very generous, which was
awesome.
awful nice of them. So that was my favorite wedding gift. So thank you everybody who donated to the Blaney honeymoon fund.
I mean, absolutely. You just spent all this money on a wedding, and then the honeymoon's got to be good. But if people are, giving you a little help there, you don't have to stress as much about it.
That's
Be
right.
like, okay,
A little sponsorship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on.
Never hurt.
Look at us. Look at what we do.
Yeah.
Sponsorship, man.
You could be like, this toast is sponsored by Menards.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This post is sponsored by this family who gave us this for the honeymoon fund. So, yeah, it's good. We're excited. We're going Easter break on our honeymoon, so we haven't gone one yet.
Oh,
so
very good.
The 1 week we are able to do it, we're going to do it.
You're not going to be at Rockingham watching the truck in Xfinity?
I'm going to try to stream it where we're at. Because I want to see that race. I want to watch Rockingham because I'm psyched that it's back. But yeah, I don't know if I'll have the service or what to stream.
It's okay. I think you can enjoy the weekend.
Yeah.
So you were, as Jordan alluded to, you were recently a guest on DBC, and I don't think I knew the origin story with where you went to test. Well, I don't think you were supposed to test necessarily with Tommy, and you ended up getting in the car. And you were fast, right away. And, I don't think I knew about that. How clearly can you remember that day? Does it seem like a blur to you? Do you remember being in the car and being like, oh yeah, I did really well? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I do remember we were testing and I was just there with Dad. And, I can't remember if we were either at New Smyrna down here or we were at, remember Gresham?
Oh, yeah.
Georgia.
Gresham Motorsports Park, yeah.
Called Gresham anymore, but when it was called Gresham, it was either one of those two places we were at. And like Tommy said, Dad was testing, Stephen Light was testing, and I just happened to have my stuff. And Tommy was just like, hey, you can jump in this thing and make some laps, right? It's kind of a slower day. We got time. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'd love to. And no, I don't, after I got out, I wasn't like, oh, yeah, that's great. I just thought it was fun to drive a cup car. I just got to drive the car my dad drove. I don't think I ever did that before. I never drove, hopped in the seat that my dad just sat in. I thought that was pretty cool. And just being able to get some laps and say I ran a cup car, I thought was pretty cool. So that was a fun day, that's for sure. And then, then it kind of led to us doing the nationwide stuff after that with Tommy. So, yeah, that little origin story right there, how it all got going with Tommy, and he opened a lot of doors, for myself, and then he and Dad working together, through those 2-3 years over at TBR was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. I had no idea about that, but I think that's a great and it's interesting, too, because, now that I'm realizing it and hearing more, how many doors Tommy has opened for people, that's kind of I think when you get to a certain age, and, you have helped people as well. It feels so good to help other people come along in their careers and stuff.
Tommy's done a great. He's had an amazing career, and whether it's car owning, crew chief, and Tommy's really done a great job, like he said, of helping a lot of people out. Not even drivers, crew guys, mechanics. He's opened up a lot of paths. I didn't know that Freddie Kraft, he used to work with Tommy or for Tommy, and that's kind of how Freddie got into racing too. So it goes a lot wider than people think.
That's cool. Well, we appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And it seems like this race is always you won, by the way.
I just hope to finish one. I haven't finished one of these things here in a couple years, so it would be nice. So yeah, we'll do it. I like the suite they put you in too.
Thank you.
This is nice.
That's nothing but the best over here.
The teardown, crushing it.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Ryan.
All right, Ryan Blaney. Pretty cool for him to stop by, and we got the Blaney half of the ring story there. So we'll have to. It looks like Bubba. We have Bubba way later, I think.
Yeah, not too much farther down.
No?
Maybe later. There's trouble.
Oh, we got Todd Gilliland.
That's it. This is nothing but the best for us, man. We have certain expectations on this show. Absolutely. And we demand certain things. The rock stars, hey, I want these kind of M&Ms, and I only want green.
Yes.
That's the same thing. And we wanted a suite with a view. They gave it to us. That's what we did.
This is cool.
So Todd, you've already gotten a mention here today because Noah was on earlier and we were talking about golf, and he said the other day you shot 75 or something, and you were upset with yourself. Come on,
I was upset how I gave it up at the end, dude. I was.
How are you that good?
I shot 2 under on the front 9. Well, the back 9 of the course, but the front 9 that we played. And then we were like, well, we got to keep going, dude. I got to see what I got. And I choked it at the end, but what are you going to do?
What's your low score?
73.
Okay.
So
Oh,
I
so
thought
you're
I had
this
that.
close.
Yeah,
I see what you're
that's
saying.
where the little bit of frustration. But
So there's
overall, I'm
context.
very happy with how I'm playing right now. I wish I could keep it like this forever, but I'm sure it'll go down the drain soon.
So what is your actual handicap?
Dude, it's like a mid 6 handicap right now.
But so you're getting really close to lowering that. Then,
Yes.
If you're getting.
Yep.
Okay.
So that
Wow.
just shows you how bad like all the other scores was. So I'm like chipping away at it now.
Yeah.
You know?
Is this a thing now, though? The season's starting up. There's more obligations. The time is less. That the golf is going to have to kind of go on the back burner a little bit? Or are you going to still find a way to get out there?
I still usually find a way to get out there, but I feel like, Mondays, Tuesdays, honestly, during the week isn't like super busy for us. So obviously at the shop a lot for, meetings and stuff. And then after the meetings, that's when you need to go play golf. You need to go like clear your head a little bit. But even on like these super speedway weekends going forward in the summertime, we have nothing but tech on Fridays, 1 lap, two laps on Saturdays. So there's always some time, and that's my goal for this year is get out and see some really cool golf courses.
I'm just saying, it's a great way to bring out sponsors.
Absolutely.
Have a little one-on-one time with them on the golf course.
Yeah, that's what people say.
Yeah.
So I think I'm to a point where I could bring a sponsor.
You're
out
welcome.
there. That'd be good.
Yeah, he's gonna kick their butt.
Yeah.
He's gonna shame
But
them.
then they'll be
need.
like, you know what? That's my guy because he's aggressive.
Exactly.
He goes to the win. He's a winner.
That's right. He's a winner.
And then you just
that's
put
what they're going to say about
slap
me.
that contract on the thing and just sign right here.
Yeah.
Full season
Exactly.
sponsorship.
What's are you supposed to let the sponsor win so they feel good about themselves? Or are you supposed to
No.
kick their butt?
Kick their butt because it shows that you
Exactly. I think everybody that plays golf has just like a mutual respect of like, this game's hard, man.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, we got to do all we can just to not like embarrass ourselves. So
I get that. So I don't know if for those of you watching have seen this, but NASCAR put out a really cool piece of content the other day with this schedule calendar thing that you were a part of. Man, that looked like, I mean, I don't think you guys were faking it. It looked like really fun to like shoot that. Like you guys have lines where you like take jabs at each other and all this stuff. Like what was that day like? How long did it take you guys? I mean, for those of you who haven't seen it, Kyle Larson's in it, Allmendinger, Noah, and Keselowski in addition to Todd. I mean, tell us about that experience.
Yeah, it was fun. Once we kind of sat in the room, me and Noah looked at each other and we were like, I don't know if this is the group that we would usually be invited to, but we're very happy to be a part of it. So that was a lot of fun. And then another part of it was really fun when we're all reading our lines, and one of mine was like, wait, we get chicken tenders? And I'm like, well, that fits me because I would love a chicken tender at any point. But it was really funny to see Larson when I think AJ Allmendinger was saying like he owns the Roval, and then he said, yeah, on Saturdays.
Right,
and he was like cringing the whole time doing it. But we're like, this is great. They're forcing this personality on you. So this is the fans will love it. And I think it actually turned out really good, and everyone had fun with it. So that was I think what made it turn out really good.
You look at Front Row Motorsports this year, a lot of changes, obviously. Michael McDowell leaves. You're bringing in 2 new teammates. You stepping into that leadership role now that Michael's gone?
Yeah, I think it's always kind of a shared thing, right? It, but with Michael, I think he was so used to it, right? With for a while, 3 or 4 years straight, a different teammate that was a rookie, and that's very hard. So I feel very confident with my teammates. I trust them immensely of their experience, and I've raced against them all for a long time. So I feel good about that. But yeah, definitely being the longest guy that's been at the team is interesting, and I'm still the youngest of them all. So kind of an interesting combo, but I feel confident with my team. I have a lot of new people on my actual 34 team, whereas most of my 38 guys are still in the 38 car. So it's been fun kind of building that team and starting with just a couple engineers, and then finding my crew chief who knows people, and I'm really happy with all it turned out though. And as far as all of Front Row, I feel like the energy, the excitement has never been higher.
Zane was in your wedding, and Noah you've known for 10 years. What's the dynamic like? I mean, he was saying that, there's got to be, it's great that you guys are all so tight, but you also have to realize there's a time for having fun and goofing off versus like being serious about your racing and stuff. How do you find that balance? Because I mean, you're racing with 2 of your true longtime friends, and it's got to be fun, but also just a very unique situation.
It is very unique. And yeah, like you mentioned, right, we kind of all have different paths together. 2 years ago, right, me and Zane were splitting a car. Wasn't really sure, right, how all of that was going to work out for either of us. Me and Noah had been teammates before, had a couple run-ins here and there. But I think all of that stuff just kind of builds a mutual respect that is very necessary to work well together. So overall, I still, after the clash, I think was impressive to me that, especially Noah and Zane and I mean all of us, right? It's interesting when you get us all in a room that we can actually focus and communicate for the better, right? Because we all take our jobs obviously very seriously. So it's fun that we can have fun away from the racetrack, and that's mostly how I know those guys, right? But learning more of their serious side, how they communicate, how they tell information to others. I think all that stuff is very important, and I've been very impressed with everybody so far.
You look at where you're at in your career, 108 career starts, that magic number for drivers, they say to get that first win is right around 100 starts. Curious what you think you need to do to take that next step to end up in victory lane. Yeah, that's a tough question. I only ask the toughest questions. Yeah. On the super speedways, I feel like our cars have tons of speed, arguably the fastest cars at super speedways. So I feel like that was kind of a disappointment last year for me and Michael. Michael's much more in position to actually close them out, like a couple of them, I would say, of the super speedway races. Where me, I feel like we were really strong, had some good runs throughout maybe middle portions of the race, but not where we needed to be at the end of the race, which it's very hard at these tracks, right? You can make one small mistake and cause a wreck, be in a wreck, whatever. On ovals and stuff, I feel like there's still a little bit of a ways to go, right? Just being completely honest, I feel like from where we finished in points, I think we're 22nd. Mm-hmm. From there, it's the 18th to 16th to playoff bubble guys, where those guys are running in the top 10 throughout every single race. They're getting a lot of stage points. Where I felt like did a really good job last year of maximizing our race finishes. We went on a stretch there where we were, around the top 10, 15th for, I felt like maybe 6 to 7 races in a row. But to make that next step, like, that's still not close enough. It's not close enough to be a playoff guy. So it's a massive step, but I think, everything that we've been doing at Front Row Motorsports is in the right direction. It's, the slow, steady progress has gotten Front Row to where they are today and made some huge steps. So I have all the faith in the world in them and just need to keep our heads down and stay focused, not get too far ahead of ourselves and just continue taking one step at a time.
It always messes with me, Jordan, talking to Todd, because I've known Todd since he was 5 years old. Longer than any other driver that I've around, because I was covering his dad and he was around with his sister, who I think was like 3 at the time or something.
So you're old.
That's what I'm saying. It's very, yeah.
He just beats you on the bush.
That's tough. That's tough.
But what I wanted to ask you is about, your dad has a cool opportunity this weekend as well. How much have you talked to him about, just what's going on? How much do you get to talk to him about his team in general and what's going on, the team ownership, life, and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I talked to him a lot about it, and to me, that's one of the coolest things. And I'm very proud. I feel like, to see what he's done. Obviously, it's exciting as a kid to, watch him, get into the Cup Series and race, and on the pole here once. But I think, realistically, right? I think as every driver and person, he probably had loftier goals, maybe that weren't quite achieved into the Cup Series, and to see him kind of pivot and turn to building a really big truck team. And honestly, I feel like that's the part that he loves so much, is like building a car from the ground up and going and making it the fastest thing by far. And that's been really cool. He's built a massive truck team, like we mentioned. So to take this next step into the Cup Series is a big one. Obviously, they have a lot of, help and I think an alliance for JGR, but it's cool. I hope they can race their way in and make it on speed. That'd be a really good and cool opportunity for us on Sunday.
Well, thank you for coming to visit our suite here. And
I'm jealous. I might come back here later just for fun.
Just come hang out. Yeah,
we'll be here. Place to watch
we'll be here all day.
Yeah, sounds good. Good to see you.
Thanks, appreciate man.
It, man. Todd Gilliland, everybody, and we should be rolling with Helio Castroneves next, so that'll be fun. And actually, we have 3 in a row here of the guys trying to race their way in. Coming up, it looks like we've got Elliot, Truex, Jimmie, and then Larson, Cindric, Bowman. And we got a bunch of interesting characters coming up here.
Yeah, a lot of fun. It's going to be interesting to talk to Castroneves about basically having a rule implemented on your behalf.
It wasn't really.
I
it
know,
was already in the charter agreement.
Yeah, I know.
But, yeah, and I think, is he not going to be on the live show with us tomorrow for Digital Download, I think, as well?
Yes, he will be there. He will be there, yep.
So we're talking to him.
Does he like lemonade, do you think?
I guess
We'll
we'll
find
find
out.
out. I don't know. He seems like a pretty healthy guy. I don't know if he wants a sugary drink. But
We need like a sugar-free alternative for that.
Sugar-free lemonade?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
You get that at Chick-fil-A.
When you are getting... When you're starting to get some of this sugar... And look, I'm low sugar. But when you're starting to get some of this sugar-free kind of... It just doesn't taste good. It's just not even worth drinking
I'm
it.
largely... As I drink your Diet Coke, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not even... I would rather not. I would just rather drink something else than the sugar-free. So it leaves a weird taste in your mouth, and I don't know. I'm just not into it. Dang it. All right, well, hopefully that
Favorite
won't be
account?
clipped.
Thank you.
Hopefully that won't be clipped by our favorite account.
Yep. I got you.
We got
how many people...
We got a big play on that account
Do you
this
know how
week
many people
for our
reached
last
out to me?
podcast.
I should have gotten a commission for all the people I sent to that account, because I had so many people hit me up and say, "Hey, what's the account?" And I sent it back to them. So
People didn't know about it.
no, they didn't know about it. Like I had so
They have
many
over
people,
100,000 followers, don't they?
something like that. But
Yeah.
like a lot of people didn't know, and everybody was like, "Oh my goodness, this is hilarious."
It's a great account. Look,
Yes.
I mean, I trying not to be on there. Hopefully, the person that runs it won't be watching 7 hours of this.
No, I'm gonna message them right now.
Oh, okay, great. No, all love for that. But yeah, I just think I had made it through this far, maybe without saying something that could have gotten me on that account. But you can't go 7 hours,
no,
without doing that. So, yeah, my mom told me just talk normally, and if you get on there,
you just have to you just have to accept it. Like,
Yeah.
just, otherwise it gets in your head.
It
then-
clearly does.
Yeah,
clearly does. I can't even speak correctly sometimes. Anyway, yeah. So, does anything anybody said here in the last little bit make you feel differently about how this race will play out?
No, I mean, a lot of people say like, this race can be won by anybody, and it can. Like we know that. But if you look at it really over the last 10 years or so, this race typically is won by a driver who's really good on super speedways. 2014, Dale Earnhardt Jr. 2015, Joey Logano. 2016 was Denny Hamlin. 2017, Kurt Busch. 2018.
Do you know all the Daytonas?
I can go back pretty far.
Who won the 1984 Daytona 500?
That was Cale Yarborough. Went back to back. Last draft. He won in 83 and 84.
Who won 1978?
It was Cale Yarborough. It was Cale Yarborough too, I think. I'm pretty sure it was Cale Yarborough, yeah. Don't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure it was Cale Yarborough.
Okay. Should we go back further?
Was that Allison? Yeah. I mean, you can go back further. I can probably name them. When you started in 1980, I can go all the way through for sure.
Wow.
So,
how do you know this stuff?
I'm a nerd. I'm just a nerd.
Did
I
you
devour
did you
stats.
consciously memorize it?
I just devour stats. Like I love history. I love reading about things, and so as you have a love of history and you read up on things, it sinks in with me. And so, yeah.
Man,
but
I just do not have that brain. I really
but again, like what I was saying though is like Austin Dillon in 2018, typically good on super speedways, right? Hamlin in 19 and 20, good super speedway driver. McDowell and yes, he's an upset in Cinderella, but Front Row Motorsports, good in these races. He was good in these races. 2022 with Cindric is probably the outlier in a lot of respects. Rookies in this race. 2023 was Stenhouse, who's terrific in these races. 24 was Byron. Like,
yeah, but here's the thing. There's so many random-ish type super speedway winners at a Talladega and Atlanta or whatever.
Sure.
You could say almost 2/3 of the field has probably won a super speedway race.
No,
so you
no,
could
it's
say,
not.
Well, they're good here. They're good here. They're good here.
But when I say this, I'm not just lumping in. I'm just not saying, oh, they've won here before. I'm like legit looking at guys saying, like, let's use Stenhouse, right? The guy's won 4 career races. All of them have been on super speedways. Like that, to me, is not a fluke. It stops being a fluke after a while. When you continually put yourself in position to do it, even if you don't get the win, like that says to me that you're really good in these races. And so, I feel like I say this every time I go to a super speedway race, but really here, like I take umbrage with the fact of, oh, it's roulette, it's chance. Like, yeah, there is an element of that.
In this car, it is. In this car, it absolutely is.
No, I mean there. You look at there's always going to be luck in super speedway races for sure.
I agree that before it had gotten to the point where some of those really elite guys kept being up there. But with this car and this rules package, I mean, Logano.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had drivers in here today that said as much. I mean, it really
Yeah,
is.
I don't know. You look at the guys who typically win these.
Bell said it's luck. I mean,
sure, but again, look at the guys who've won these races recently, and there's a common theme. So,
yeah,
that is quite the driver's suit. Holy cow!
All right, we've got Helio Castroneves coming in here. Wendy's employee looks like.
Can I get you fries, Frosty? Huh?
That's quite the driving suit. I'm not
know,
gonna
right?
I mean, that's one of the most unique driving suits we've seen in a
so
long
far,
time.
right?
Easily.
So I just learned about the Frosty with the French fries.
Dipping them in.
So
Is that a real deal?
Oh, it's
That's
a real
real.
thing.
That's
I cannot
real.
recommend.
I get
it
everybody's
enough.
nodding their heads. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you bring any, by the way?
I'm sorry, but I'll make sure I'll make everybody.
They would have
happy.
melted by.
I know,
by this
right?
time, yeah.
I want to be the employee of the month. Come on.
Did they run this by you and say, "Is this okay?" Or are you just like, "Hey, whatever"? Like, how do you have to get to approve the fire
I have
suit?
no control. That guy Jeff is the one that did everything. So
you're a company guy.
Exactly.
Employee of the month.
Like, all right.
See,
Okay.
I hope I'll get the employee of the month. Who knows?
So you had practice, but did you feel like you learned anything from that?
Every time I'm in the
yeah?
car, my friend, I'm learning. I don't care what it is. But yes, in fact, when they were talking about they were going to be practicing, they said, "You're going to do only one lap." I was like, "Why? Why one lap? I need more laps. I don't need just one lap." So we were able to do 13 laps, which is great. But it's so glad to have an incredible group behind. Darian Grubb is the one that has actually won the Daytona 500 before. And but it's not only that; it's the whole group, experienced guys. The Project Night One is we want to make sure that we have a good and very competitive group to make sure when we come over here, we have a chance to to be in the race. But now there is a different rules, right? So now we're hopefully we don't take that.
Yeah.
But in the end of the day, that's what we're thinking about. We're thinking about just go have a competitive car to out there race to the race.
I want to ask you about that. The rule, the provisional, basically.
Right.
Did you know about that when you agreed to do this or anything? You had no idea.
No, and that's the reason we have an incredible guys, because we want to make sure when we get to this situation, we just don't be like in a lucky draw. Let's put it this way. But I'm glad they did that, to be honest, because it was open up for so many other situations, right? More international drivers, more opportunities for, because I'm very fortunate to be here in this area right now with a great group of guys. But imagine Formula One guys can come over here, do the same thing, and things like that could become something that is just going to enhance more the show.
I wanted to ask you about Austin Cindric because he's coming in a little bit, and we'll get his side of this too. But he obviously adores you, and you've known him. How old do you think he was when you first met him?
He was 1 or 2 years old, man.
Wow.
I mean, it's incredible. So that's when, his father was my sort of crew chief, strategist for over 10 years, the president of the Team Penske as well. We worked together for over 20 years. And, I've seen him grow and through not only life, but through his career as well. So, yeah, great kid. I can't believe it. Now we're racing together in the biggest race in the world, so it's really fun.
Yeah, that's what it just seems so neat to me. I mean, he was so geeked out over your 4th Indy 500 win. And, now here you are. He's a Daytona 500 winner. And, you're racing together. I mean, you might have a chance to draft together. Like, what a cool story from knowing from, like, literally when he was a toddler to now. I mean,
and I was thrilled when he won the Daytona 500. I was like, can't believe it. This kid was 2 years old, and now he's the Daytona 500 winner. So for me, seeing this, among with other guys as well, Jimmie Johnson, I met him a long time ago, Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney as well. So there was so many other guys, my teammates now, actually a lot of people don't know about Shane. Shane actually, in Australia, when I went 2010 to Australia, he was driving the V8 Super Cup, and I went one of those invitation international drivers, to get invited. Yeah. And he was the guy that gave me a lot of tips.
Huh.
And man, every time I was going into the car, I was like, do this, do that. And I was improving. Yeah. So when I found out he was going to be my teammate, I said, Shane, please give me those tips again, man. I'm going to need a lot of tips here because it's going to be. So it's cool to have this opportunity to still doing it. And it's just a dream come true to be here and compete with these incredible talents.
Very cool.
What do you think? Because is there going to be situations where the provisional's in the back of your mind, and like let's say you're drafting, right?
Right.
And you get in a sticky situation. You don't have to have that spot. You want that spot, but like, do you think you could say, oh, is that going to play into your head during that race?
Look, going to the duel right now, I'm going to try to learn as much as I can. Soak in with all these incredible experienced drivers, and hopefully learning with that, I can gain their trust, and we can work together. And with that, I'm going to give them an opportunity to go to the race. But no, I'm not going to thinking about I don't think we have time to thinking about what I had for breakfast, what I have the bills to pay in the next day. Right now it's just as much as I can learn that particular day, which is Thursday, I'm going to do it.
All right. Well, I think you're coming on the Dale Jr. download tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, and we're going to be talking to you again there. So we'll let you go for now, and we'll talk to you tomorrow right down there.
Oh, you want a Frosty? All right, I'll make sure I'll set it up for you guys, okay?
Thank you
all
for
the
coming
best,
on.
guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the time.
All right, Helio Castroneves, 4-time Indy 500 winner.
Rolex 24 winner, too.
Don't forget about that.
Yeah.
And Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
And Dancing with the Stars. Yeah, you got to put that in there. We've got Martin Truex Jr. waiting in the wings, so we will talk to him after his long retirement. And
he missed us.
What's that?
He missed us.
He missed us. Yeah, literally gone 0 races before seeing Martin Truex Jr. again. But he will be in here next, followed by Jimmie Johnson, Kyle Larson, and then the aforementioned Austin Cindric, who I'm excited to get his side of that all as well.
Yeah,
because I think
that's a
pretty
really
cool.
good. I didn't think about that, but that's right. Because Austin's, I think they've basically known each other for all of Austin's life, and you're right. I mean, he was so excited when Castroneves won the Indy 500, and
exactly.
It's
exactly yeah. All right, Martin Truex Jr. We missed.
Aren't you supposed to be retired?
Man,
long time no see.
Yeah,
how's it going?
How is retirement? Are you missing this?
It's good, except for you can't get shoes on time. I had to bring these out. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Oh, interesting.
The
My
19,
shoes are stuck in customs, so I had to get I had to go into my foundation box, and so these are signature series. Look, I even signed them already.
Oh, they were going to be.
So somebody's going to get shoes that were going to be auctioned that are now worn again and going to race here, practice at Daytona today.
They're double worn.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're getting new shoes in time for the 500. Hopefully, they're just they're just for today.
Tomorrow they'll be here.
Oh, okay. So Daytona 500 practice shoes are now up for auction for
And
Martin
qualifying.
Truex. And qualifying.
So,
okay.
In all seriousness, is it? I mean, you are retired. I mean, is it different coming back here, or is it just because it's the beginning of the year, everything kind of feels same old almost?
It feels similar but different. I a little more nervous today about qualifying. Normally, it's like qualifying at Speedway or whatever. Yeah, whatever. If we're 35th, who cares, right?
It matters now.
Now it matters. The duels matter, depending on how tonight goes. So that's a little different. It's been a long time since I had to worry about that. But aside from that, it's like, all right, once we get into the race, it's going to be just more relaxed, more fun. No concerns about points or stage points in the duels or in the race. We can just go race and have fun, and the only thing that matters is trying to win this thing finally. So hopefully we can get a shot at it.
So you got Cole Pearn to come down. Was that an easy conversation, hard conversation? Like who made the first call and was like, Cole, would you be willing to do this?
Yeah, it wasn't like I was like, hey, you want to do this no matter what. I think he caught word of it. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, yeah, I think I'm going to run Daytona. He's like, oh, yeah, okay. And then he told somebody else he might want to do it. Gibbs asked him, and then I was like, you going to do it or what? Let's just go. Let's do it. It'll be fun. And then he's like, all right, yeah, I'll do it. So that's been a while ago. But so far, I think he's okay with the decision. Tech day.
Yeah.
He was this morning I talked to him, he's like, man, it's a long day.
Yeah. So once we get through today, he'll be fine. He's like, I can't believe you talked me into this. But I was like, dude, it's like you could be sitting up there in the mountains freezing your butt off, or you could be in Florida for a few days. Which one? But so far it's been fun.
Yeah, when he had to get here at 6 a.m.
6 a.m., yeah.
He's
long
probably,
day.
Yeah.
This race is obviously on your schedule. We got any other cup races that you have circled or talking about right now, or where are we at?
Nothing. I don't have anything going on, and I don't know. It's the cup stuff. It's so hard to do one-offs, and I think your best chance is the Speedway. And I'd love to run a Dover or Richmond, some of my favorite tracks. But the reality is, to do it is nearly impossible to go have a shot at winning. And there's no reason to go race if you don't have a shot at winning. So, I mean, that's just kind of the way I feel about it now. Ask me in a few months.
Yeah.
maybe that'll change. But yeah, I just know the Cup deal, the way it works, and having, working with the same guys every week and the pit crew and all, it's just so many little details, and you have to be there every week. So, yeah, maybe a road course or who knows, but speedway racing is the best shot, and that's why I wanted to do this. Obviously, was my first choice because it's, such a big race. Haven't won it before. It was easy to ask Johnny if he wanted to do it. I think he actually asked me because he loves coming down here and loves this race. So, yeah, it's a big deal to be here. I'm excited about it and thankful for the opportunity, and yeah, hopefully we can have a good week.
Last year, you gave me a true education in fish migration, the patterns of when they're at certain times of year. What is this time of year? What are you catching right now?
Well, I generally only fish in Florida this time of year because it's so cold up north. I was up there this week, and I pretty much drove to the airport last night in a blizzard.
Oh.
So I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
But in Florida, I've been catching grouper and snapper and, bottom fish. They're there all the time. They live in Florida.
So that's not a seasonal, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
no. There's some of the seasons where you can actually keep them are seasonal.
Okay.
They open and close. So grouper's open still, I think. I'll check when I get back home. But go catch a few of those next week for some dinner. And probably won't chase tuna again till May, June.
So that's when they go up
July.
north.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be there before I will.
Oh, okay.
I remember you talking to us about your fish or your tuna nachos.
Yeah, I make killer tuna nachos.
Yeah, I know
Is that right?
Yeah, you talked about that on when he joined us for Playoff Media Day.
Oh, so
I,
you have a short memory.
I had no idea that you hang out in the kitchen.
I mean, fishing wild game. I like to cook.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah. I don't know if you've heard about this, but they're going to be doing this thing where they give an extra point to the fastest lap this year.
Yeah.
Do you think that any teams will be using that in any sort of strategic way? Will that have any impact on the season? It's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around it sometimes.
I don't think you'll see an impact. I mean, you're talking, I seen what you're talking about, and I seen where last year, I think, was it Larson had the most at like 6, fastest laps. And, trust me, we're all trying to go as fast as we can every week.
Yeah.
The only time I've seen strategy play into it is like Daytona Talladega. It goes into the qualifying or the matrix for next week where you go out to qualify. So guys, if there's guys riding around in the back at Daytona Talladega just chilling, they will purposely try to set a fast lap.
Okay.
And your crew chief will be like, you got the second, third, or fourth fastest lap, whatever. That's about the only place you can do it. Everywhere else, you're going as hard as you can all the time.
Right.
Generally, you need to have a fast enough car. You need to be out front to be able to do the fastest lap. And generally, it's usually most every race is probably within the first couple laps of the race. Not always, but most of the time. So it's not really going to be a strategy game as far as that goes.
Another thing you talked about possibly not qualifying for this race is they've got this special provisional, if you will, for a celebrity drive, non-regular. Would you like to have known about that before you committed to this?
Yeah, that would have been nice. That would have been nice to know. I'm not sure how many people knew about it. Justin Marks obviously did pretty quick. Like he read that pretty early on, was like, okay, I'm going to go find somebody to drive my car, right? He's pretty sharp on that one. Pulled a fast one, but I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird to me. I just add another car, like make it 41.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. You get 3 or 4 of those guys, put them all in.
Yeah.
Make the field bigger. There's only going to be 8 or 10 cars left at the end of this thing anyway. So we got a better shot of having more if there's a couple more cars to start.
Yeah. And that's where I'm at on this too. Is like I understand the rule, I get it, and I think it's good to have Castroneves in the race. But I look at yourself, I look at Jimmie Johnson, and you guys, former champions, you guys are still active. Obviously, you're just a playoff driver last year. Like, it feels almost like a disservice in some respect too. So I feel it both ways on this.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit of a slap in the face, no question, right? Like, I put my 20-some years in this sport, obviously gave me a lot too, but I'm just saying, been here doing the grind and still wanting to do it. So, I don't know. I guess depends on what side you're looking at it from. It's good for the sport. I agree. If I was Jimmie Johnson, would I be pissed? Yep. 7-time champion. We don't care. You got to make the race. But, a new guy don't have to. So it's a little weird to me, but I don't make the rules. I just come play.
Well, we will be talking to you tomorrow down at the Dale Jr. Download.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
So we'll ask you more.
Hopefully have something good to talk about after tonight.
Yeah, you might already be in. So that'd be good. Yeah,
appreciate
Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it.
Always good to see you.
If you want to bring some nachos, feel free.
That's right. Yeah, he hasn't fished yet. He hasn't fished yet for tuna.
You can cook that up. That'd be great.
Appreciate that. Sure. No bass nachos. We will have Jimmie Johnson joining us next, and then Kyle Larson. Jimmy's here. Oh, look at the Shaq gear.
That's like old school Orlando Magic.
You look like you could be on the Orlando Magic. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a what do they call it? Production suit. So it doesn't really fit like it should, but at least I've got some cool pinstripes.
It does look a little loose.
It is very loose. Yes. It is.
So, we have to know the free throw contest that you did with Shaq. Were you trying as hard? Was this? He had to win. Surely, does it design?
No, we had a plan if I won.
Oh, okay.
The first, we did 2 rounds. The first round, he hit all 5. I made 1.
Okay.
And he goes, come here. And he changed my hand on the ball, my right hand to a different spot, and left hand to kind of guide the ball. And I said, now try that. And then he gave me another pointer or 2, and then I made 4 out of 5 after that. So I was like, man, where was that the first time? So I got closer, but I was with my friends at Carvana after the New Year, just kind of hanging out and we're having a beer. And we knew we were going to do something with him, and he would help design the car. And then, the power of a beer was like, you should challenge him to a free throw contest. Like, yeah, that's a great idea.
Just one beer.
Right? Was that only
just
one beer?
After the other, yes.
One beer.
Yeah. So life is changing for you once again. Now primary owner at Legacy Motor Club. Man, that's going to be a big deal. You're in the trenches again and going to be you're moving back to Charlotte, doing all this stuff. I mean, first of all, I guess why would you want to do this? Why would you want to do this?
Don't you want to be retired and just enjoy life and relax?
Can't sit still for sure. There's no way. But I really think from a business perspective, where NASCAR sits, the path that it's on, there's just real opportunity here. And it wouldn't have been possible if Maury Gallagher didn't bring me in and really create such a unique and fair opportunity for me to come into the sport. And I was surprised last fall when he mentioned that he really wanted to step aside from the day-to-day and be more of a team spokesperson or cheerleader for us. I knew that after 5 years I would have that opportunity, but I didn't expect it so early. And here we are. I'm doing my best to surround myself with experience and people that have really been in the sport, know what they're doing to help me grow into this role. We had a very busy summer off season and bringing in a lot of new talent into the competition department and changing our processes and our tools and all these elements that we need to help our cars go faster. So it's been a lot of work. It's been a journey, but through all of that, we were able to meet the great people at Knighthead Capital, and their portfolio and network and connectivity and support is really going to help us rise up to that competitive level that we're so focused on.
We just had Martin Truex Jr. in here, and we were talking about the provisional rule that's in effect now, and he would have liked to have known about it in advance, and he kind of dismayed that you're potentially, he and you could, not qualify. Your thoughts on that rule from your perspective and everything?
When the rule came out, I'm sure we all, within minutes of reading the bulletin, everybody called to talk to NASCAR. We did, and they said, well, it was in the charter agreement. You guys should have known. I'm like, okay, well, I guess we missed, out of however many hundreds of pages there are there, we missed that, sorry. And we typically respond on a rule that's distributed to the competition department and didn't expect to have a competition piece in there like that. So it is what it is. I had a great conversation with Jim France when I was down here for the Rolex 24, and I know what his intent is, and I think that is something that's helpful for the sport. I don't think it was articulated that way and the message was delivered that way, but I get why they want to have that specific provisional. Now, the part where I do have a problem is that it's taking away one of the 40 starting spots. And in my opinion, with the early designation required and all that goes into it, that should be for the 41st spot, not the 40th spot.
Yeah, I mean, if they had sort of made it more like the Garage 56 thing, it stand on its own in a way. It seems like maybe more people would have had an easier time swallowing it. But the way they did it, it's sort of like half in, half out, and it's not.
And am I wrong that one of the duels, even though you're going to think you're going to race your way in, you can't?
I haven't heard.
If he's one of the fastest two,
he's locked in.
Yes, because the 2 spots go for speed, right?
Yeah, there's 2 spots on speed,
and those go ahead of the duel.
Yep.
So yeah, one of the 2 duel spots.
No,
because the other way around.
Yeah,
no,
he was
you're right.
You're right.
They take the top finisher from each duel, like from of the open car. So
so then he would just add, if he's not one of the top finishers, he gets added. Yes. Yeah, that's right. So. That's right. Yeah, I mean, to me though, this is the one race where you didn't need to do anything because you already have multiple ways to get in. You already have multiple ways to qualify your way in, and maybe I'm a homer being around here for so long, but you, a 7-time champion, the prospect of you going home where somebody that's never made a start here gets in, it doesn't sit super well. But I guess we'll just see what happens.
Yeah. And I know they plan to make some adjustments. I wish they would have considered that beforehand. And again, I get what they're trying to do, and I think that our biggest event, it's like Kyle going to run the 500. It just helps put it into the stratosphere. So I'm not against that. But I even thought about it this way: like, let's take out the that provision, but let NASCAR choose. Because what if you had two guys from outside the sport? Now you're still stuck in a predicament. Mm-hmm. So why not let NASCAR pick who they think would be best and let it be a promoter's provisional? Would make a lot of sense.
Imagine being in that room having to decide, like,
oh man.
I mean, no, like, let's just say they had it, like, between Castroneves, yourself, Martin, like, I would, like, how do you?
If all 3 of us are out, how are they going to handle that?
Like, how would you handle it? Honestly, it generally seems unfair.
Yeah.
I mean, your credentials are beyond reproach, and Castroneves is a 4-time.
Man, we'd be lobbying hard. That'd be an interesting room.
Money under the table?
Yeah, everything. Over the table, under the table.
What excites you about this year for your team? You guys are you mentioned that you brought in a lot of new talent. You've got to get the results better. Everybody's pulling in the same direction. What has you motivated and feeling optimistic about it?
The leadership we have in our competition department, the processes that they're bringing in-house from their great experience and knowledge of this car and how you race this car. And there's so many small details that I didn't even know we had to pay attention to. And watching them set this stuff up through the off season, it's mind-boggling how we go racing now. Now the cars are common cars essentially, and how you can work within the tiny tolerances of each car and build the perfect car for the certain situation on a track. It's really, really wild how we go racing.
Well, thanks so much for coming in.
Appreciate you coming by.
It.
Thanks, guys. Good luck tonight and tomorrow.
Man, if you guys have a sniper gun or something, you can take out a car or 2 for me. It'd be great.
Yeah,
Again, money under the table.
We've got a good spot up here. So
you too. You got a great view.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate
All right,
it.
I'm going to end this now so we don't get in trouble. Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate it, man.
All right, Jimmie Johnson, the GOAT, everybody, on the teardown.
He's the greatest of all time.
I said he was the GOAT after 6. I wrote in USA Today.
You're right.
I didn't need 7.
Nah,
I said he was already the GOAT after 6.
No offense to Richard Petty. No offense to Dale Earnhardt. Like, Jimmy, the competition.
That's it.
The competition level that Jimmy beat to win those titles.
Yeah.
And how he did it and the number of years he won consecutively. Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's not a debate.
Not to me. But I think especially in the era that it happened.
Yeah, that's the competitive era, like arguably the most competitive era. Like, I'm not gonna, shoot down Richard Petty's record or anything, but if you start inspecting it, it gets pretty thin pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, we have another GOAT here. Kyle Larson has just stepped in.
Should we ask him who the greatest NASCAR driver of all time is? We were just debating.
Jimmie Johnson.
That's what we said too. I don't think it's close.
No, it's not.
He won 7 championships in the toughest era in the sport, and the way he did it. Yeah.
It's not even close.
No.
There you go.
Yeah.
Easy answer.
It's Jimmy. Easy.
You've had a good start to your year already. You got a big gator. And you didn't have any gators at all before that? Not
Zero.
Even a little
close.
one.
Yeah.
What clicked this year for you?
We finally qualified good. last year at Eldora, we qualified like 40th, and that sucks. So we actually went to the chassis dyno for the first time and figured some things out with our engines, and I think got our engines to, comparable to the other big teams. And, finally went to Volusia and qualified good. We haven't ever really qualified good on a half mile, so it was good to go there and be fast every night. And when you qualify good, with the outlaw format, with any format, it just makes your nights a little easier.
Well, I mean, you almost had that experience at the Clash, but then got your way in there anyway. But what struck me about the Volusia stuff was Bell. First of all, he seems just so overjoyed to be like back on dirt. But then you and Bell being able to like lead the outlaw points early in the year when everybody has gone on, brought their best stuff and all that. That has to feel like, I mean, you do lots of cool things all the time, but that has to feel pretty cool, I would assume.
Yeah, no doubt. I was actually, it was cool. Like the first night, we were 1-2 in points. And then after the second night, we were tied for the point lead. So I thought that was really neat he's very part-time now, but like a couple part-time guys who have a day job on Sunday, come in and lead in the outlaw points. So, I thought that was really cool. And yeah, it's cool. I mean, I'm the World Outlaw point leader right now for a few weeks. So, it would be really neat. Like if I could be leading the outlaw points, win the 500, be leading the Cup Series points at the same time, and then go to, Vegas in March and, win the first high limit race and be leading the points in that too. So, that'd be pretty neat.
Leading 3 series and points at the same time that would be just.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be the same time at that point, but at least leading 3 national tour, nationally touring series in the same year would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of Daytona, it is the one crown jewel that is missing from your NASCAR resume. Is that something you think about a lot?
Not really until after like winning the Brickyard, and once it became the only one left, I guess. But I've been getting that question a lot, and like I think it does more for your career if you do win it than if you don't. Like I think if I happen to not win it, like I think of Tony Stewart, like does his career look any different since he didn't win the Daytona 500? Like I don't think he loses sleep because of it. I don't think he's missing out of any Hall of Fame because he didn't win the Daytona 500. But obviously, I think he would have loved to have won it, and it probably would take his name to another level. But I think I look at it a little bit like that. Like I would love to win it, and I do think it would take my legacy to another level. But I think if I don't, it doesn't really hurt it either.
So I've been using you as an example of, like, I'm personally I don't love this provisional that they have here. And I've been telling people, like, hey, part of why the Indy 500 was so cool to witness for me last year and being there for qualifying and stuff is that, like, you showed up and you had to everybody had to race their rain, but you raced your rain, and it made it feel cooler because it was like, wow, look what you did. Like, I feel like that kind of takes away to not have that with the Elliot situation here or whoever's going to use it. You're obviously in the seat. What do you think about this rule?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I think I can see it from both sides. And as a fan, I mean, as a competitor, I like it better from that side. Like when Alonso, missed the 500, like that was huge news. That's all I remember from I don't remember who won, but I remember Alonso missed for that year, anyways. And then, but at the same point, it's like, man, I think it's really cool that, Helio Castroneves is going to start the Daytona 500. I think it's going to attract more eyes to our sport. I think it's going to do, hopefully, some, people from other countries will pay more attention to the Daytona 500. So I think there's positives and negatives to kind of each situation.
What's left on your bucket list? You've done Indy 500. You've done a lot of different things. You've run Rolex 24. What else do you want to do?
Well, it's tough to do a whole lot while you're a full-time competitor. So I think more of that will maybe come when I'm done full-time racing someday. But Le Mans I think would be really awesome. After doing the Indy 500, a lot of people told me that the atmosphere at Le Mans is even better than Indy 500. So I would like to experience that someday. And then I think like something on near radar. I would love to do like a supercar event, and then the one that I would like to do would be Adelaide, because it's their final race of the year. It's after our season. this coming year. And they have a sprint car track now in the city too, so I could do both, and that'd be really cool. So hopefully we could get something like that done.
How far out do you have to have conversations about that kind of stuff? Like, are we talking like 6 months? You have to start talking to people about it, like when the wheels start turning and you have to get all the approvals and you have to get rides lined up. Like how far out are you looking for those opportunities?
I mean, I've already kind of started the process a little bit, but it's hard, especially now, like once your season starts. So, but yeah, I think it does have to start like really early, I believe, to really do it the right way. Like Indy 500, we started that, I don't know, 2 years or so before, I ever ran the race. So that's probably about as extreme as it needs to be. But I think if you can get a year ahead of things, that you can be very well organized and be with in the best possible position.
How do you feel about super speedway racing? I know your thoughts over the years, but I'm wondering if it's evolved at all.
Yeah, it's definitely evolved. I mean, I still don't love it. Like I wish there was a lot less of it, but I don't hate it like I used to. So I actually do enjoy this style a lot as well. I feel like there's more strategy that goes into play, and I feel like your whole team kind of means more now with the next gen style. So I enjoy that, and I feel like we have a good handle on things. I feel like we do know what it takes to win and what the execution looks like to win in a super speedway. Just haven't quite had the good fortune all the time to go along with it. I've made some mistakes as well. So yeah, I think clean up some things and hopefully get some good fortune and maybe we can contend for a win.
Listen, we both felt, I think the majority of people felt that you had the best season overall last year. And yet when you get to the end of the year, you're not in the championship race. The guy that's 15th in regular season points wins the championship. It's very hard to, as April, May, June, you could be like, oh, Kyle Larson, championship favorite. But then ultimately it doesn't really matter, right? Because it comes down to like these last few races. Does that change the way you approach the season? Like, do you just go, we'll just try to win and hopefully we're good in the end? Like, how does that mentality trickle down to you and the race team when it's just so hard to understand how the season unfolds?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think for me, my mindset, I want to win every single race, and I'm sure Joey Logano wanted to win every single race. But, Penske has been, aside from the 12 is always fast, I feel like, throughout the year, especially last year. But, I feel like the Penske guys, they must put more of an emphasis on those, short, flat tracks, where I feel like we do too. I feel like we put a big emphasis on every style of track, but I don't know. So, yeah, looking ahead, no. I don't change my mindset. I still think, I won 6 races last year, won probably the most stages and all that, and still didn't have enough points to make the Final Four, so I need to do more, I guess, is where my mindset is this year. But even if we did make the Final Four last year, you weren't going to beat, the 12 or the 22. So, yeah, like I said in preseason, I feel like we could legit win 20 races and not win the championship. So that's just the way it is. That's the format, and it's just, it kind of is what it is. So, until they change it, that's the format we live in. And Joey Logano is a deserving champion too last year. Like he did the best job. He still won the second most races of the year and all that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's the way it is right now. And you got to take advantage of that.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate you coming by.
Thanks for coming in.
Chatting with us for a little bit. This was fun.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Kyle Larson, everybody, returning to the Teardown, and we will be we're looking at the drivers coming next: Austin Cindric, Alex Bowman, Riley Herbst, Ty Gibbs, Daniel Suarez, Chase Briscoe, Brad Keselowski. We are over 3 hours in. We're almost we're 10 minutes away from halfway.
Wow.
On this, I believe.
Oh, here's trouble.
Alex Bowman. All right. Were you waiting out out in the hall for us?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I've been waiting on Larson this whole time.
Oh, you're trailing him?
Yeah, and
I don't have a film crew.
I don't have a film crew, and I don't know if you guys realize this, but people ask Kyle a lot more questions than they ask me.
Oh, we got all sorts of questions.
So you've been held up.
Yeah, like when we were station to station earlier, Kyle's station took indefinitely longer than my station because Kyle, they're like interested, and with me, they're like, get this guy the hell out of here. So, yeah, been waiting on him all day, and I don't know where my film crew is, but I think they're getting lunch.
I just start throwing things at him. Get some M&Ms or something, and just kind of,
I mean, small target though. He's a small human.
Do you have any games on your phone to pass the time here? What are you doing?
I've been going through reels. My friends and I send each other a lot of reels on Instagram. So been trying not to laugh out loud and stuff.
So what kind of reels do you send to your friends? Is it like inappropriate ones? Is it like dog videos, kid? What?
Yeah. Next question.
So you're much more of a Reels person than a TikTok person.
I don't have TikTok. Yeah, I never had TikTok. My girlfriend Chloe has TikTok, and I watch how it has taken over her life. So I can't get TikTok.
But Reels is not. I mean, some of it's the exact same video.
Don't throw me under the bus like that. I got to throw her under the bus and take none of the heat for myself.
Okay, I got you. What do you? Okay, so like 7 straight Daytona 500s have ended either under caution or in overtime.
Yeah.
Sometimes both. You were
Yep.
the victim of this last year.
Yeah.
Of the angles. Was the caution light on? Was Alex Bowman out in front? What are the chances that this Daytona 500 ends clean and green in regulation?
Probably pretty low, just based on stats. But it's Daytona, anything can happen, right? Like you never know what's going to happen, and just try to focus on what we can control, put ourselves in the right position. And our speedway racing stuff has gotten better on the 48 team. I feel like it seems like every other speedway race we run really well. So I think we're on the right side of that. I think the last Talladega didn't go well, so this one should go well.
How are you feeling going into the year? I mean, there's at times where you guys look really, really good. And
Yeah.
I mean, even with Blake, a couple years ago, you led the point standings. And
Yep.
Average finish was great. And then there's other times where maybe the consistency isn't to where you want it to. So
Yeah.
where are you guys at?
I think we ended the season really strong last year, and I think that has us in a really good spot. Hopefully we can carry that momentum over. The sport has a lot of ebbs and flows,
Sure.
so you don't really know what you have until you get going, and we really don't get going for a couple weeks, like as far as really seeing where we stack up. Obviously, the Daytona 500 is massively important and pays points and a lot of money and all that stuff, and Atlanta pays points, but like knowing what we're going to have at normal racetracks is going to take a bit. But I think momentum-wise, personnel-wise, morale-wise, like our team is in a really good spot.
This is probably, I don't know how I'd feel about this if I was in your shoes. So the way that I would think I would feel is like I would feel like I made the final 8 last year because you did.
Yeah.
So is that do you in your head you're like, well, we were a final 8 team, even though the penalty took you out, put Logano in.
Certainly capable. I feel like I did my part of it, like we did our part of it on the racetrack, and unfortunately we just pushed things a little too far, and it didn't work out for us. But I don't think that deterred us. We went, where did we go? Vegas the next week, and really contended for the win there. Like it was going to come down to us, the 24 and the 20, and then the 22 made it on fuel. But I think we immediately were able to go to the next week and be close to contending for the win, right? So it's not like that was obviously it hurt us a lot, and it hurt to not be in that round, but I feel like I've overcome that and just got to keep digging.
What was your off season like? Did you do anything fun?
Worked on Chili Bowl cars a lot. I went to Chili Bowl, kind of the same every year. Yeah, the normal for me, but went to Aspen with some friends, which was pretty cool. I'd never been there before. It's like New York City in the mountains.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was signed up for on that. I'm a small town mountain guy. I want like not a lot of people,
like
and
rustic,
and low
like middle of
key.
nowhere.
Yeah, and like a dive bar,
Sure,
and
dive
just hang out. Which, I mean, there's great food and great places to hang out in Aspen, but it's like you gotta like people a lot. There's a lot of people there, so super cool to get to do that with my friends. And then went to Chili Bowl and then had media day, and now we're here.
You should have crashed the Blaney wedding. You could have timed.
So we were there like right after. Yeah. I don't know. I think I've been having some mail issues at my house, so the invite didn't come through, or I would have been there. Obviously, I'm part of the cool kids club, but no, I'm super cool. congrats to the Blaneys on getting married. That was neat, and heck of a place to do it. That's a cool town for sure.
Yeah, Aspen is a little bit. You've asked in the past not to tip your hand for your other Colorado place that you typically go, but it's a little bit more expensive,
different,
and a little bit more crowded than your other traditional hideout.
My other place that I go is where I will continue to go. Aspen was cool to go to and cool to see. My girlfriend really liked shopping there, which was cool.
That's bad for you.
And it honestly, it wasn't too bad. Wasn't bad at all, honestly, except one of the stores that we were in, we got a little bit rushed because they were like closing for Kim K. To come
she
in
was
and
gonna.
shop. So like
that's a little disrespectful.
When there's paparazzi walking around in the mountain town that you're trying to hang out in, it's just a different type of mountain vacation, right? And I had no idea. Like I went in completely blind, thinking that we were just going to another mountain town, and no.
Did you tell the paparazzi, hey, Alex Bowman, NASCAR driver?
No, I certainly didn't. They would have been like, who?
Yeah, but Kim K's not probably coming to the other town that you with the dive bar place.
No. But there are some pretty crazy stories out of that town. So if people figure out where it is, it's there's some crazy stuff that's happened there for sure.
What do you think is the way? So okay, I feel like without new cars, without new rules package changes, we could see a sort of a continuation of where everybody left off. But I'm very aware that like conventional wisdom in that could be totally wrong, and then you could see some. What's your take on? Is this going to be a season where just like, oh, this is where the same players are again, or are we any chance of seeing new faces?
I don't think there's really a great way to know, right? Like, I think it could be the same, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's ebbs and flows of it, right? Like if there's some teams that struggled the end of last year that are really strong. I mean, shoot, it's hard to argue that Penske won't start the season really strong and continue to be really strong, but they really weren't until, I guess, the playoffs really in general last year. So it'll be interesting to see who's good and kind of where we go, how things go. And I'm just excited to get rolling, right? Like it's there's a lot of talking about getting ready and talking about the season starting and production days and media days. Like we just had media day a couple weeks ago, and now we're at another media day, and I've only gotten to drive the race car once. Like I want to drive the race car a little bit more. So
what do you think of Bubba? I didn't get to hear your thoughts up there.
Super cool event. Like getting heckled walking the racetrack, like that was badass. Like everybody was having so much fun. I think that was a lot of fun, like just to be a part of. I wish we would have run better. Like we got up to 12th or 13th and then got crashed and had a ton of right front damage and kind of just rode around the rest of the night. But yeah, super cool. Congrats to the 9 on winning. That was really big for them. And yeah, it's a special place. Obviously, you know, since my family owns it, I'm a little bit biased. But, yeah, it's a cool place for sure.
Is the gray of the mom or the dad side?
Yeah, I mean, the gray, man, they take half the money. It's terrible. It's, man, the history of that place, jokingly aside, like that is it's an incredible place, an incredible atmosphere. I've gone there as a fan and watched a modified race, and it's just badass.
Very cool.
Well, thank you for coming up to hang out with us. You're welcome to hang out anytime. You get hung up for the rest of the day. Just come back and we'll just chill.
Yeah, I might make a couple more stops because I think this is the last thing I got. Sarah said no. I'm leaving.
You're
all right.
done?
See you guys.
Yeah, have a good one. Alex Bowman, everybody. So, yeah, we got a little bit out of order there. We have Austin Cindric coming up. We've got Ty Gibbs, Daniel Suarez, Chase Briscoe, Brad Keselowski, Erik Jones. Continuing to roll through. And now we are officially halfway.
We are officially
3.5 hours down.
Watching Alex Bowman turn our studio into a photo shoot.
It's a photo shoot.
It's a great backdrop.
Professional model.
This is great.
Professional model.
Strike a pose. Give me fierce.
How hard it is to draw the opening section.
Bro, Jimmie drew a 91. Like, where was my head supposed to go? I thought he was calling.
I thought you were just being an ass, but it was, I guess. I'll get the train of thought. What did you have to do?
You're the man.
Yes! I told you, you know it. Let's go. I had to draw the double. What happened?
You had to draw the double yellow line? Isn't it just 2 lines? Like,
well, did they even explain to you what he's trying to do?
I'm so confused.
So they're asking us. Apparently, he had it's like a telephone thing. Like they had like one word, and then the driver's supposed to draw something, and then it's going down the chain. Oh, I'll just show it to you.
Okay.
This is what Andrew Curlin's project for the day.
Yep.
Okay.
So I guess it started. I guess it started with Time Machine, and so that was the Time Machine. I don't know who drew that.
Okay.
And then they're like, that's a house radio, and then that's a house plus radio, house music.
You came up with this?
No, I didn't.
No, I'm talking to Curlin.
Curlin did, yeah. And then somebody
Can we
says
try
Dancing
harder?
with the Stars.
I'm guessing. I
And
wonder who that would be.
Then somebody's like, okay, it's 91, Helio Castroneves.
Okay.
And then Bowman takes 91 and says open exemption.
Oh, okay.
And so I drew 40 cars and
41.
And then I drew the 41st car with a
Oh,
gray
grayed
box.
out. Look at you.
With a circle and a
Wow.
question mark.
That's next level.
Very impressive.
That took me every minute he gave me to finish all that.
Okay, that's actually kind of creative. Now I see how you do it. That's actually not bad. Did you come up with this yourself? Did you come up with that yourself? Yeah. Wow. Look at that.
All right. Well, I'm glad you
I
mentioned
don't know if that was a
open.
compliment that he was surprised or not. Like,
Listen, just take the compliment, okay?
I'm glad you mentioned the open exemption rule because
I'm the worst person to ask, by the way.
No, I'm very excited because
Why are you the worst?
You
'Cause I
love
love Helio.
You love Helio Castroneves. This is
Yes.
exactly what and we had him in here earlier, and I was asking, when did you first meet Austin? He said when you were like 1 or 2 years old. I know we've talked before. You've looked up to him your whole life. You absolutely adore the guy. When he won his 4th, you were over the moon. Now you are going to race in a NASCAR stock car race together. Maybe you'll even get a chance to draft together. I mean, that has to be for you just amazingly cool, I would assume.
Absolutely. I mean, if you would have told me at a young age that I would race against Helio in the Daytona 500, like not let alone Indy 500, but like, oh no, you're going to race Helio in the Daytona 500. That's, to me, would have been the wildest thing to conceptualize as a kid. But Helio's awesome. And I think enough people know it now, but the person you meet with Helio is the exact same person all the time. He's always that happy. He's always that genuine, like, he's such a great person. Like, as a kid, like, why wouldn't you want to be around this guy? Like, how could you not, like, fall in love with this dude? So for me, it's cool to have him here. So get off his case about the whole open exemption thing. Ask me a different question because I'm glad that he's here and I'm glad that I get to race against him.
So what can you help him with in terms of advice or tips? He's obviously trying to pick everything up on the fly with the limited, very, very limited practice that he has. What can you tell him?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's in my best interest to like help him competitively. He and I have spoke about this race quite a few times, as far as, what it would take to be in a competitive environment and this and that, and kind of just picking my brain. But I think he's got a great surrounding with a championship caliber team, with 2 drivers with a ton of experience in the field, both 2 drivers that, are capable of winning this race. Not to disclude Shane, but obviously he's a guy that's learning at the same time. But I'm excited to see how he does. I hope he's not in my duel because I want to watch, live with everyone else. Maybe I guess I'd be watching live with everybody else at the same time too if he was in my duel, but you know what I mean. So it'll be cool how he gets on and what he thinks of it. I mean, I think one thing to keep in mind, like, it's not his first time like drafting a stock car. He did IROC, it's maybe a bit far removed, and how close our pack is and the way these cars draft are probably definitely a lot different than what those things were. But nonetheless, I mean, he's a high quality driver. He'll figure it out.
Do you have someone else on your list you'd like to see come over here and try stock cars?
I mean, I think the list is long for people who I thought you were going to ask me who the open exemption rule should apply to. I was ready. This is my last thing of media day. I've dodged all the.
What's your last one? Then you're done?
No. But yeah, I'm done after this. But no, it'd be cool to see a lot of different drivers. In some ways, like the Rolex 24 has turned into like a melting pot.
Sure.
Do I think the Daytona 500 needs to turn into a melting pot of who's who in motorsports? Honestly, probably not. But I think it's cool that we have as many races as we do on the schedule for there to be that opportunity for the Kamui Kobayashis or the Jensen Buttons or Kimi Räikkönen to jump in and do a race. Now, what I would ask is that some of these guys like do an oval race.
Right.
Like, I know, like Joseph Newgarden, for example, I know he said it, like he wants to do an oval race. I'm sure there's plenty of other guys, but like most of these guys I feel like come over and they're not afraid to fail. They're here for the experience. And even when I talk with, maybe even some of my co-drivers that I raced with at the Rolex, that they're like, I'd love to do this one day. I'd love to just try it and have the experience. I feel like that's probably more of what the desire is for anyone that would come in from the outside. But I would love to see like a Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Joseph Newgarden type character come in and do an oval race, with like a proper test and a good chance to go do it. There's not a lot of practice, and I get that, but it'd be cool to see one of those guys, because that's really, when you think of NASCAR racing, you don't think of road courses. You don't. I mean, we have them. You think about Watkins Glen and Sonoma and maybe the Roval, but you think of oval racing, you think of short track racing, you think of Daytona, you think of high speed on an oval. I feel like the mind goes, oh yeah, they also race on road courses. And whenever we have an appearance from a driver, and Elliot's a guy who's coming here to do an oval, but you don't see guys signing up to do oval races.
Set me straight on this if I need to be. So I would normally think, in the past, okay, like somebody's going to see Helio, somebody's going to see SVG. They're going to be like, I'm going to draft with those guys. I'm going to dump those guys as soon as I can so I can draft with the more reliable people. But now with the next gen and the way that you guys are all just stuck side by side in the fuel savings mode, what is anybody going to do? I mean, if you're lined up behind somebody, you're not going to jump out of line. You're going all the way to the back. So is that correct? Like if somebody's drafting with them, I guess what I'm saying is it might actually play to their favor, because if they're just mid-pack, they're not getting ditched as much as they used to be in the old car. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. I mean, you could even call it hazing, like stranger danger. I don't know this guy. I don't want to be around him. The 4 guys behind me don't know him, don't want to be around him either. Let's go. Like, I mean, I experienced that in my first couple trucks super speedway races, or my first couple Xfinity super speedway races, and that's just kind of part of it. It's a very social style of racing, more than any other type of racing, because you're basically out there communicating via what you're doing with your car, and yeah, what you don't know and who you don't know is a variable that you don't want to take a risk on. So I think there's still some impatience, when you're behind some of those other cars, and you see it from time to time with this car, but it's certainly a lot less than previous generations.
I've heard it from a lot of drivers who come over here, and they're blown away of like how actually technologically advanced this series is. And I don't know, this is kind of a broad question, but why is it NASCAR's not respected, but they just maybe don't get the credit they deserve for being as on the technology side and as diverse in terms of the drivers and their capabilities?
You're asking me a very difficult question that I could easily explain. We have 2 series. We have 1 series, the second highest series in NASCAR, that still has carburetors. Yeah. Like, from the outside, you see that. I mean, we just got independent rear suspension.
Yeah.
On the Cup cars. From the outside, you're like, yeah, it's pretty dated. And I think the actual hard technology components of the race car make it very easy to judge. But I think the technology or how advanced things are, what impresses people from my experience is how refined we are as an industry, as we should be. I mean, we race so many races a year, and we spend all this, money and time on these cars and these drivers and all these things. We should be that high level, in my opinion. And there's some exceptionally high level individuals that do exceptionally high level thinking when it comes to these cars and this type of racing. So I think for me, it's just as much the human component and how developed the car is. Maybe the car itself is not high tech in a sense, but the development that has gone into like a pit gun. When we were able to make our own pit guns, like just within the rule book, how we're able to do things as an industry. I think that's what's impressive, and honestly what sets us apart from pretty much all of other forms of racing that are within a box. Because we work within the box and then some in NASCAR and other racing series. I don't feel like have the opportunity or lack thereof to focus on that as intensely as what NASCAR does.
All right, everybody, there you have it. One of NASCAR's great thinkers, Austin
Great
Cindric.
thinkers. I don't know about that.
Oh, no, for sure. Absolutely.
Ask my competitors that opinion. You'll probably get a different response.
Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you.
Bud. All right, Austin Cindric there, and Riley Herbst, Ty Gibbs, Daniel Suarez are the ones coming up next on our list. This is going so fast, Jordan. I feel like we're well over halfway.
I'm
now.
hungry. I need food.
Yeah, we have a. Don't start thinking about food
My
yet.
legs
Jordan.
are
We have
like
a
numb, by the
long-
way, too.
My
My back
I do
is
have a pack of goldfish. Would you like it? I got 2.
No, I'm not going to eat on camera. I don't want to be.
You don't want to be munching while we're live on camera?
I'm trying to be professional over here.
Okay, well, I brought these just in case you got into a bad spot there.
I appreciate it. You were like the perfect dad. You like packed a little snack pack.
Well, this is what my kids eat, so I thought maybe you would also like some goldfish
to fly.
for my other child.
I
here.
will. No, that is very true, Dad.
Riley Herbst is on his way in. We're live.
Yeah.
I just put that. I wrote the little note to make sure nobody walked in and was like, "What the F are you guys doing in here?"
We're kind of hoping
As
that
we,
would
as
happen.
we
though.
were live. And
Oh, somebody would come in here just
start dropping F-bombs.
You just never
and
know,
You
like,
never
what
know.
people
We
are
don't need
gonna-
anybody to get in trouble.
start chopping it up with the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So speaking of the boys, what a cool situation for you where 2 of your closest childhood friends and you are now all in the Cup Series together, all full time. Zane Smith and Noah Gragson. What age do you think you were when you first met these guys?
I knew Zane from like birth almost. Like I don't really remember life without Zane, but I met Noah the day before 4th grade started at the neighborhood park. And luckily, unluckily, I haven't been able to shake him since. So yeah, he's still with me.
What was Noah like then? Much different than now?
Yeah, he was very different. Similar, you can see the same personality, but a different person. Yeah, we went to school together growing up, neighborhood. Got in a lot of trouble from the neighborhood police, and yeah.
I need stories. What do you got? Anything good?
Nothing too crazy, just like taking golf carts for hot laps and stuff. I mean, we're in 4th grade.
Did you take the rev limiter off them too?
We weren't that smart. But we were just driving them on the greens everywhere. It was kind of a mess. Yeah.
He stole a mail truck once.
Yeah,
so.
I stole a mail truck.
A mail truck?
Yeah, I was in college.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a lot worse.
That's a
than,
federal offense. I
It is.
Yeah.
I live the bad boy lifestyle. That's the way it is.
All right. Cool. Yeah.
I have a question for you. I don't think I've know the answer to this. So for those of you who have gone to Vegas, obviously, your family has, it used to be called Terrible Herbst. Now it's just Terribles. Why was the Herbst part of the name dropped? I still call it in my head Terrible Herbst.
Yeah. It's funny you asked that. I still think of it as Terrible Herbst as well, but we've been growing tremendously, and they hired a firm, I think, from one of those marketing firms from who knows where in the country, and it was too hard to scale Terrible Herbst, so it's just Terribles.
Gotcha.
You ever watch The Social Network? And they're like, drop the Facebook. Just call it Facebook. Yeah.
Same kind of concept.
Same concept,
Just
yeah.
makes it simpler.
So yeah, it was a big firm that told them to do that, so that's what they did.
So are they like going beyond Nevada or?
Yeah, I mean, they're already in Arizona, California.
Oh, okay.
They're making a big step into Phoenix with a lot of locations next year. So yeah, they're getting pretty big.
Wow, that's got to be surreal for you seeing the whole journey of it.
Yeah, I'm just proud of them. Proud of my cousins who are my age, who are now pretty high up in leadership, and obviously my dad and my uncle just carrying on what my great grandfather started.
That's really cool.
How's life at 2311? How are you adapting?
It's awesome. Just walking into airspeed is pretty incredible. I assume you guys have both been there.
It's unlike anything.
Yeah. It's just been more than I imagined, honestly, with my teammates opening up to me, everybody at airspeed opening up to me, and just being very receptive has been very, very cool, because they had a good thing going. I mean, they had a 2-car team, winning an organization, went to the Champ 4, and for them to invite a little brother-esque, I could assume would be a little bit on edge, but it's been anything but.
How'd that first meeting with MJ go?
It was cool. I don't know if I'm supposed to say when it was, but
that's okay. You can say.
It was interesting. It was awesome. I mean, he's Michael Jordan. It's pretty remarkable just meeting him, let alone driving for him. But both him and Denny, Denny's been just so helpful to me as well, and just very remarkable.
Do you get starstruck in situations like that with like big time celebrities, or do you just try to play it cool? Like, how do you handle those moments?
I didn't really have a game plan, Jeff. I just kind of walked in there. It was a little bit surreal when, like everybody, I go to introduce myself, and he's like, "I already know who you are. How's it going, Riley? Like, welcome to the team." And I was like, that was kind of cool. Obviously, very cool that he knew my name. But after that, I was just down to talking racing, understanding what we have to do and what we have to achieve, and excited to join the team.
It's crazy too, because like what I've never had a conversation with him, but I hear that he watches Truck and Xfinity
religiously.
So like he would know of all of the stuff you've done already. So
yep, yeah, he's a avid race fan. Openly admits that. Obviously, he loves this sport, loves this industry, and what he and Denny have done to this sport the last couple of years is remarkable. And hopefully, we can continue to see it grow.
For you, going into your rookie year, what would constitute a successful rookie season?
I think we've met with like leadership and competition heads at 2311, and a lot of that stuff I think is going to stay in house. But from like a macro level, it's about getting better each week, and understanding that there is going to be growth. And I think there's going to be really, really good weekends where a lot of people are surprised. And I think that there's going to be just flat honestly like just a struggle weekend, and I think that's okay. That we've discussed that and we know, but it's about being better at Phoenix in November than we were this weekend and seeing that growth. And I think I'm the example of that, where you can see that growth over the Xfinity Series and try to do the same thing in the Cup Series.
What did the last year do for you confidence-wise as a driver?
It gave me so much confidence. I already, deep down, I knew that I could win at that level and on those stages, but seeing it come to fruition, the Indianapolis win, and then I think, honestly, the Phoenix win was even cooler to me just because that's the championship 4, and that's everybody's best stuff, and we wore them out. So that was even more impressive to me, and just a really dominating fashion.
Yeah, that was like not even a contest. I mean, you just absolutely stomped them.
Yeah, and then the last restart was pretty hectic, and I don't know. I just couldn't lose with that good of a race, and the green-white checkers were frustrating, but luckily we were able to do it.
What's it like coming in here now, knowing you're with 2311, the expectations and everything like that, and knowing that you're not you want to impress them, but you're also managing that expectations of not trying to do too much?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that they're understood about the growth with me, right? This isn't just go win multiple times this year, and if you don't, you're out. Like, this is a progress. This is going to take time. This is the hardest industry of motorsports in America for a reason. Like, this is going to be a climb, and I'm well aware of that. MJ's well aware of that. Denny's well aware of that. The competition, that Airspeed's aware of that. So it's good that we're on the same page and continue to start this journey.
How do you think your life's going to change now that you're a NASCAR Cup Series driver?
I don't think it will change one bit, personally. I think I've prepared extremely well this last year. I think Davin's done a really good job with me, focusing on meetings, things like that. There's going to be more time constraints, for sure, no doubt about it. But on a personal level, no, I'm still Riley Herbst. I still enjoy coming to the racetrack each week. I shouldn't say enjoy. I'm extremely grateful that I get to drive a race car each weekend, and I just want to capitalize on this opportunity that I have and just try to go make the most of it. And at the end of the day, have fun, because I love driving race cars.
I love it. Thanks for joining
Appreciate
us.
It, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thanks
for coming out.
Thanks, guys.
Coming in. Riley Herbst, everybody. Boy, we're having back-to-back Monster Energy drivers because Ty Gibbs is up next. So, I love Riley's attitude there. I think he's saying all the right things, and
he's there's been times in the Xfinity Series where he has just dazzled. You know, the race you talked about in Las Vegas, last year at Indianapolis. I mean, there has been moments where you're like, whoa, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think, and I think too, the expectations make it so that, you know, he's not coming in with a ton of hype, so it's going to allow him to grow in the Cup Series. I don't think that it's going to be a situation where everybody's like, "What? You know, you ran 20th. What's going on?" It's going to be like, "Yeah, he's a rookie. I mean, this is what rookies do." So it's a tough situation for him going up against like SVG, for instance, in Rookie of the Year battle, because the Rookie of the Year now is decided, for who's higher in points. So if you win a race, you're automatically top 16 in points. We both think SVG is going to make the playoffs because he's going to win a road course race. But overall, I mean, would it shock you if, like, average finish-wise, Riley was outrunning SVG?
And I was just going to say, we both think SVG is going to make the playoffs, but couple years ago, we said the same thing about AJ Allmendinger.
Yeah.
Right. And he did not win a race during the regular season.
Yeah.
He won a race in the playoffs and failed to qualify for the playoffs. If for whatever reason SVG doesn't win a race on a road course and fails to make the playoffs, like I think we have a Rookie of the Year race that could be very compelling then.
It's a good point.
Because
You're right.
SVG,
Yeah.
and no offense to disrespect to SVG, he even said it. The ovals are still a learning thing where Riley at least has that advantage.
Yep. All right, we are going to be now joined by Ty Gibbs, who was perhaps the star, like the standout from our playoffs.
I thought we were the stars.
Well, aside from us.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, this guy dropped
The
all
star
sorts of,
from what?
The last playoffs media day we had, you dropped all this music knowledge.
I thought you were
on
gonna
us.
say from Bowman Gray.
Oh,
well, that's
I was like, all right, we're already getting into it.
How much
Just
did it hurt?
throwing
How much did it hurt the
didn't
next
hurt.
day?
It didn't hurt.
Not the next day and wake up sore.
No, I'm not. I feel like I'm pretty tough. So.
I thought you were saying
I
star
think if
'cause
it
you went
was
up.
a rear impact, it would have hurt a lot worse. But
Sure.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Wasn't what I was trying to do either. I think we all know that, but
let's just talk. Let's just talk music because that seems to be
okay.
Like what are we listening to?
Lately, it's been a little country. I actually can. I'll show you my Spotify recent search.
I actually might know these.
You might. I've been listening to the Red Hot Chili Peppers a lot lately.
Okay,
interesting.
Yep.
Okay.
I like him. I like them. I like Tyler Childers. Yeah. Listen to
how'd you get into
Empire
Red
of the Sun, huh?
How'd you get the
Oh,
Red
I
Hot?
like Empire of the Sun.
I've always Empire of the Sun's good.
Yeah.
I'm already lost.
Some country music.
How'd you get into
I actually have Mega Maroney on here.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
I've
good.
heard her.
Give me
How'd you get
I
into the
don't
Chili
know who that
Peppers?
is.
I grew up around. I feel like a lot of on the motocross team. That's kind of there are
Yeah.
a lot of Southern California people, so it's just around that stuff.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pop rocks and all that.
I want to know what you thought of before telling you what either of us thought of the halftime show. I want to know what you thought of the Super Bowl
The halftime show. I didn't really care. I turned it off at that point.
Oh, you were
yeah.
done with
I
the
was
game?
just like,
'Cause
yeah,
it was
they
a
got blown
blowout?
out, and then it was the Eagles winning. I was like, I'm out.
Were you so I mean, you're Commanders.
I wasn't frustrated, but I went to the game in person. It was pretty brutal. And I felt like I felt like I was at Martinsville in 2022 fall race.
man.
I was like, man, these people do not like me for a reason.
Oh, man.
that's rough.
That's because I was a Commanders fan.
Yeah.
They're like flipping us off in the box and stuff. And
Yeah.
Coach looks at me and he's like,
It's almost like being a Bowman Gray.
yeah. And they're like, hey, we got to use the restroom. We walk in, and they walk us into the holding cells. There's like a police department in the bottom. I'm like, this is what they always said. I thought this was a rumor.
Right. that was a hard thing for me because I have gone to I went to a game at the Vet and sat in the 700 level for an NFC Championship game one time, and it was like one of the worst experiences I've ever had because like Eagles fans are not
Dude,
not
it
so
was
nice.
crazy. Yeah.
So I didn't want them to win, but I also hated the Chiefs, so I didn't want the Chiefs to win either. So I
Why
was
do you
kind
like
of
the Chiefs?
What's that?
Why don't you like the Chiefs?
Too much, too arrogant.
He's a Denver fan
really?
too.
And I'm a Broncos fan, so
Yeah,
you
okay.
can't. It's the same division. You can't.
I wish the Commanders would have won and been in there.
That would have been a great
everybody
story.
Would be rooting for the
Oh
Commanders
my gosh,
too.
the whole country.
Yeah, that'd have been cool.
Absolutely.
Great
Same with
turnaround
the
though.
Bills,
Yeah.
but
Great season. Though.
I agree. It's been to go from I think they were 4-12 or
Yep.
6-12 or something like that to being in the NFC Championship. 12-5, 12-6,
Yeah, 12,
13-6 maybe. What a great year! I think that's a great turnaround. I think that new ownership's done a great job as well, and I'm just happy to watch them. They're special to me for reasons, of course, but just fun watching a team that they struggled for so long actually do so good. I'm just so pumped. I was watching the game, jumping up and down, like just stoked. At one point I can't remember if we scored. The Commanders did score early in the Eagles game. It might have been later.
I thought they
were
scored
up.
early.
Yeah,
I thought,
they scored early, and I was doing. They did not like that. They
Oh my God, that's not a
they were
good idea.
pissed. They were all quiet and maybe got the bird a couple times.
But
so
it's got to be
I
nice
just-
as a fan though because
That's awesome.
Give them a thumbs up.
That's awesome.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah,
just
that's
smile
the
and
best
nod.
way. Yeah,
Just smile and
smile,
nod.
Yep.
As a fan, though, it's gonna be nice because there was such a level of toxicity around that organization for so long.
Yeah.
And they weren't doing well on the field, and then off the field stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like new ownership group. They've come in and breathed new life into it, and everything is so positive. You get a great rookie quarterback, head coach, offense. It's just everything right now is sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah, it's definitely been a good year for them, and I think that their new coach Sean is a great coach and has done a great job, and I think the whole staff's done a good job, and of course Jaden Daniels is a freak of nature, and he's done a phenomenal job, and Terry and him seem to work really well together. I think Bobby Wagner has done a phenomenal job too. It's just like the whole team has done such a good job. I feel like the atmosphere is a lot different, and I think
I don't know. It's just cool to see them winning. I mean, there's times where I wouldn't think they were winning. And I asked Siri, how the game was going, if I was doing something, and they're ahead. So, I mean, watching the Lions game, I think we were in the Chili Bowl during the Lions game, and I remember it was like, was it? I can't remember what night the game was. Thursday night, maybe. The Lions and Commanders game. I remember I asked Siri, and it was 31-28, and I was like, "What the heck?
Yeah,
like we're about to go to the NFC Championship." Like it's been so much fun to watch them. Like I have so much pride, and they mean so much to me to watch. For the Commanders to watch them, it's just so cool.
Have you gotten to have any relationships or meet any of the younger players who've come in? Like, I mean, have you had Jaden Daniels? Have you talked to him?
I've not. We have one of our family friends, Sam Hartman, that plays is the quarterbacks for the Commanders, but kind of outside him, not alive. I haven't spent enough time up there to know that, but from a long time ago when I was younger. We know Santana Moss and Fred Smoot and those guys. So it's been fun to go back up there though and watch them. And I have so much. I just am so happy. Like I just get stoked to watch them. I don't really care about too many sports. I love the 76ers, of course, because that's our team in a way. But it's cool to watch them and then not hate, but want to beat the Eagles really badly. Yeah. So it's just like.
Yeah, I love that.
But I went to the 76ers game.
That's what I was going to ask you about.
One of the coolest sport experiences I've ever been to in my life.
What made it so cool?
It just was, the environment was awesome. I think that there were so many cool people there. We were sitting next to Bradley Cooper the whole time. And the atmosphere is amazing. People are cheering. It was just such a great game to watch. Like, if you were there, you're like, this is awesome. I felt just pumped to be there. I wanted them to win as much as anybody else did.
Were you chatting with Bradley during the game and stuff?
We talked a little bit.
Give him to a NASCAR race?
I got a picture of them. No, I don't know. Maybe. I think you would.
That's really cool. Yeah, I love the Josh Harris connection there because all the Eagles fans were mad that at first the Sixers didn't congratulate the Eagles on beating the Commanders. Did you see that on social media?
It's definitely
it's a weird thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, they eventually had them at the game and stuff. But it's just kind of funny.
Well, they won. They went off to win the Super Bowl, so I think that they're good.
Yeah, I mean,
we all can acknowledge that, and they did the great job too. I think Jalen Hurts is a great guy too. I think he's a great leader, but also I think watching him and the way he handles himself is somebody to look up to as well. I think we can all agree to that.
NFC East is gonna be tough. I mean, you got the Commanders, you got the Eagles.
I just can't believe. Why would you trade Saquon to the Eagles?
Oh my gosh!
The coach is always like, you don't ever trade someone in your own division.
What an all-time just.
I mean, it seems like they're kind of a struggle bus, but
the Giants,
Washington was for the longest time too, and they got it together. So maybe New York will get it together.
They need a quarterback more than anything, but that's the thing. You spot dirt racing. You talked about that running the Chili Bowl. That's become a really big thing for you.
It has. It's been really fun, and the running the Chili Bowl is such a cool experience. I don't know if you guys have gone down for that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have. Have you gone for the whole week?
Yeah, I did.
It's a fun time. Yeah, it's just a cool.
Well, I got Chili Bowl flu.
Yeah. Oh, I had it for sure. It was a cool environment though, and to be able to race and do that at the top level, at kind of their world is really cool too. So, I think that. I wanted to do it personally because I really enjoy it, and I want to get better at it and do a lot more of it. But also, I think it's cool on my resume to maybe one day go and run really well there and have a shot to win or win it. And so, I just enjoyed all the forms of racing and with whatever and have fun with it.
Did you make the F?
No, I was in the G. I won the G main.
The G.
I have a plaque for it. It was a little low, but I got the plaque for it. Then I drove from, I think I was like in 16th, and I got to 6th on my. In the F main, and I almost transferred to the E main. I was so close, one spot away.
Right,
I think looking back at it, I think I could have easily done it. I just was learning so much at the time. That's the other thing that's fun. And it's like I learned so much as I do it, like as the races go on. That it's like almost addicting in a way, right? Because in this, I've grown up doing this my whole life, and I grew up when I was 14 running late models, and now I'm 22 running the Cup car. Like it's asphalt racing as well, but actually. Trying something that's completely new. It's a complete different hobby. It's a complete different challenge. I think that's really fun. And I think it's really helpful for me as somebody young, not just to dwell and sit on this the whole time when I can go out and race other things and get better at them and make myself better as a driver. And it's just fun for me as a hobby. And I think it only helps me kind of get away. I'm high strung. So like getting out to do something else, or if it's to go, ride, my bike. I went on a road bike ride before this whole deal too. So just to get out and do something, I just got to get out and do it or get crazy.
I love it. Man, you're 2 for 2 on just bringing the heat on these podcasts. We
really
appreciate
am
it.
Am I the best one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Heck
Bringing
yeah.
the energy. So
you can swear on this too. It's okay.
Yeah. I don't know if we want to do that.
thank you for stopping by.
I appreciate it. Well, I appreciate you guys. I think you guys do a great job, and it's fun for me to come on this show. I think for me, not answering, boring questions, which we have to, right? There's times we have to do that. But like, it's fun just to come and talk like this as normal people. I think I feel like I can show my personality off a lot easier. So I appreciate
we love it too. We love it too.
It's always good talking to you guys.
We'll see you at Playoff Media Day again.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right. Ty Gibbs, everybody. That was so much fun. If you haven't seen some of the clips from Playoff Media Day, it was great as well. Man, he's like just comes in here and just so fun to talk to. Just really enjoy it.
Ball of energy.
Yeah.
Big fan of ours. Big fan.
Yeah. I mean, what can you say?
I mean, great questions is what we do, Jeff. We just,
No, I mean, it's just fun
draw out
to,
the personality.
Fun to talk to
people.
these guys.
Yeah.
Like normal people.
We don't ask the boring questions. We ask
I mean, we have a little bit different agenda. I mean, some people might have very specific race-related questions, and we have some, but it's a lot of fun to just talk to these guys and in a more relaxed environment.
Chill, and
just hear from them and get a different side of them and hear what they're into. You don't really get that chance to connect on a human level with a lot of, especially once the season gets going and as short as these weekends are.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
it flies by.
You're pretty much seeing these guys in a media scrum either right before qualifying or right before practice qualifying, right after, or after race. You don't really get the opportunity to sit down and chat about what they're into as much.
There's not much interaction.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really valuable. So I'm glad we got to do that.
Maybe an open bar next time we do this, and like that'll really get everybody kind of flowing a little bit and drinks, pour some drinks.
I mean,
we'll get
we
some
are
good answers.
I'm sure in this room in the Daytona 500 club that we're in, I'm sure there's a lot of drinks during race days.
So what I'm hearing is you mean to go find some. Well, we have some down here, but we can go.
No, I'm good.
We have to work later.
I mean, this is still we are we have 3 hours left in this show, and we have 4 hours 15 minutes till qualifying starts.
Yes.
And Mr. Jordan Bianchi here got to the track at 5:45 a.m.
Yes, 5:45. Alarm went off a little after 4. Yeah.
I did not do that.
No, you did not. You got here early though, so I'm not.
I think I got here at 7.
Yeah, but you had a lot of work to do this morning too, and so we have different work schedules. You worked harder than I have, so.
I'm not saying that. My excuse is that I'm on mountain time, and it's a little bit harder to wake up at 4:30 or 4 a.m. or whatever you do.
I go back to who were we talking when I apologize. Somebody was talking about this, but I do Stenhouse, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I like the clash moving around. I like it at different places, but there is something to be said for having it down here and kind of spreading things out a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think so anymore. I don't think you can have the clash down here anymore.
I don't want to though. I'm not saying I do.
You just said there's something to be said for it.
There's something I like having. Like I said earlier, I like having everything. I mean, having people
get
down
that.
here, and I'm not saying you have to have the clash here at Daytona. Like you can even run into Smyrna or something like that. But having people able to go to different events in the area and having more events here to build up to Daytona. Does that make sense? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get that. Just the schedule doesn't really allow for it. But
right over here.
Daniel Suarez is now joining us. Very excited to have you on. Daniel, one thing that I saw the trailer for this week was the new documentary that's coming out on FS1 on the Atlanta finish. And looks like they got you and everybody, spotters, crew chiefs,
really
drivers, everybody, all in the same room. What was the filming of that like?
Well, it was very cool. When NASCAR came to me with the idea, I told them, I say, listen, guys, I'm going to be super excited to be there. Ryan is going to be somehow excited. Yeah. And Kyle is not going to be excited.
Yeah. That's what I would think.
So,
it's like Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
Yeah, exactly. So I told them, I said, hey, guys, I'm all for it. I'm the one that ended up winning the race. But no, it was amazing. Obviously, a very cool race, a very cool finish. It's crazy that it's been almost 1 year and we're still talking about it. And I just think that the fact that it was a great race, the finish was amazing, but it was a great race. The entire race was amazing. And then we were able to finish so close in 3 wide and clean without wrecking each other. 90% of the time we see that here in Daytona and somebody is upside down. So yeah, I can't wait for everyone to see it.
Yeah, I mean, 7 straight finishes here at the Daytona 500 that have been either in overtime or under caution, or sometimes both. What do you think the chances are that Sunday is a clean finish like we saw at Atlanta?
You know, I was just talking about it downstairs. The way I see it is that when you're watching a video and you play a video in normal speed, like 1.0, you know, you're seeing the video normal speed, right? And the runs come normal speed, the blocks come normal speed, and you have time to react to all these things. Because they were asking me, hey, why in Atlanta there is not these crazy finishes? And then Atlanta, in my opinion, is someone that you put the speed in 1.5. So everything's happening quicker. The runs happen quick. The blocks happen quick. Everything happens so quick that sometimes you cannot react so quick. So that's why we don't have time to do all these crazy blocks, and that's why we don't wreck. So
interesting.
So you know, it's a little bit different. The style is a little bit different, and you know, I think that I have to continue to be better in these kind of races, because I feel like in Talladega, Daytona, I mean, lately I've been wrecking, being in the top 5. But in Atlanta, which is a different style of racing, even though that's still like a hybrid super speedway / mile and a half, already my results have been pretty strong there. So it's been a lot of fun trying to understand what do I need to do better to implement the results of a racetrack like Atlanta into Daytona and Talladega.
When you look at your season, is it, I don't know how you would define it, but like your season in a way was defined by the smallest of margins. Yeah. And without that, it's the other way. You don't make the playoffs, but instead you're making the playoffs, and now you're sitting in a movie theater, you're looking at these guys going, see,
yeah, exactly that. I mean, that could have been Kyle Busch, right?
Yeah.
He did not make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's that's welcome to the Cup Series, I guess, right? Everything is very, very small margins, and everything is very tight. You know, hopefully this 2025 season is a little bit more. We have a bigger margin, let's say. We've been working very hard, especially in the off season, to do a lot of things internally in our race team, not in the 99, but in our track house as a whole, to work more efficiently together. So hopefully we can see that reflected on results.
I wanted to ask you about that. You signed a 1-year extension with Trackhouse a year ago, and you said it was kind of your decision. You know, that's what you did to some degree.
It was at the time. You know, if we go back, I can't remember when we signed that. It was
summer.
It was in summer, right? So if you look back at the summer of last year, and maybe even a little bit before the summer, because it was official that I signed the contract, let's say, I don't know, July. But the contract negotiation didn't start in July, right? They started a couple months before. Yeah. And at the time, if you look at the results, they were very bad. We already got the win. I got the win in Mexico, in the NASCAR Mexico stuff in LA. But the results were very bad. And there were a lot of things that were happening internally in Trackhouse that I just didn't know. Like, there were a lot of things. I mean, to be quite honest with you, like, Justin wasn't super confident with me, and I wasn't super confident in Trackhouse either. Like, there were a lot of almost like a confused relationship. And
it's complicated.
It was a complicated relationship at the time, because I was telling them, hey guys, we have to do all these things. Like, all these things are wrong in the team. Like, we have to continue to improve, and especially because the way I see it, and I don't know if you guys look at it this way, but 2022 we're here. 2023, we're here. 2024, we're here. And I told Justin, I said, Justin, where are we going from here? I don't want to continue to ride that. Where are we going? And what are we doing to be better? And obviously, we all want to be better, right? And he told, and we had these conversations, and we had a plan, and we had putting things together. But at the time, there was nothing to show for. That's why we mutually decided that, okay, this is what we're going to do. And I believe that at the time was the right decision. But a lot of things have changed since then. I feel like for several months we continued in that wave, and then eventually, if you look at the last couple months of results of Trackhouse, we got better. So I was like, okay, now we're heading in the right direction. And in the off season, we did a lot of work, and hopefully we can continue that route. So yeah, that's pretty much how we ended up in that position.
Amazing. Great answer. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully you have a good rest of your media day and then qualifying tonight.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Look great, brother.
Thanks,
as always.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
What about me? Come on. No. I get it. I get it. No, I can't compete with that.
Hey,
Thank
bud.
you.
Thank
All right.
You look like a dad going to a recital. That's what I refer to it as.
That's not very nice. Well, we have another dad out there coming up next, which is Chase Briscoe.
And he will respect your look.
Actually, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dads in a row coming up here. Chase Briscoe, Brad Keselowski, Erik Jones, Bubba Wallace, Michael McDowell. Our next.
Well, this is your wheelhouse.
Yeah, and then we get to a bunch.
You all can talk about Costco runs and driving the minivans and.
Well, Chase has got it rougher than I
twins.
can ever imagine. Twins and
twins.
I think Brooks is out there as well.
Yeah.
Brooks is here. Is he Chase Briscoe? Wow. Hi, Brooks. How's it going? I'm Jeff.
Do you want some goldfish?
Oh, yeah, we do have some goldfish.
Some
Are you
goldfish?
hungry?
Proud sponsor of JGR.
Wow, look at that. What do you have, nerds?
Say sweet tarts, I think.
Oh, sweet tarts?
Are you just going to go watch the race cars? All right.
Brooks is living the high life,
He
tagging
is.
along with you for Media Day. That's cool.
He was all fired up. He just kept saying Media Day, because I told him we had to hurry because I was going to miss Media Day.
Well, and like you did an interview with him.
Yeah, he was on SiriusXM like 30 minutes ago.
I love that.
It was good for like the first 5 minutes, and then he just was over it, took the headset off, and started eating sweet tarts.
It's like most guests on there.
Yeah.
I mean, we get that a lot with us.
That's
after
very
about 5
true.
minutes, people are done with us anyway.
It's usually about 30 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. Hi.
They thought
Oh,
maybe
we
you'd
just
want
had some
goldfish.
extra, and
Thought you'd be hungry.
I have 2 girls, and they like goldfish, so I thought maybe you like goldfish too.
Do you like goldfish?
I can't offer you anything else over
But
here.
if you already
Do you like
have
the sweet tarts?
sweet tarts,
No, you don't like the sweet tarts? Thought you did. Can you say, "Hey Jeff, hey Jordan"?
What did I do?
They're interviewing you. Can you say, "This is the teardown"?
what's your favorite candy? Oh, that right there.
Yeah.
Whatever
Well,
he
no
has in
wonder
his
First
hand.
time he's ever had them, and
Oh,
they're his favorite already.
P1
Yeah,
right there.
P1.
Well, no wonder you don't want the goldfish right now. You already have something better. What do you think I should ask your dad? I was going to think about asking him about the driver weigh-in stuff because he told me a great story about that last year. Should I ask him about it?
Should he ask me? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
that-
People have planes over there.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. They have banners.
It's got a flag on it about going to the sprint car races.
Dirt car.
Do you like sprint cars? He's trying to
He's
get
advertising.
everybody to look at it.
It's just like if somebody had a sweet tarts plane, everybody would be like, oh my gosh, I want to be like Brooks and eat sweet tarts. You know what I mean? He doesn't see you?
he
He's
doesn't
too
see
far
us.
up there?
Yeah, he doesn't see us.
Yeah. Maybe if he comes back around, we could wave.
Yeah. Go over there and wave to him.
Yeah.
See if he waves back. He might. Yeah, he's turning.
He's
now.
turning,
Yeah, if he
yeah.
turned the wrong way,
Yeah.
you're probably right. He's not going to see you.
Chase, last year you told a great story on the 12 questions about the driver weigh-in process. I think you guys already had it last week.
Yeah, it was last week.
Have they changed anything? Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going down.
Oh, he's going down. He's going back to the airport, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's supposedly we're doing it different this year, where there's going to be like random check-ins. Because in the past it was like first of the year playoffs, and that was it. So like you would just prepare for those 2 weeks. Where now, I think they're doing it like during your random drug tests. So like they could come up to you, 10 minutes after practice and be like, "Hey, you got to go, do the drug test." But then also you'd have to step on a scale, so you can't really like, prepare for it. So that would be better, but I don't know how they're going to do it. That's how I think they're going to do it, though.
But so what? Well, will drivers have to feel like they have to stay within a certain weight range throughout the year to make sure that they're not going to be penalized with their car or something?
I don't think so. I don't think. Can Jordan have one?
Oh, wow, you're taking candy from a baby,
Literally.
Yeah,
Literally.
Man.
I asked. I didn't just.
Well, you don't do that. He just said they're his favorite candy. You do not take.
I gave him goldfish.
I gave him the goldfish.
No,
and he doesn't even want it.
No, it was my idea, and I literally handed it to him.
You were very generous, Brooks.
Thank you. I don't get 2.
Can I have 2?
Don't give him 2. He doesn't need 2. He doesn't even need 1.
Thank you.
So you're welcome.
Do you feel pretty comfortable with all your new team and your new crew already and all that?
Yeah, I feel really good. They're a really good group, truthfully, and it's been nice. I've had at least one guy come over. So the car chief on the 14 actually came over. The car chief on the 19 was coming off the road. So it's been nice to have like one familiar face, like super like guy that JD. I've worked with JD for 5 years now, so that's nice. But yeah, the whole group's been really good. Me and James, I feel like get along really, really well. So yeah, it's been good. I'm excited to actually get into the season and yeah, it's a drum. They're playing drum.
Has James Small taught you any new words?
Yeah, I can't say them with Brooks around.
That's where I was gonna go. See if I can
it is. That's honestly been probably the biggest adjustment is just not the lingo, but the accent on the radio.
Sure.
Like it's hard for me to understand sometimes. So like, I'm sure that will get better with the experience. But like right now, even the first 2 weeks so far, James will say something like when I'm in the garage for a change, I'm like, wait, what'd you ask? What'd you say? Because it all just runs together for me. Yeah. So yeah, I feel like our radio is probably the most like just bizarre radio because you have James from Australia, you got me who has like a little bit of an accent, and then you have Drew Herring who's like super Southern sounding too. So like we just have the wildest trio of accents.
The United Nations.
We're interesting to listen to.
That's wild.
I've
read somewhere you talked about that they're trying to get you to eat more fruits and vegetables and stuff. Has that been successful?
It actually has been. We've talked about it a little bit on 12 Question stuff where like I've been strictly like fried foods only, like no fruit, no vegetables. And I've been just hammering grilled chicken, like not getting fried stuff. There was a point where I went like 3.5 weeks without having a single fried food, which is the first time in my life probably I've ever done that.
Yeah.
And I've been having a little bit of fruits and vegetables here and there. So yeah, I've been better. Definitely James and his wife are like super into the health and fitness thing. So they keep me honest with it. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, I follow James's wife on Instagram with all her healthy stuff and then clean ingredients and all that stuff. And I'm always like, oh, shoot, I was eating this. And she says, don't eat that.
Yeah, she'll be like, don't eat. Yeah, and it's like, I thought that was healthy.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it'll be like energy bar. And I'm like, oh, I'm having an energy bar. It's like, no, this has horrible ingredients. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot to learn about it. God, Jordan just
kids love me.
Sweet tarts are not on that list.
No, I don't think those are on the approved list.
Kids love me.
Yeah.
Do you feel good? Do you feel any difference?
I'll be honest. I don't really feel a whole lot different.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit, but not. I wouldn't say it's night and day. But I also don't feel like I'm like super overkill. Like James is like so dedicated, where I feel like I still splurge every now and then. So it's not as much, but I feel a little bit different. You want some water? I'm sure that there's somebody here with water.
Here.
Look, there's some water.
Look at that. He didn't even open it. He was saving it for you, Brooks.
That's what giving sweet tarts gets you.
Makes you thirsty. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I haven't eaten any fried food or red meat yet this year, but I also don't feel any different. Like I know I'm healthier, but I don't.
Yeah, that's how I am. I don't necessarily feel different, but like I have been working out and stuff, and like I can tell a difference in like my workouts. Like I can tell I'm getting better just like by the amount of stuff I can do now, but I don't like day to day. I don't feel any different.
Yeah, I hear you. What else do you want to?
I can't believe you didn't think I gave him. I offered him the cheese crab, the goldfish.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to ask something else.
No. I just want credit for offering the goldfish.
He did offer.
I did offer.
That's not where I thought you were trying to get my attention to ask a question.
No, you guys
were talking about goldfish.
I'm keeping
again.
the kid occupied here. If you ever need a babysitter, let me know.
All right. Well, I got 3 of them, so be careful what you ask for.
I charge a lot by the hour.
Well, that was going to be my last thing I want to ask you about because obviously, like the logistics wise, how do you manage? Like, will you bring the twins to the track? Like,
yeah, they're here this week. We've been down here for over a week now. We came last Tuesday. We did Disney for 3 days, which that's exhausting.
Yeah.
Like that's harder than any race you run all year long. But yeah, they're go to the close ones. So like they're do, Martinsville, Darlington, Charlotte. They always do Daytona.
But outside of that, they probably won't go a whole lot. Once they get older, it'll be a little bit easier. But, right now it's kind of hard. And then truthfully, just even the plane situation, like before it was just we needed 2 seats or 3 seats. Now we need 5 seats, and that's harder to find a lot of the time, on the team planes. So, yeah, any of them that you can drive to, they'll go to. But they're here this weekend, so we'll see how it goes. It's actually their second race. They went to Martinsville, and they're like a month old.
Wow.
So we honestly, so far, it's been way smoother than I thought it would be. When we, at home, they have, like, have you ever seen the snoo thing where, like,
yes.
it moves while they sleep?
Yeah.
So they sleep in that at home, and then here, like, we don't have any of that. So I was scared to death that they weren't going to, oh, yeah, you got that over there? Did you tell them thank you? Okay. You can have them here in a second. But I thought they wouldn't sleep at all. They sleep better here than they do at home. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So now we're fully transitioned to the crib.
Yeah,
when we
now
get
now
home.
you can't go back to the snoo.
Yeah.
When you get back.
We're all in on the crib when we get back.
I love that. Well, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, appreciate
it. I will talk to you tomorrow. You're in my next 12 questions interview.
I know.
So.
Pressure's on. You have anything good you would like to ask Connor Zilic that you haven't asked him in the media?
Let me think about that one.
All right.
I got to think about that a little bit.
Text him by tonight if you have one.
Yeah, I've been going back and forth on a couple questions. I'm just trying to think which one would make the most sense.
And Chase,
one of them that I am going to ask him is, does he realize how close our autographs look? Because somebody tagged me like at the end of last year, and they're like, is this a Connor Zilic or Briscoe autograph?
Oh.
I didn't realize that they were that similar.
Huh, interesting. Well, thank you to both Briscoes for coming in. Thank you, Brooks.
Thanks to the sweethearts.
Hey.
Leave those, by the way.
Go see Richard.
He wants to go see Richard, which is not our crew chief anymore.
Yeah, you go ask James to teach you some words.
No,
let's not do that.
No.
Mommy you'd be in a lot of trouble if you started talking like James.
unless you like Bluey.
Yeah, you like Bluey, don't you?
He sounds like he's on Bluey.
He does sound like Bluey. I never thought of that.
Yeah, James kind of sounds like the dad from Bluey, right? Because I'm Dad. Bluey, don't do that.
Oh, that's good.
What the hell is this?
Just don't worry about it, Jordan. All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's a kid's thing. If you're going to babysit, you're going to need to know about Bluey.
Yeah. Don't forget your sweet
No,
tarts.
leave the sweet tarts.
Oh, you want to say something? What do they say at the beginning of the race? It's not going to be like Sirius XM where it talks back to you.
Oh, yeah, sorry, we don't have headphones.
No,
yeah.
we don't.
All right, we got to go.
Hello.
It works. You just can't hear it.
Hello.
Say driver starts your engines. Try it.
It's not working.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, next up we're going to have Brad Kozlowski. Don't take it. Give it back to Brooks. Don't. All right.
It's already enough of them.
Brad, we just saw Brooks.
Right here. I'm doing great. How are you? It's my turn.
Yeah, his turn to talk.
You got any advice? What's your advice? Noah. All right, we talk about Noah.
Brooks is giving. You want us to ask you about Noah? Yeah.
Yes. What's up, John? How are you?
How are you? Good to see you.
The no socks.
Thank you. Style.
Oh, don't encourage him, please.
It's just the look.
Jordan just literally took candy from a baby. Those were Brooks' sweet tarts, and he took them.
He left them. No, he
He asked
offered
if he
them?
could have
Okay.
them, and then he no.
Yeah.
Well,
he did
if he offered, that's okay.
No.
Yeah.
And I gave him goldfish.
Actually, maybe he taught him a lesson, Jeff, about sharing.
And I gave him a bottle of water because he was thirsty.
I'm just trying to find optimism.
You're a father of 3. How are your kids with sharing?
Here's one of the things that you learn when you have kids. And someone told me this, but you never believe it until you actually have your own kids, because you're always like, yeah, that's not real. But your kids are born with their personality, and you think it's like all these learned behaviors, but for the most part, it's not. There's a few learned behaviors. Don't get me wrong. And most kids share the same personality trait where sharing is completely unnatural. Now, some of them will quickly be teachable out of that mentality. Others, not so much. My oldest child, Scarlett, very moldable kid, like scary moldable, like almost to the point where I'm like, I wish she was less moldable. So sharing, teaching her sharing was actually really easy. She's great at it. Our second child, Autumn, high agency, very stubborn, not moldable at all. And so she is, no, Not at all. She's not a share.
Sounds like drivers in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Autumn is she's got a lot of my personality. It's and my wife reminds me of that all the time. It's dangerous.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure she reminds you not in a good way.
Yeah. It's never the things that she does great.
Yeah, it's what I'm saying. It's like it's never positive. Oh, she's so much like you. It's great. No, it's
Yeah.
oh, she's so much like you. You.
Yes. Yeah. But no, their kids are just such a blessing. It's great.
Yeah.
What kind of personality do you think Mays is developing?
I don't know, because he doesn't really talk. He's, this other thing. My oldest daughter, I remember I came here for the Daytona Speed Weeks in 2016, and she was 8 months. And she looked right at me in the face and said, Dada. And I still have the recording of it.
At 8 months?
At 8 months.
Wow.
Now, my son is almost 15 months, and he goes, ugh. That's it. That's like, we joke that he's a cave boy. And so it's really hard to figure out what his personality is, because all you get is grunts out of him. Very, very stereotypical male.
This is the Daytona 500 is the lone major you're missing from your resume, if I have it right. Because you've won the 600, you've won Brickyard.
So let me ask you a question here. I'm not trying to skirt you.
Fine. No, fire away.
Who decides what races are majors and which ones?
Well, I feel like it's kind of defined itself. I mean, the Southern 500, the Daytona 500, and the Coke 600 have always been crown jewel races.
Yeah.
And they've been around forever. Brickyard came around because of its prestige, and I think it's fair to say now that went back to the oval, it's back. So those, to me, it's pretty clear cut in my opinion.
So Dale Jr.'s had some strong opinions on this, which I share similar sentiments that. It used to be the easy way to tell if it was a crown jewel event was simple. They gave you a ring. Like when you win the race, you get a ring. It's a crown jewel, right? Like quite literally a crown jewel. And I thought that was a reasonable answer. But then you start looking at the races that give rings, and you have to add in like Talladega.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean back in the not too long. I mean when you had the Winston Million in like the 80s and stuff.
Now it was a crown jewel.
That was considered a crown jewel, and then when Brickyard came around, it kind of pushed that out. So.
See, another thing that's interesting to me is like the All-Star race is not considered a crown jewel.
No.
Why not?
To me, because it's a different race and it's a whole different format, an exhibition. It's a smaller field. I mean, it's
I
not.
just think the prestige, like.
I don't know. The All-Star race had a lot of prestige at one time.
At one time,
like super high prestige. Like to me, the All-Star race was. In some ways, as big as the Coke 600 for a long time. To me, I mean, personally,
I think
in the mid 2000s kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
era?
even early 2010 range. Like it was a big race to win.
I feel like in the 80s and 90s when it came around, and through the 90s, it was a huge race in the early 2000s. Yep. But then it felt like what happened is all the points races took so much from the All-Star race. You had double file restarts. You had this. You had all of the things that made the All-Star race so unique and special. You see it every week. And so the novelty of the All-Star race went away.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting.
And it became a, lack of a better term, like gimmick kind of thing where you had like eliminations. Or we're going to or you've got a pit in this time frame. And so it just became a different beast.
Yeah, well, interesting take.
Also, how long have they kept the purse the same?
If you're asking me, what are the crown jewels? I would tell you that Daytona 500, clear crown jewel.
Mm-hmm.
Southern 500, clear crown jewel. Coke 600, clear crown jewel.
Mm-hmm.
Those are three kind of
universal. Yep.
I don't think the industry would
No.
argue on any of that. Then you start to get to the fringes, right? The Brickyard, it certainly was on the oval. I don't think it was on the road course.
No.
So, all right, is it now? Yeah, because we're back on the oval. So it's kind of like it's complicated. Then I honestly think the Bristol Night Race to me is a crown jewel race. It's got a lot of prestige to it. You look at the drivers that have won it over the years. Like there's no.
It's a driver's track.
There's no slop winners. Does that make sense?
No, I agree.
Like people don't just fall into the Bristol Night Race. It's a race that champions have historically won.
Sure.
Arguably today, from like if you were asking drivers what means more to them in the sense of their resume, I think some of them would pick Bristol over the Daytona 500, right? It's this race, the way it plays out, I don't know. It doesn't really fit the bill so much some days. So I don't know. I put Bristol in there. I probably would slip the All-Star race in right behind Bristol and maybe one Talladega, but I don't know which one.
Well, we're not going to argue with the birthday boy. Today's his birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah, it
yes.
is.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
41 years old.
41, yeah.
Wow.
These birthdays were a lot cooler when I was in my early 20s. They're not cool when you...
You know what, though?
When they put a 4 in front, I'm like, no, stop.
I feel like early 40s, is still okay. I'm turning 45 this year, and I'm starting to panic more about that than I was about 42,
Really?
43,
Are
44.
you in midlife crisis mode?
45 sounds old.
Are you going to get
to
a
me.
Harley or anything? I hear that's what people do in
I mean, sports
I'd like
writers
to
can't
see
afford that. But
if you do get a Harley, I'd really like to see
Yeah,
that.
I would love to see this.
Yeah, that would be definitely if I get one, that would definitely be your sign that I'm in.
You need the do rag?
Oh yeah.
it'd go
Well,
great
at least
on
I would
you.
cover up the baldness.
Yes, that's
So,
why why they wear it. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you imagine Jeff on a Harley with a do rag?
Do rag, leather jacket, leather pants, or chaps.
Well, let's hope they have the full chap. But yeah.
Oh, that's
All right,
great. Well, we
we're
gotta
thankfully
go. We
blessedly
appreciate
getting
it.
the signal to wrap this up.
So
I don't know what I was supposed to talk about.
Nothing. We just
but,
this is what we do.
Just for conversation.
Just come
Thanks
and
for
hang
stopping
out.
by.
The teardown is more of the BS hour, right?
We're doing this for 7 hours straight.
No
so,
breaks.
You know,
No breaks.
No breaks.
I think I read this somewhere. You're
probably
wearing
on my
diapers?
Twitter.
Is that right?
No, I'm not peeing. Well,
You're
neither of
not?
us have left the chairs yet. We're 4.5
You have to
hours
pee,
in.
Like,
no, you don't.
You know, have you ever seen Liar Liar? It's bad for your kidneys.
I mean, he said he's hungry, but other than
I'm
that,
starving.
we're not.
I could use a cup of coffee, but I'm good.
No, we have
7
we have
hours straight.
2.5 hours more to go. We're 4.5 hours in. We have
Is there
not
some
moved.
kind of record you're going for here? Like, what's the inspiration?
What is the longest? We should get Guinness. Like, what is the longest podcast consecutively?
I don't know, but it ain't going to be this one. 'Cause
Well,
I have to,
I think you just shut that down, partner.
He's got no ambition.
Yeah.
No
We have
ambition.
qualifying
We have an
coming up in-
opportunity to do something grand, and he's like, eh.
All right, we're definitely
He's ready
getting
for
the
that
signal.
Harley.
All right, we gotta go.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it, Brad.
Oh, somebody's waiting outside?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Whoever that is. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you for stopping by. Brad Kozlowski, everybody. Talking about, I don't even know what
Happy
we just
birthday.
talked about, but the birthday
just
boy.
Send in whoever.
He's in the bathroom.
Somebody gets to use it.
Oh, that's fitting.
That's cruel.
Yeah. Erik Jones is coming in next. Yeah, Erik Jones. Apparently, you just got the bathroom break that we'd like. We've been on this for 4.5 hours. We have 2.5 more to go. So
we
at least
can't
somebody
leave.
gets to go.
You guys need like a bedpan in here.
No,
Yeah.
no, we don't. We're not doing that. No.
I just stopped
bedpans,
drinking
no diet-
water and coffee. So
Give up. Well, you're who's drinking the Diet Coke.
That's all
That's
him.
my choice.
I want some coffee.
Yeah.
I'd like to find a waiter around here. Like,
Yeah, you should. Well, next level down there, cleaning up the kitchen down
I can't
there.
move
so. I know.
Are they? Oh man.
oh man,
Call
how's
it.
fatherhood?
It was good. It's good. They're yeah, we drove down Monday, Holly and David and I, and went to Disney yesterday. So that
Which
was
park?
fun. Magic Kingdom.
Okay, that's the perfect.
Yeah.
If you got a young kid, that's
Yeah.
like that's the park. You
Yeah,
have
I
to go to
mean,
that
we
one.
obviously he was not participating in
Yeah.
a whole lot, but we have some younger nieces that are a little older, and we're able to take it in, so it was cool.
That's cool.
Did you just like trade? Somebody goes on a ride and somebody stays with the baby, kind of thing.
Yeah, we
like-
did a little of that. I just wanted to ride Space Mountain, and I got to do that.
That's
so
the
yeah, I was
best.
pretty
Yeah.
content.
That's one of
And
the
we
best
did,
rides there.
Yeah, we did that. We took David on Small World and the Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, he
Nice.
rode along.
Pirates
so.
is great. I got stuck in Small World like a few years
Stuck?
ago, and like the ride like got stuck. In
Yeah.
it. So and then they're just repeatedly like singing it over and over. It was like torment.
So you're not going on it again?
Not Small World, and I love Disney. I'm a Disney guy,
Okay.
but I'm not. That was like I'm horrified.
Done
of
with
that
Small
one.
World.
Man, I wish I had video of that.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
bad. It was so bad.
What was this off season like for you overall with the baby and just being able to not be traveling, spending time at home, enjoying that bonding time, I guess,
Yeah, it was way different. We've spent our last handful of off seasons in Michigan pretty much the whole time. So this is the first time I've been in North Carolina through the whole off season in years, and so that was pretty different. To be honest, I haven't and being there for Christmas and everything. We did Christmas at our house, which I've never done. It's always been at Grandma's house still, and my mom's house, and so yeah, it was way different, but fun getting settled in the groove. Just parenthood. It was nice that it was in the off season. Being in the season would have definitely been challenging in some different ways, but
yeah, it was fun. It went by super quick with David being so young, but it was cool.
So you went from hunting for cougars
Yeah.
in Idaho the
A
year
year ago.
Before.
Careful how you say that.
Yeah.
Well, not
Yeah.
those kind of cougars.
The animal.
He's a
the
married
animal.
man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Careful how you say that.
Just to clarify.
So yeah, bottle feedings and stuff with the infant. So quite the life change.
It was. Yeah, it's different, but it's fun and it's really it's rewarding. It makes you think about so many different things. It makes you think about things you did years ago, to be honest, and things maybe you shouldn't have done, and crazy things that you're like, man, I'm glad that didn't go a different way. So it's crazy how it makes you think, and it makes you think a lot about your choices you make going forward, even more. So it's just a totally new perspective. It really is. There's no other way to look at it.
Very cool. Looking at this year, what are your goals? What do you feel like is obtainable for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, last year was tough. We weren't. I wouldn't even really classify us as we weren't a top 25 team, and so for this year, I think getting to be a top 20 team towards the second half of the year, being maybe closer to a top 10 team, I think is probably realistic and obtainable. I'd love to tell you, we're going to be some top team right off the bat, but I don't see that totally being realistic. We've got good people in place and good process, but it's going to take time to see it really come to fruition. But I don't know. It's going to take these first probably 2 to 3 months to kind of know where we're at. These first 3 races are very unique, to say the least, for the Cup schedule. So just knowing where we're at in these first 3 months are going to be important for us.
What do you make of Jimmie being primary owner now, and going to be spending way more time in the shop than he was, and being in the trenches with you guys? How's that going to change if it is the team that you race for?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's different. It's going to be different. I guess to say first, I mean, I just thankful for Maury, a lot to Maury. Without him, honestly, I don't think I'm in this position. I don't think Jimmie's probably even involved. So Maury, I thank him a lot for what he did. But Jimmie coming in, I think is good at this point. Maury was ready to move on and do something different, and Jimmie's eager to be involved. And I know Jimmie gets kind of a hard time here for everything that's been going on and happening, but there needs to be some grace for a learning period. He wasn't the team owner. Jimmie was a race car driver, and he's now wanting to be a team owner, and that's been a learning process for him. And so giving him probably some grace in that process and figuring everything out is, I think, important to know, and how different that world is than being a driver. But I think his vision for the team and what he wants and what he sees for us in the next 10 years is it's very big. It's very broad. But I'm excited to see him really have full reign of it now.
Cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate you coming
yeah,
in.
Thanks.
Of course. Go
Appreciate
take a bathroom break.
Yeah.
We can't. We're professionals over here. We got a job to do.
They gave us this entire schedule. Every 10 minutes, a driver the entire day, no break. So
6 hours.
Yeah.
7
hours.
Yep. Yeah, we got a backside too. Yeah.
If you want to bring us some snacks or some coffee or anything, we appreciate it. Yeah. Don't forget the sweet tarts. I stole these from some child.
He did. Brooks Briscoe.
That's really nice.
Yeah, really classy.
But he offered them to me.
And you just took them. You didn't say no, man.
I gave him a water.
Yeah, what a trade. Erik Jones disapproves. I disapprove. But yeah, there you go on the podcast. He's had quite the life change as well. And now we're resetting here for Bubba Wallace about to come in. Then Michael McDowell, Zane Smith, Justin Haley, Cole Custer, Justin Allgaier, Josh Berry, John Hunter Nemechek, Ty Dillon, Ryan Preece, AJ Allmendinger, Austin Dillon, Cody Ware to round things out. So we are at less than 2.5 hours to go though. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it to the end. I mean, it was fun until Bubba comes in and he's gonna make fun of us. I feel like every time we see you, he got it from Brooks Briscoe. Oh, I thought you were talking about the sweet tarts you just ate.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, Well, he
He's
just
well for him.
he stole that from Brooks
Off
Briscoe.
Temu? I'll give you fashion tips if you want. If you don't look good.
Every time Bubba sees us, we walk up to him and we get a reaction of like, "Oh, these guys! Oh my gosh!"
I actually like you guys. You guys aren't bad.
We're lovable. I get it.
You guys haven't wrote any bad stuff about me, I don't think.
Well, wait. I mean, my article plug is going to be on The Athletic this week. I turned it in.
Oh yeah, the shit that I got to pay for to read about myself. Yeah, still on
Yeah.
that kick.
How about that?
Crazy.
Like,
I guess
you
you
know,
got to eat too, though, right?
You get paid to do an interview with me now. I don't get paid to. Well, I guess I do get paid.
Yeah, you get paid.
What are you talking
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Wait till Dale sees that.
Not
Yeah.
as much as I mean, the driver's getting.
Now
these,
he's complaining
it's
about the
like-
money. You see this?
He sounds like a driver.
Yeah. Good lord.
I mean, I look at the watch he's wearing compared to my whoop band. I
Hey.
mean, that's- oh, he's got a whoop band.
We're
too,
whooping.
okay. Well,
We're whooping.
even the band. I'm wearing the basic one that comes with it. You
I
got
just
like
switched
the
out.
nice,
You got a nice watch. You can have nice watches.
What is that?
Rolex.
Rolex. That's the sub, right? Black
Yeah.
sub. Yeah, that's an iconic one.
Okay. Earlier, I don't want to make you retell the entire story because you just
Oh, I heard
graciously
it. Yeah.
told me.
You
But
dropped
Blaney
the-
dropped the
Yeah,
wedding ring
I
story
dropped the ring
on us.
You had
So-
to make that wedding. You know, Blaney doesn't really have much personality, so dropping a ring.
Then you swore.
But not only that, he said on the mic. You guys were all mic'd up, and then you said, "Oh shit!" That echoed to the whole.
Was he pissed because Roger was there? Whoops. Roger's never heard a cuss word before.
He had Kurt Busch as driver. He should
Think
have.
of the-
exactly.
Think of the children.
Oh, they're Blaney's. Okay,
Children shouldn't be at weddings.
They're Blaney's. Children should not be weddings.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had no kids at ours.
That's the best. That is the best way to do it.
Except for that was family though. So family's there.
Like very, very close. Like
yeah, it's his nephews.
Yeah, but like other than that, like don't bring.
Yeah, no kids, no kids. Yeah, drop the ring. That was a honest mistake.
I mean, the way you told it, you said that you had the rings in here in this.
But
pocket.
yeah, so you're holding a mic,
Right.
holding up two boxes, two ring
boxes that his nephews had given to you.
Yes, and you know them. You know Ryan and Gianna, bougie, big boxes, big boxes. Okay, not just your standard, just big boxes. So I'm like this, trying to reach in there, and it just all went downhill quick.
Yeah,
I dropped the ball.
He didn't even
Ring.
let you be the best man apparently either.
So I was put in the best man spot. I
Okay.
can't say I was the best man because he said that he didn't want a best
Which
man.
was different. I've never heard that before.
Me either. But he said he has. What did he say?
You've all been a part of my life.
Yeah, in different ways, and I
pick.
couldn't single out one. And I was like, okay, that's cool.
Sounds like a cop out.
Kind of is. Yeah. He thinks that we're gonna fight each other over best man.
I mean,
spot.
honestly, being the best man is overrated because like there's a lot more responsibilities because you got to like again you have to hold the ring.
Right.
Like, but if I'm the number 2 in the thing, I just stand there.
You just
That's
stand
it.
there,
That's it.
right?
It's easy.
I didn't realize that until I was in my manager's wedding. I was second in line, but the best man, he had to plan all this stuff and do all this stuff. And then I had Kyle, my manager. He was my best man, and he planned the whole bachelor trip and did all this stuff and made sure everything was good. When Blaney's like, I have no best man.
Oh, who's doing it?
You're on your
We're
own.
all
bud.
number 2s, but
Yeah.
you got it on your own.
You're planning your own bachelor party.
Well, then he says, well, yeah, no one wanted to give a speech. What the? You can't say that. We didn't know you had to.
Right. So did nobody? There was no.
I gave a speech.
Oh, you did.
Yeah,
Okay.
Aaron, his sister, came to me the day before and was like, "Hey, can you give a speech?" And I'm like, "Sure." I don't know how good it's going to be. I got a day to think about it, but it was pretty good. It's pretty good.
So you did the speech and the rings, but you did.
Yeah, I didn't
and you
drop
were in
the speech.
P1.
I dropped the mic in the speech. I dropped the ring in the ceremony. There we go.
But I mean, I'm just saying you were in the best man spot.
I was.
Like you took on all the duties.
I did,
but none of the
So-
recognition.
That's fine. I'm just remembered for dropping the ring. That's all.
That's right. And
Yeah.
so yeah, and you get.
See?
No,
See?
man.
Just tell him you'll do better in the second wedding.
I can't say that.
No, dude.
I can't say that. I love them.
So you have, and you told me this, and then I had to fact check it because as a good reporter does, that you have the best Daytona 500 or Daytona average finish, I believe, of active driver, and it's not even close.
Oh,
I
just a
believe, right?
500 average finish.
What is it Daytona in general?
It's 11.9.
11.9
out of 15 races.
3 second place finishers.
Oh yeah. The Buescher got DQ'd. That's right. I finished third that race, but yeah.
But so it's not even really close.
It's 11th, 11.9, and then Bowman's at a 15.4.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge gap. But like, I don't know if that gets talked about enough.
Well,
I mean, it's survival of the fittest when you come to these places, right? And so, I mean, yeah, my first 500, I was involved in 3 wrecks, and I finished second. You know,
yeah,
like that's pretty damn lucky. My second place, I don't know how I made it through the wreck on the backstretch, but we did. Well, then the third one, which was the 500 here, we were in contention all night long. And so at a point, I think you stop talking about luck and throw in a little bit of skill, but a lot of those finishes are from, people crashing out, and you're just in the right spot at the right time. But 3 second-place finishes, I'll take that.
It's interesting because I think the most consecutive finishes right now, like the most consecutive top 10s is like 2 for active streaks because it's so hard to just finish this freaking race.
Yeah.
How has that changed? Because you have one of those skill sets for super speedways where the old car, like Denny does, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you can move around, you know what you're doing,
Yeah.
Now this racing where you guys are fuel saving, you're kind of stuck together and you're 3 wide the whole time. You can't really do a lot of stuff. Do you feel like that plays that's a detriment to you? Like how do you manage that?
Yeah, I mean, I look at a Talladega win. Here comes your boss down there walking in.
I got a lot of bosses.
Oh, Mike down there. I look at our Talladega win in 21. We jumped to the 3rd lane and no one pulled up to block. And it was like, oh, okay. 3rd lane ain't happening in the last 10 laps like it did at Talladega. Like now, like the 3rd lane only happens when we're fuel saving.
Mm-hmm.
And then we kind of all know like a set target time of if we're running that pace, we can go to the top. And so as soon as one car pulls up top, you get blocked, and now it's just 3 wide racing for the next 50 laps.
Interesting.
So it's just a different name in the game. And so you have to, try to keep yourself up front. And the first 2 rows, I said earlier in another interview, like if you're first, second, or third, the last 10 laps, last 5 laps, one of you 3 are going to win. If you're 4th or 5th, you're second or worse. That's it.
7 straight Daytona 500s that have ended in overtime or under caution or
on Monday.
Or on Monday. Yeah, throw that in there.
Rain forecast. Rain on Sunday.
Yeah,
possibly.
Shut up. The only 2 days it's supposed to rain is when Cup cars are racing on track.
Of course.
It makes it's so annoying.
Sunday night's pretty good though, actually.
That's what I figured. It's Florida too. So
you can set your nice watches to it that it's going to be like that. Like
no, this one they don't have like the GMT. You could set all that stuff too. This one.
Well, I didn't mean literally. But anyway, what are the odds that whenever the race happens, it'll be a clean green regulation finish, just finishes straight up, or is that wishing for too much?
Yeah. Here's an interesting odds poll. What's better odds? Finishing race in a regulation or Bubba Wallace winning the 500?
I mean, easily you.
You think?
I do. I don't think there's that great odds that it is going to finish in regulation.
I think it's going to be a crash.
I think
it's
just
like normally there has.
I think it's probably 10 to 20% odds that it would finish in regulation.
What if Bubba Wallace wins under regulation?
Okay, now we're
That's an apocalypse.
Bubba Wallace winning?
No, Bubba Wallace winning. I'm good. You're great in these races. But these things are just.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I don't think there is. The odds are very low. I'd say less than 2% chance that it finishes in regulation.
2%.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Bubba Wallace winning in regulation on a Sunday without rain interrupting.
Goodbye.
Well, we can kick you out anyway because we reached our 10-minute slot. So.
I don't get paid for this interview though, so.
Only if you go. Oh, this is part of the obligations. Yeah. If you go to 15 minutes on a non-obligation thing, you get points.
Exactly.
You're a higher driver.
So you try to get out at 14:58, and I was like, no, we got to keep talking for a couple.
You got to pad that, man.
Yeah. I gave you 3 more points.
You did.
Yeah.
Thanks, big dog.
Thank you. All right. See you.
Happy to give you tips. Oh my God.
Oh wow! Look at this.
Oh my God.
Yeah, eat the one off the floor.
I mean,
Jordan got coffee.
Only one creamer?
All right.
No, I'm kidding.
We should. Oh, I don't want to pull this coffee. Jordan got coffee.
Thank you, Kobe.
Somebody's gonna have to go to the bathroom before the end of this show. That's for sure.
Which one fell on the floor of these? Oh, there's only one left.
Yeah. Zane Smith is here.
Yo.
The third member of this trio we've been talking about today.
Okay.
We've been talking about the Vegas trio and how cool it is that, like, because we talked to Noah and we talked to Riley, like how cool it is that now all three of you are in the Cup Series full time. Like,
yeah,
it's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's super cool. There was a point in time, I think me, Noah, and Riley were in the same duel last year. And I think there was a point in time where I was like leading the bottom lane and them two were like leading the top lane. And I think it was like, man, I hope somebody grabbed a picture. That's pretty cool.
We were kind of talking about this too. It's crazy how Las Vegas is, I don't say like a hotbed, but the three of you plus the Busch brothers, Brendan Gaughan, like there's been an explosion over the last 20 years of guys coming out of Vegas and having success.
Yeah, I mean, I'm originally from Huntington Beach, California, but I raced in Vegas every weekend. It
We're
seemed
calling
like, yeah. So that was, it's cool to. I mean, I remember hearing how the Bowman Gray was where Kyle and Kurt raced a bunch growing up, and I haven't been to Bowman Gray in quite a while, but it's a really cool place, and so. Vegas is still circled that I really want to win at. It's a great mile and a half for me, but just have fell short a couple times. So, but yeah, it's cool to all be here together.
So it's probably about 4 hours from Huntington Beach. I mean, depending on traffic to Vegas.
Yeah, depending on traffic for sure.
Yeah, and I imagine that when you were going to race, you were with a lot of the other people that were leaving LA area on the weekends, which made the traffic even worse.
Yeah.
So what were those memories like for you as you're trying to start your racing career? Obviously, there's more opportunity. I guess that's why you were going to Vegas to do it. What do you remember about those commutes and all that kind of stuff?
Man, what I remember, I think it was like every Thursday I would be waiting for the school loudspeaker to say that Zane Smith, someone's here to check you out or whatever, and we would have to hit the road like right after lunch. So I would have to like act sick and stuff because there was a point in time where like I had so many absent days where it was like I was starting to get in trouble. And
you
so
start coughing like
yeah. Hence why I became homeschooled, I guess, on my computer. So, but yeah, I was just racing a ton. But yeah, I mean it was cool. We would always take our motorhome down and my golden retriever, and it's typically just my parents and I and my dog Luke, and we would go racing Friday through Sunday.
What was it like the last, I was going to say year and a half, because you signed with Trackhouse, and it was an emotional time and it seemed like promising, and like this is going to be the home for a long time, right? And then for whatever reason, it didn't work out.
Yep.
And then last year, you're in this spot of like, you don't know what your future is. And like,
yeah.
But then you end up back to front row where they obviously welcome you back. You had a lot of success there. It's got to feel like going home again in a lot of respect. What's that kind of journey been like?
Yeah, man, it's been crazy. I mean, I was let go the week of Nashville, and then Nashville ended up being my best Cup race. And I feel like since then, we had kind of just turned our year around in general. So, man, it was like I said, a crazy offseason, to say the least. And just what was so frustrating week in and week out was, like I felt like my back half was pretty strong, and it was like, damn it, like I don't know if it's gonna matter. Like it's so late in the year, there's really nowhere open. I don't know if I'll ever get a shot at racing on Sunday, and so that was the toughest part. And I feel like that's where I had just a fire lit inside of me, and I still, it is very much lit. And so, just ready to get going this year. But I mean, I had officially signed my contract Christmas Eve. And so it was a great Christmas present. And then since then, it's just been a thrash, as you can imagine, trying to just get everything in place. And fortunately, I was the only piece of the puzzle that needed to be plugged. That whole group on the 38 is the same group as last year. So that's great in this situation of, I feel, how you should handle that, of just plugging one person in versus trying to change multiple different parts and pieces. So yeah, I mean, it's been a lot, but yeah, ready to get going. Excited to see the speed we got for tonight and see how our Daytona goes.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
stopping by. And it's crazy that in 3 hours
I know.
qualifying after media day and all this stuff. But
yeah, I know
yeah,
I still
man.
got a lot left to do, but thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah,
Fun. Appreciate
absolutely.
it, man.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Zane Smith, everybody, the third member of that Vegas racing trio, all growing up together. And now we're joined by Michael McDowell, who we both have, right?
Yeah.
We both have you
we
making the playoffs.
both have you in the playoffs. I told you this the other day.
Thank
I
you.
I saw you at the Hall of Fame. I mentioned to you. But we got
Yeah.
you in the playoffs, man.
Independently,
No
without
pressure.
we did not consult, and then we came up with our playoff picks, and I thought I was going to be like, I have the cool like sleeper pick.
Well,
I'm
I
going
think
up.
you guys are both highly intelligent individuals.
Thank you.
And you've seen patterns and trends. And my pattern and trend has been every other. And we've been close enough every year to not be a total surprise, right? But it's hard. I mean, you guys have seen it, right? It is hard to win a cup race, and it is hard to point your way in. And when you look at like Chris Buescher last year and you look at the season that he had, it's just a great reminder of like focus on the win.
Mm-hmm.
Points are points. It's a good plan B, but it is not plan A. Plan A is the win for sure.
And we were talking about this too. Is now when you have like an SVG come up full time and you have an AJ Allmendinger come up full time.
Yeah.
You kind of want just assume like at least one, if maybe not both, are going to win a road course race.
They
which
could,
to
for
your
sure.
point makes getting in on points even slimmer. So
Yeah.
it's such a focus now. I think it's like a hyper focus of we got to win by any means necessary almost. Forget
Yeah,
points.
Absolutely. And even on those road courses, even for SVG or AJ, which you wouldn't bet against either one of those guys, it's still really hard
Oh,
to
yeah.
win,
Mhm.
right? And everything has to go just right. And so, but AJ's one of those drivers too that he could win on any racetrack right now. He really could. So if their program goes the direction that they hope and RCR's program goes the direction they hope, that, you know, AJ's a contender anywhere. And so he's someone you definitely don't count out.
Do you think that, like, when we're talking about different faces and stuff like that, like a lot of our playoff picks are, you know, the same people. There's not a new car this year. There's not a new rules package. It's a lot of the same. The one sort of different element is it feels like to me what Spire's doing, you know, building, being on the rise, getting a lot of good people there. You know, what do you guys have to do to break through and get to that level of like, you know, it's going to be tough, right? Because you don't have the full Chevy support, but you know you're building. So what can we reasonably expect out of the whole organization?
It's a really tough question to answer. I mean, because I haven't hit the racetrack, so to speak, yet, right? And so you don't know where you're at. You don't know where you stack up. On paper, people-wise, and all the things that we've done in the offseason, we have the talent in the building to do it. But there's so much processes and procedures and execution that has to take place, and that doesn't just turn on, right? That's not like a faucet you just turn on. And you can put the smartest people in one building, but it's still going to take some time for all of that to be extracted. It's there. Like the talent, the ability, everything's there, but it's how long does it take us to get that chemistry and extract it out of the entire group from the shop floor to upper management, right? And it's all the way through the building. So that's the thing that you don't know. Is that 5 weeks? Is that 10 weeks? Is that 38 weeks? Is that 72 weeks? You know, there's expectations, and we know that. But nobody knows the timeline or the time frame. And so much of this sport is timing too. You guys have seen it where, you know, there's teams and manufacturers that have dips, you know, and they have rises and dips and rises. And so much of it is timing, right? Like catching everything just at the right time. And you really don't know where you're at until you get done with that West Coast swing and you see, you know, a good selection of tracks and where each manufacturer and where each team and where each driver, you know, stacks up.
How great is it that you're able to bring Travis with you and to maybe help smooth out some of the transitions a little bit?
Yeah, it's huge. You know, if you just think about, for me, it's a new manufacturer, it's a new team, it's new everything. So if you added on top of that, new crew chief, new spotter, new car chief, all those things, it's like starting over a little bit, right? And with Travis coming and Griffin coming and Mike Fisher coming and a handful of guys, you know, Phil Pott and Markle, and you just go down the list. I brought a decent amount of guys with me that were from the, you know, the team last year, and that helps that transition, right? We're not trying to figure each other out. We're not trying to figure out, how we communicate our processes. We're doing it together as we learn new processes. So it's good.
So how do you approach it because you were such a leader in the direction of what Front Row was doing, and you were so established there for so long. You have that, nothing's changed about you. You have all the veteran knowledge and all that stuff, but it's still, you're walking into somebody else's building at first. It's new. So is there hesitation about like how strong can I be in terms of leadership, or do you just jump right in and be like, I know what I'm doing here. Like, here, I'm going to lead right away. Like, how do you balance that?
Yes. Yeah. You nailed the off season for me, right? Is, first and foremost, I was brought in to drive, right? But there was an element that, Dickerson and I and leadership group clearly established that I'm going to be a part of the process. Mm-hmm. But anytime you come into a new situation or a new job or, just whether it's in racing or not, you can't just come in with all guns a-blazing day one, right? Like, because they have their processes and procedures and their relationships and communication. And so you have to, I don't want to say ease into it, because in racing you don't ease into it, but you just want to be tactical about how you go about it. And right now there's not enough information because we haven't hit the racetrack to really say this is our problem, this is our problem, this is our problem, this is our problem, because we don't know until we know. And I think we've done a good job of bringing in really strong personnel with, Ryan Sparks and Matt McCall and Dax and Rodney and Travis. And I mean, I could go on a list. There's 40 people that we brought in, and they're all really smart, really talented. So I think that my job is to go and perform as best I can, extract as much as I can out of the race car, but also lead the direction of where we're going with that development. And I don't think that's changed, year over year. But I also feel like there's so much strength around our organization that's going to be easier.
You think you'll win this year?
We will win this year.
You will win.
We will. Yep.
All right.
I mean, that's what I think is such a key, because I feel like you guys are going to have the chance to win, and it, depending on how it shakes out with other winners, point your way in, because I think you guys are going to be really consistent, because what you understand is how to maximize your days and not overstep and get those good finishes that you need. So I feel like you're going to be up there in points, and then you could win. So that's why I feel like it was an easy playoff pick, because it still seems like there's a lot of people who race as though they're just going to win at some point. But then you get back and you look at the season, you're like, boy, I wish they probably wish they would have those points back. If they didn't go a little too far.
Yeah.
But it seems like maybe that just comes with experience. I don't know.
Well, and it can go both ways. I think that the way that I approach it, I definitely made mistakes last year, but at Talladega I had the shot to win.
Mm-hmm.
I don't make that block and I run second. It's a great day. It's a great points day. But I knew that playoffs and winning were on the line.
Yeah, for sure.
And so on those days, you take that chance on the last lap when you can win. If you're running fifth, you don't. You take your points, you take your top five, and you call it a good day. And it's trying to find that balance that's really hard, right? Because you have to push so hard to put yourself in those positions. But managing the full day is hard to do at times. And I didn't do it the best last year. I think just because I knew I was moving on. I knew how important it was to make the playoffs. Like, I wanted so desperately to do that, to win a race and finish, my last season there strong. And I put that extra pressure on myself to do that, and probably made moves more aggressive than I typically would. But, you learn every year. Like, it doesn't matter if you've been doing it 5 years or 20 years or 15 years. Like, you're constantly growing and learning and getting better, and that's a big part of it.
Very good.
All right,
we'll
see you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The conversation.
Appreciate it. Yep. Michael McDowell, everybody, always a great guy to talk to. And, man, we have less than 2 hours to go. It's crazy.
Sounds like you're running a telethon.
No, but I mean, we've done over 5 hours already. And now we have perhaps the best dressed guy on the entire property. Look at this. This is just absolutely beautiful.
Howdy.
Justin Haley is here with the howdy. He's got the Ride the Dente hat. I watched the Ride the Dente
commercial
music video. Yeah.
What was that like?
The commercial shoot?
Yeah.
It was cold. It was 14 degrees in the barn.
Oh, wow.
How long were you in there for?
Too long.
Oh.
A few hours.
Oh.
But they had heaters and stuff. They took care of us.
That's good.
Yeah.
How do you, I feel like you are typically a guy who wants to come in, do his thing.
Not show up in a cowboy hat.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, this is like everybody's looking at you today. Everybody's like, whoa, getting big reactions,
yeah.
I'm sure. What's that
I've been
like
trying
for you?
to break out of my shell for decades now. So, it is a lot. It's a lot for me, but just try to embrace it. Obviously, it's cool branding with Chili's and their new Ride the Dente promotion. So, definitely out of character for me, but part of the job.
What did your wife think when you're like, hey, this is what I'm going to be?
She thinks I look hot, you know?
You bringing that home then?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm allowed to keep or not, but.
What was your reaction when you first saw it?
It's interesting. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I feel like people always try to do like the suit and tie, and there's some, there's been some different ones over the years. So this is.
I don't ever
cool.
see anything like this.
Yeah,
it's
we'll
creative.
See. Hopefully
That's
it's good
for sure.
media. Yeah.
It's really creative.
Yeah, they got like my logo on the belt buckle and everything.
Oh, that's great.
That's a nice little touch.
So
that's really great. That's very clever.
Slick.
Well, of course, whenever we come to a place like this, we always think Justin Haley. You have this mindset, this skill. I don't know how you do it, but it seems like you're always going to be relevant at super speedways. But has the way that the next gen car races now, with you guys all having to be in a pack and fuel saving and all that stuff, has that hurt what you do? Has it had any impact on what you do?
Well, I mean, it's frustrating. Definitely frustrating, but you just try to play the game as best as possible. Obviously it's just how good is your fueler and how well can you execute pit road and how well can you qualify, and then how well are your teammates and you working together to try to hold on to track position all day. So, I mean, it's definitely frustrating. The good news about the fuel saving is that if you are, in the back, you can rocket to the front. You're just going to use all that fuel, and then, 40 laps later, you're going to be irrelevant again. So, it's a tough game to play, but it's what we all got to do.
You joined Spire late last year, so you had a little bit of time, but now you had a full off season. What's that acclimation process been like?
Yeah, I mean, it's I really don't even remember the last few races of the year. It was such an interesting process that happened. But I think the whole 7 crew, there might be one guy that's the same, and then everyone obviously is either people Rodney brought, like Cheddar, or some of his road crew guys, or the spotter. So it was definitely nice to get back into the organization and kind of change my mindset back into, trying to get to the second round of qualifying, which we did a few times. And, the winning mindset that Rodney obviously has. So, like I spoke before, it's been interesting to see how Rodney and Cheddar race, and it's been eye-opening for sure, and I'm excited for it. I feel like the Clash, we unloaded, we were really fast, hit a bunch of stuff, but we were fast. So, I'm excited just to, get in a fast race car and go try to win races.
I mean, to me, it's like the Spire fit for you is so great. The connections you had there going back years. Jeff Dickerson has always been such a big fan of yours. To be reunited there, I mean, is it feel like a homecoming type of situation?
Yeah, I love, obviously, Jeff and his whole, management team there at Spire. I joked with him that he was just trying to find a driver his size so he could get back in the seat, So, I mean, Jeff's been awesome over the years, and obviously, been a close friend of mine. So, it does feel cool to be back and, to see the growth. And now I feel like with everyone we have hired, I feel like we can do something special. And even like walking into the hauler for the first time at the Clash, seeing Rodney and Eddie DeHaan and Matt McCall and just everyone, all the talent that was sitting in my lounge of my hauler that I was racing out of, I think that's kind of when it got to me. So, then you have to just focus on trying to win a race, which has obviously been the mindset that Jeff and the team Aspire have put on us. So,
I wanted to ask you mentioned it a little bit, but what is the one or two things that really jump out to you about Rodney?
Well, we're very similar, and he's the quietest guy I've ever met. And he's just super, like tactical almost. Like you don't ever really know what he's thinking because he's off in a different galaxy. And I feel like that's how I am, right? Like I might come across like I'm, quiet or something, but it's just because my mind's so focused on something else or what I'm trying to accomplish. So, he just brings every thought that you are thinking. He's 10 steps ahead of you, right? Like you almost don't even have to tell him what the car's doing because he already knows. And he's been around it long enough. So, yeah, just to see how him and Cheddar and the engineer all work together. I mean, it's just it's been interesting for sure, but it's cool.
I mean, this is in so many ways the opportunity that you've been waiting for and worked for and set yourself up for so long. Is it like a pinch yourself moment at all that it's finally here, that you're finally going to have this golden opportunity to race a full season with a great team and great talent around you, and it's been a fight to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean it has, but I feel like everyone's careers, for the most part, are up and down, and even Michael, who's just in here, he's been at it a long time. So, I just feel like I'm just still so focused on what I'm trying to accomplish, right? Like I'm not even close to where I want to be, right? I've only won a race, which we all know what that was. So I mean, I'm still, we're all still just trying, right? We're never happy with where we're at because our goals are so far ahead of what we want to accomplish. So yes, I'm very thankful, and I feel like this is the group that I can go out there and do that with. So
cool. Thanks, man.
Cool.
Thanks
Appreciate
for
you coming
in.
by.
Appreciate
yeah, thank you. I just noticed halfway through this interview, I felt so weird wearing this hat. I just looked up at it. So thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Justin.
You look great, for real.
Thank you. You talking to me?
Oh no, I was not talking to you. Oh, look at these.
Oh, look at this.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, we're gonna need this after all this is over. That's for sure. Are you gonna ride the Dente, Jordan?
I don't know what that means.
The Presidente Margarita. So that's what the Dente is.
Oh, I make better margaritas than they do.
Oh, we got Josh Berry in the house. I passed him at dinner last night.
Oh,
briefly. Yeah, before you showed up.
That place was good.
Yeah, it was good.
It was nice.
Yeah.
Did you get the salad bar?
I did.
Nice.
Yeah, it was excellent.
That was good. I didn't know you were there too. I got there late, a few minutes
he
late.
was late.
We were walking out when he walked in.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. I always think it's kind of hard to bring my kids to a nice dinner, but you have a well-behaved family where you can actually eat your dinner in peace?
So I don't know. I mean, it's definitely a challenge, and there's definitely times when you're anxious about it, right? That, if they're not. But I feel like it's important to keep them in that, atmosphere at the same time. Maybe not a really fancy place, but just taking them out to eat and stuff. I feel like they get more acclimated to acting, how they should act when they're in public. So it's been good for us, I guess.
Do you keep them distracted and stuff, or do you bring the tablets?
Do you have iPads or anything?
Well, last night we didn't let her have. Now that she's gotten older, she wants it less. So it's it just kind of depends. Sometimes you got to do it.
Okay.
You hate to do it, but sometimes you got to.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just about getting through the meal. You're desperate. You're just like, all right.
Just get to the finish.
Yeah.
Just get to the finish.
So I had never talked to Miles Stanley before, and I was doing a Sirius show, and he was a guest on it. And I was like, holy cow, this guy is like a great talker, motivator type guy. Like, I didn't know what to expect. How's that relationship been going so far as you're trying to build something and get to know each other and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, no, it's been really good. I think, Miles impressed me really early on, and just, like I said, just how he projects himself, how he thinks, his confidence, how excited he is for the opportunity really means a lot. And he's had obviously he's been behind the scenes at Team Penske the last few years, but he's been a really important part of their success. And I think that, that made him a really, smooth transition, at least on his side of things. And I've really enjoyed working with him so far.
When you look back the last year, a little bit removed from it now, how challenging was it to step into that situation? You're replacing Kevin Harvick to begin with, but then everything that's going on at Stewart-Haas Racing, and then you've got to figure out what your next steps are, and what was that like?
It was way more emotional than I think I even realized it in the moment. I think looking back on it, right? And it's unfortunate to say that, but I think, by the time I got to the end of the year after Phoenix, it's like, you think back on that year, and obviously, the great opportunity that it was. And working with Rodney and Cheddar and those guys, it was amazing. I mean, they were a great group. I mean, Kevin talked so highly of that group for right reason. I mean, they were amazing to work with. But thinking back on it, you remember all the distractions. You don't really remember as much the good days that we had together as you remember just everything that was going on in the background, right? And I think, honestly, no matter what we said, we were here last year and already dealing with it, right? Like, and then it kind of went through the phase of, like, not knowing and trying to deflect it to, all right, now we know it's shutting down, we need jobs. And that was actually the most fun it was when everybody was just laying it all out, it felt like,
Yeah.
So it was definitely a challenge. I'm definitely looking forward to, a fresh start, right, with an organization that's been really established, and working with Miles. I think he's really hungry to get after it, and I just think the Wood brothers have a great, like, grassroots kind of old school feel, and I think that's who I am.
Does it give you encouragement that it's like, listen, I mean, John Wood's out there saying, listen, we have all the access that Penske has, we have all the resources they have, and we expect that kind of be able to run with them, right? Like, is that a positive, or is that like, whew, man, that is a big it's a lot of pressure. Like, do you embrace that? How do you view that?
I mean, you have to embrace it, really. I think when you step into that environment, obviously, first on the 21 car side, right? They want to be more competitive, right? Mm-hmm. They want to win. They've been in the sport for 75 years. They want to win races and be competitive and run well, and this is their family business, and they enjoy that and love the sport. But then as you get more into the structure and the organization that's, being a fault, with the affiliation with Team Penske, right? Like, it makes you realize you're going to have to step up your game, right? I mean, that's the reality of it. There's more, I feel like that I'm already more prepared than I've been, just being a part of that environment. Now I can walk down the garage to a 3-time champion or another champion in Ryan Blaney or even Austin, who's had a number of years in the sport, right, and bounce things off them and talk to them. And that was probably it's a more similar feel to me to what I had when I drove at HMS when I was filling in. And I think it's gonna be a real positive for me on the racetrack.
Well, what's a good year for you when if you at the end of this year you look back and say, if we can do X, Y, Z, we're gonna be happy?
Well, I think, obviously you want to say make the playoffs, right? Which, really in this day and age, right? I mean, you got to win a race. I mean, really those kind of go hand in hand. I mean, maybe you don't have to, but, I think it would be hard to expect us to be a top 5 points car where we could point our way into that given scenario. So I think, for us, we want to, aside from the obvious of winning the race or making the playoffs, like we want to be in that conversation, right? We want to be, in the talks of being a playoff team. And I feel like we have, everything, the keys to go do it. I mean, we just have to, go execute. And I need to learn from the things, the mistakes I made last year here or there. I need to do a better job of finishing races. There were some races last year where I probably got a little impatient, trying to do too much. So I think you take those things.
Also, a DVP clock that didn't help you out either.
Yeah, that was disappointing. Thankfully, they changed that rule. But
Josh Berry rule.
I got the Monday call after that one. Pretty much figured out that there was going to be a rule change.
Yeah. What's it feel to put on this crisp white uniform that you have there, representing the Wood brothers? I mean, this is an iconic ride, and now you have a chance to make your own identity with it.
It's been fun. I mean, really, that's the best part about it to me is it's just this whole situation and just who they are and just the tradition, the family, and going to the museum and seeing all that, right? Like, it's just so fun and just like grassroots, old school feel that, I don't know, it's really making me enjoy this a lot, going into this opportunity. I think this is a great fit for me. I really do. And I think we have some great personnel on the 21 car that's ready to, to run better and be more competitive. And I think that we can go out and have a really solid year.
Very good, man.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate
you coming
Thanks
in.
for the conversation. Good luck.
All right. Josh Berry, everybody. From the dinner table to the teardown table. You were late at dinner last night. So
I was like
a
minute late.
You were late.
No, I walked in a minute late.
it was over that. But
No,
that's
it
fine.
was like 2 minutes late. I can even show you the text.
All right, we've got another dad here in Cole Custer.
How's it going?
We've had a recent string of dads, which is good for me because I like talking dad stuff. So how's your dad life going?
It's been going good. Cal's 6 months old now, so he's starting to use his hands and eyes and sitting up on his own. So it's definitely going great. I mean, Carrie's been doing great with him, and it's definitely been really cool.
Any good stories or anything so far?
Oh man. Nothing crazy yet, which is probably a good thing.
Okay, knock on wood. Knock on wood here.
If you haven't had any like horrible blowouts on the side of the road or that kind of stuff, then
there's been some, but nothing out there that I can really remember exactly right now.
That's great.
I got a question for you. Andy's Frozen Custard. I see you, big time sponsor of yours. What is your favorite? Because I've always wondered that.
I mean, all of it's good at Andy's Frozen Custard.
But do you have like a go-to though? Because if they were my sponsor, I have this. If it was my sponsor, I would be there every day, multiple times a day.
I think you have to go with their jackhammer. It's like it's vanilla custard, and then they put pretty much hot fudge into the center of it. So and they mix in all kinds of other stuff too. But that's probably the go-to is the jackhammers.
Oh my!
Wow!
All right.
That's sold me on that.
He doesn't do sugar though.
No sugar.
I'm off right now.
I commend you.
But it's hard. It's a hard life, and it's not fun. And I'm cranky all the time.
No one says you have to do it.
My doctor.
Oh.
So what's the vibe like? How many people with your team, are holdovers? Is like the majority of people that were there before? Are there any new people that came in, or is it people that you're mostly familiar with already?
Yeah, I mean, I said that before, but like it's really tough for me to give a great answer on that because I mean, it's hard for me to really say. But I think at the end of the day, if I was to just give a guess, maybe a quarter to half the people are from SHR before. But I think we have a great group. I think at the end of the day, everybody's worked extremely hard over the off season. There's been a lot to organize, a lot to go through, new lines with RFK. And everybody just put their heads down and worked, and it's been great. And I think we put a solid group together for Daytona.
What was it like last year? You're competing for an Xfinity Series championship and trying to focus on that. At the same time, all 4 SHR charters were going to be sold, and then it was no, we're going to hang on to one. And just kind of walk me through that process and what that was like.
Yeah, that was probably one of the craziest seasons you'll ever have in a race team with everything that happened and everything, the charters and everything that just transpired, really. But it definitely isn't a situation anybody wants to be in. But at the end of the day, hopefully we can, just move in the right direction from here and try and build something that we're really proud of.
Coming back to the Cup Series, what do you feel like is in your arsenal and toolbox that you didn't necessarily have the first go around?
I think the biggest thing is just more knowledge of, how to work with your team, more knowledge about the cars, how to work with your engineers. There's so much data and so much information that's just thrown at you in the Cup Series that in half of it, you probably shouldn't really worry that much about, and half of it you should. So just knowing more what to focus on, how to work with your team to fix problems, because that's very rarely, especially in the Cup Series, do things go perfectly right. There's usually always something you have to work on or get better. So the teams that can progress throughout the year and get better and better are the ones that end up on top.
What's a good year for you? What do you think?
I mean, I think for us, the goal is to make the playoffs. I think we have the resources to do that. I think we have a great alliance with RFK. We have great people. I think that's the goal, is to make the playoffs. I think we have to walk before we run a little bit, hit some base hits to start the year off. But at the end of the day, if you can run in that top 20 consistently, I mean, the guys who were top 20 in points last year, they competed for wins. So at the end of the day, I think that's kind of the goal in trying to make the playoffs.
What do you think they should do with the Clash next? I mean, that was a cool environment for sure. Is it worth going back there for another year? Should they try another short track? Take it somewhere else completely, like international? What's your feel for it?
That's a really tough one. I leave that race every year, and I don't really know what they should do. It's a really tough race. But I think it is really cool. Some of the ideas people had of going to local short tracks and revamping them, and then kind of leaving that there so that local short track has some great facilities and has that great interaction from the top series in NASCAR. I think that's a really cool idea. I think TV, I don't know how they feel about that, but I think it's a really cool idea.
Yeah.
Interesting. You excited for this year? Is it fresh? Is it new?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really cool to just start something off new that you can hopefully build something that you can be proud of. It's pretty much a made from scratch deal that we're all putting our blood, sweat, and tears in to try and make great. So I think we have a lot of great stuff. It's just a matter of, getting everything how we want it.
Do you think that this year will sort of be like how everybody left off in Cup? Because, there's not a new car. There's not some big rule changes. Like, do you think it's going to be the same kind of group to start the year that was strong at the end of last year?
It's so hard to say. I mean, if you're using common sense, you'd probably say yes.
I don't have a lot of that, so maybe not.
But I think
you said it, not me.
But also, these cars are so sensitive. When one little thing can jump you up 10 spots or 15 spots. So if one team just hits on something, they could catapult themselves huge. So you never know, really.
Very good.
What do you do? Just to close on another dad life question.
Oh, geez.
Sorry. What do you do to get your own time and space when there's a baby in the house? You've got to focus on work and starting the season as well. You don't have a lot of time, I assume, to do stuff you want to do. How do you carve that out for yourself?
Yeah, I've come to the realization. I feel like the racing weekends are almost like the easy time now.
Yeah,
it
you're
used
right.
to be the hard part of the week. Now it's the easy part. But yeah, it's definitely wide open, But at the end of the day, you just try and going to work out in the mornings, you get that time to yourself, kind of, and doing stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Well, thank you for coming in.
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for coming by.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thanks, man.
Cole
Enjoy your
Custer,
Andes.
everybody. And man, we're down to just like a handful of drivers left. We have about 90 minutes here. I don't know who else is out there.
There's like a little green room. kind
We've
of thing
got
going on out there.
we've got a little Justin Allgaier action.
Don't call him little.
Coming up. Huh?
You called him little.
Well, I mean, he is low gator. I said a little Justin Allgaier action. I wasn't
He's making
calling
fun of
him
your
little.
size.
My size, yes.
No, I wasn't
actually,
calling you little.
I was on them downstairs. If we could just do like the red carpet, instead of organizing it by points or I don't know how they organize the drivers coming through the line, but it would be in their best interest to do shortest to tallest.
Then the cameras don't have to adjust.
Right, because
Makes a lot
it's
of sense.
demoralizing. To stand up there and they have to lower the microphone. At least sitting down.
Do they give you ever phone books to stand on or anything or stool?
No, they go over and they readjust
over,
all
they
the
adjust
cameras
it.
and everything, and then you
I would
just
hate that.
But you make a really good point. Let's make this a little bit more efficient. Let's make this more streamlined. We're gonna line up by height and just boom, boom, boom.
Shortest to tallest, and then
saves everybody some time.
we all have that height. We have to give them our height in the beginning of the year, so they know how tall we are.
Yeah.
And it's not like stick and ball sports where you
kinda
I would
float.
be 6 foot tall, right? I'm not. So,
But
you're
do
6'4".
people have to say their real height? Can you lie when you?
I mean, NASCAR measures you when we do our physicals.
Oh,
so
okay.
You're
So
kind
it's
of
the
at the
real-
mercy of it's actual real information.
Okay.
What's it like being the first driver for Junior Motorsports in the Cup Series? Because your team one is a little excited.
Yeah, when Dale was here at 6 a.m. I mean, he said he was going to be right,
and he was though.
But I didn't. I guess in some ways I didn't expect it. But to see him as excited as he's been, and Kelly and LW, and those are moments that. As long as I've been at Junior Motorsports, I don't know that I ever really saw this come to fruition, number one. Number two, definitely what didn't have me as the driver listed as the one that would be making the first start for them. But it's been cool to see their passion for it, right? And whether this is the first one of many or the last, this is the first and last one, I don't know. But it's been cool to see the process. Because Dale's been like a kid in a candy store all the way through this whole process. And it's been really fun to watch. And it makes me excited just because he's that excited.
You had a storybook ending to last season, just an amazing thing for you. Did that carry through the whole off season? Or were you thinking about it every day, or at some point does your mind start to focus on, all right, well, next year's coming up? How does that work?
Yeah, my wife told me right before the banquet, she said, remember these moments because they're really cool, because when you get to Daytona, you're a zero again. And I was like, that's kind of harsh. And she's like, no,
Thanks,
really.
Steve. Appreciate that.
Really, they give you 0 points when you get to Daytona. So, you got to do this all over again.
Thanks for the pep talk.
John Hunter is actually waiting right here. And it's kind of funny.
Hi, John.
So you wanted to listen to what I had to say?
Words of wisdom.
So I crashed in practice. And one of the only people that texted me was John Hunter after practice was over last year in Phoenix. And then texted me again after the race was over. And, the moments in Phoenix were like, I don't know. I can't even describe it to you. It was such a roller coaster. It took me 2 weeks to just understand how Phoenix even happened and what went down. But I got shoulder surgery the Thursday after the season was over. So it was like really short-lived, and then you go into that, whole process and live that out. But it's been really cool because the energy in our shop is so different from what it was before. To see everybody's faces smiling, and you're more efficient. Like, winning breeds winning, because you're just more efficient. Everybody's happy. Things just happen to fall into place a little bit easier, and it's kind of surreal, really, when you start looking at it, like how it kind of affects everybody, as a whole. So, been really cool. I'm kind of sad because I don't get like the champion logo on my Cup Fire suit, but I do for the Xfinity Fire suit, so that's at least a plus.
Was there a moment afterwards, like really drove home, like, wow, I finally accomplished it after all the close calls and near misses? Like, this was it, and I did it.
Seeing my family probably was the craziest part of all of that. Was my dad and kind of his face. There's a photo of my dad whenever he gave me a big hug, and then probably the wildest one was my oldest daughter, Harper. Seeing Ashley and Willow and Harper run up was really special. But Harper doesn't really like racing. Isn't her thing, right? Like, she doesn't mind racing. It's not that she doesn't like racing, but she plays softball and she's got all of her things that she's got going on in life. And I don't know that racing will ever hold that same competitiveness or gut feeling for her like it does for me. But she came up and she was crying, and knowing that, I was like, I thought maybe something happened. I thought maybe she got knocked down or whatever. So I'm like, are you all right? Like, why are you crying? And she's like, I've never seen you cry like this. So I know this has to be really important. And I just sat back and it was like that moment of clarity for me that, like, even though this isn't her thing, she understands the whole scale of how it is. And like, that was like the moment that was the icing on the cake. There's been a lot of cool stuff since then. A lot of really neat things that have happened, people that text or people that you run into and they comment on it. But that was the moment for me that, family is why I do this and I always will do this. And that was cool.
I love that. Your wife is super into Enneagrams. I know
She
Kelly
is.
Earnhardt is as well, from following them on social media. What
Yes.
Enneagram type are you?
I don't remember. I don't follow nearly as much as my wife does. But I think that when you follow people that are highly into it, they're likely all in that same like number range. I think she's an 8.
She's
right?
an 8 because I see her post.
Yeah, and it's eerie when you watch. I think I'm a 2 maybe.
So I'm a 2.
You're a 2.
I thought you might be that same sort of
It's so weird. When
I
you
have
can
no idea what you're all talking about, by the way.
Yeah, you need to do the test because
It's very
it's a
accurate.
whole new world that you
Oh, boy.
that you
When Ashley posts on her story and you click on it and you thumb through all the ones and you
Yeah.
find yours and you read about yourself or whatever, you're like, oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, you need to come see me. I'll introduce. I think you've met my wife before, but we'll sit down with my wife. She can explain it all to you, and it's oddly entertaining because it's like just facts about life, the things that you do, and you're gonna go, somebody knows me and they've never met me.
I'm a little worried about what they would say.
Yeah, it is very concerning sometimes because you're like, oh, that makes total sense, but then I feel like sometimes too it gives you an excuse to follow along with whatever it says, and you're like, maybe that wouldn't normally be your thing, but I don't know.
That's interesting. You have taken it because our coworkers from the F1 side.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, and yours was horrifying. So I don't remember what number you were, but yours
Well,
was
see,
horrifying.
so we do another
encouraging. Thanks.
We do another testing at Junior Motorsports, and it's a color trait testing, right? And so each person has a color, and you have a name badge with your color on it, and then you get ways to deal with other people. And I'm a green, which is an extrovert. I know that you find that hard to believe that I like to talk, but it's so funny when you start like diving into people's personalities. And I wish all drivers would just have like the color, like their color on the back bumper, because it would make life a lot easier as to how to race somebody in front of you.
I feel like this is going to be our thing next media day. We're going to have
people don't know. I mean, the color thing is a Hendrick thing.
Yeah, Hendrick started
Enneagram,
it. Enneagrams, everybody can do it. It's just a test.
Yeah,
but like
the Hendrick
people
thing.
don't. Most people don't know theirs. Yeah.
The Hendrick one is actually like it's pretty wild. It actually shows you. This is really crazy. It shows you who you are, and then it shows you who you become when you go to work.
Oh, interesting.
So like it shows you how much you have to change your personality to be at work.
It sounds way too deep.
It's pretty cool. It is deep, but
it sounds way too deep.
Well, thanks, man. Thanks for
Appreciate it,
stopping
Yeah,
by.
thank you guys.
and,
Appreciate it.
Good
Absolutely.
luck with everything.
You providing snacks for
You
everybody?
want some? Yeah,
no,
we
I'm
got
good. I'm
some
good.
Adult beverages over here too.
Those are
You got the, you have the wrong brand of whiskey over there. Is all I'm going to tell you.
You're welcome to bring me some.
That was
I
a
would.
gift
I
from-
love Buffalo Trace, by the way.
I
FYI.
would at least bring you a big bottle.
Okay, Buffalo
there you
Trace,
go.
please.
All right.
That's my favorite.
No,
Traveler.
he has that one.
I thought Buffalo Trace is on the side
Well,
of your car, though.
Buffalo Trace is yes. Traveler is part of the Buffalo
Okay,
Trace
you know,
family.
just bring me.
so-
I'm
All
just
right,
bringing me.
You'll
whiskey.
take whatever.
I'm not picky. Just free whiskey. I'm great.
John Hunter Nemechek is up next. He's been patiently waiting. We're continuing the dad stuff rolling through.
Yeah, but we didn't ask Justin. So you texted him after practice last year.
He's not even on the microphone yet.
I'm setting up that he can hear the
Okay.
question, and
Yeah.
then when he sits down, he can answer it.
I did.
This is what I deal with all of the time.
What did you text him when you're trying to make him feel better?
Let's
And
see.
what prompted that?
Yeah, why'd you decide to do that?
I don't know. I've always pulled for Justin, like for how much that he's given to this sport and how he's grinded it out through the years. And he found his home at Junior Motorsports in the Xfinity Series, right? And they ran in Cup for a while, and things just didn't pan out. And through my career path, it's kind of inspiring for me to see Justin be successful at the Xfinity level and make a home for himself. I said, I know you know this, but keep your head up. You got this. It's just another bump in the road, but it seems like you're a year. And then that was it.
Wow.
So,
That's really cool.
Yeah.
That.
I mean,
That's really cool.
Anytime that you go into a championship race and you make the Final Four, I think that that's a win in itself, right? Like making the Final Four is hard in any series. And when it comes down to one race, everything can go right all day and it may not work out in the end. But to start your weekend from wrecking from a blown motor and sliding through oil and hitting the fence, I mean, that's tough, right? Like you put your heart and soul, and the team guys do the same thing into that primary car and try and make it the best that it can be. And having to go to a backup, like it's all mental at that point, right? Like the guys are going to work their tails off to get that car ready, but you as a driver also have to be prepared. And I don't know. I just felt like it was Justin's year. He was fast all year, and they showed grit, and they were fast the year before when we were racing them for the championship. And he had been to the Final Four so many times, but had never done it. So it's cool to see him do it.
So if I'm assuming you send that because that kind of similar text would resonate with you, what is the right thing to say? Like, let's say fans are coming up to you or whatever, or even friends, family. What is the right thing to say to a driver who is, going through a rough patch or whatever? Like, because I feel like sometimes people mean well, but the stuff that comes out of their mouth is not exactly helpful or something. What should people be saying?
I think for me, like my mindset is like just keep your head up, right? Like no matter how tough it gets, like it will turn around at some point. Like you can go, racing is that way. Like you can have the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, and it can be week to week, right? But it's how you handle that situation. And for people on the outside listening and talking, and just like that text that I sent to Justin, like that's what I would want to hear if I was in that situation, right? Like know that there's people behind me that support me and that are willing to send something to me to say that. And it kind of changes your mental focus at that point, right? Like you got to focus on the task at hand, but hearing that is just reassuring.
What's your mindset going into 2025?
I'm ready, man. I'm really looking forward to 2025. 2024 was a rough year for us at Legacy Motor Club, for myself and Erik, and we didn't finish the way that we wanted to. We didn't have the speed that we wanted last year. We had some really good runs, and we had some really not great runs. So 2025, there's a lot of new personnel in place, a lot of new processes in place, some really good hires at the end of last year that I'm looking forward to working with, and they've been a pleasure to work with so far. The 42 team, I think there's only one guy that has returned to the 42 team. Everyone is new this year, from engineers to mechanics to crew chief to car chief. Literally everything is new.
Wow.
So a lot of new for me again, but I feel like everyone is meshing well. I feel like everyone is working really hard. The off season was a lot of hard work from everyone involved, from the competition side, upper management side. Like the whole place is definitely different, I would say, than it was at the start of 2024. So
Daytona, Atlanta, looking forward to trying to have some good runs. Coda, kind of seeing where we stack up speed-wise and where we need to get better. And then into Phoenix and Vegas, I think will really show us where we're at on speed from all the work that has gone in over the offseason.
In terms of Jimmie now becoming the primary owner and he's going to be around, regularly and all that stuff, I mean, what do you think difference that could make for you, just being able to, have a lot more interactions with him?
I think it's great. I think having Jimmie around more in person is definitely going to be good for not only myself but Erik and the whole company. I think being able to have Jimmie as majority owner, I think is going to be really good as well on trying to speed up some decision making and now instead of it having to go through a couple different people to get approved, it's now like, hey, we're going to go this way. I feel like part of the reason why I came to Legacy was because of Jimmie and his vision for the team. And he doesn't want to suck at anything that he does. And I haven't really found anything that he's sucked at yet. So I think from him being a team owner, I think he's going to push Legacy Motor Club to kind of in that same direction. We got some big hurdles to overcome, some big jumps and competition speed-wise that we have to get better at. But overall, really excited to see where this company is going.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for stopping by.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for being patient too.
Of course. You always want to listen to what the old guy has to say.
He is getting gray.
Wisdom.
He
is.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks, Justin.
All right, John Hunter Nemechek, everybody. And we are, again, going fast here. We may have a little bit of a break here. It says our next one is at 6:10. So I don't know if that's. Oh no, just kidding. Ty Dillon.
Moving people up.
Really?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, if you could share a mic.
Yeah, grab the.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get one more mic. You're our first double dipping of the day. This is awesome.
No,
we got the Dillon
we're
brothers,
live.
not just one Dillon.
We're live.
Man, it's beautiful right now. Let's just do it live.
Oh, he jumped you in line.
How did you?
Is that right?
Who you jumped him?
Well, it's all right. We're here together.
Oh, brotherly love.
That's right.
Do you guys have a rivalry? Was there like a sibling rivalry? I mean, we saw it at the Clash, by the way.
Do you guys have brothers? Do you have siblings?
No, I'm an only child.
No, he's the closest thing I have. And
okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys compete? All right.
Oh.
I mean, we're competitive.
Oh, so it's all good. It's legit.
Yep.
I'm just getting to hang out with my brother.
So
we're just trying to bring you guys closer together. That's
right.
all.
Yeah.
Mending fences.
Yeah, we're competitive in everything we do. Obviously, I mean, we've never not competed in everything we do, but I mean, we also respect each other, and we're brothers first too. Like, we want each other to succeed. So, yeah, I mean, there's a fine line.
I mean, how do you balance that? Because, like, a lot of people are like, okay, I bring my friends to the track. They don't want to be friends with their competitors. You can't avoid that. You guys are blood. So, if you're in a competitive situation and you're going head to head, you can't give each other any room, but you also have to in a way. Like, how does that work?
Well, I'd much rather see my brother win than any other asshole out here. I mean, I also know. I mean, I'm close to the situation with Ty, and I know that how much it would mean to him to get to victory lane at the Cup level. And the kind of the fight of what he's been fighting and getting to. So obviously pull for him and like to see him get to victory lane and do well for Collie, because I think he's going to help those guys. Oh, there you go. I think he's going to help him. He's got a real positive vibe over there. He did well with the 16 in the races that he ran last year for him. So I think it's a good opportunity for him. And if it gets down to Sunday and there's only like two guys I really want to work with, is Kyle and Ty, and then obviously our Chevy key partners and teammates at Chevy. Obviously you got to do what you can to work together through pit cycles and everything, but when you're coming off of turn 4, the list of people that you're going to be pushing drops tremendously, and you're trying to win the race. So but there's probably two guys that I'm willing to help in that situation off of 4.
How about you, Ty?
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody I would trust more than to have behind me or working with me or to get to work with. Like, it would bring me the same amount of joy to push him across the line as it would be to win. Obviously, I want to win a race, but I think, we've been both lucky enough to do this long enough and kind of grow and mature through it long enough that it's special that we get to do it. And there's been brothers in the sport, but nobody in our situation is brothers who have a grandfather who owns a team and got to see it from our perspective and gets to see the full circle of the sport. So we understand that, but we also understand that we have to do a job, and we both don't race for RCR. I race for a different company, but our companies are technical alliance partners, and that matters too. But we also have to do our job to the best of our abilities week in and week out, and I think we both have a respect for that. And as long as we're not doing dumb stuff, we're going to compete as hard as we can possibly go without hopefully taking each other out or making dumb mistakes along the way.
So I was just curious, what did your grandfather say after the clash? You guys were racing hard and banging and beating and everything.
I think we kind of had to explain to him. I think Austin and I understood the situation better than some people. I think you go back and watch the video and you watch Bowman Gray Stadium and realize where we're racing. It's an exhibition race. We both understood the assignment, so to say, of like, you got to finish in the top two. If you watch that whole race, everybody ran into everybody, like constantly. We bounced off each other a little bit, but like honestly, a lot of the contact that we had was situational with other people involved. And it's just the fact that him and I were also we're right there at second trying to get ourselves in the race. Now, if that's at like a Vegas or anywhere else during the regular season, that's ridiculous. And we both know that that's not the approach that we want to have, and we got to take care of each other better. But, it was a very situational thing, and I think some people maybe took it out of context from what we thought it was.
Yeah, no, obviously we wish we were both in the race, not in that situation. I think you start off the weekend, my mom thought it was rigged from the beginning because we were in the same practice session, the same heat race, and the same B main. We just missed on Saturday and then put ourselves in a bad position for Sunday, so we had to go forward. And I thought we raced good in all those other sessions. We got in the feature, and when Ty got passed for the lead, I mean, obviously his biggest opportunity probably is to try and get back in line right there. Tried to, didn't work, and we slid up the track and let other people get in the race. That's unfortunate. That's the one thing I wish we wouldn't have brought those guys to us. But if you look back, that race was just getting started. I mean, a lot of stuff happened after that point, moving forward throughout that whole race, a lot. Yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate. We just weren't good enough on Saturday, so we put ourselves in a bad position on Sunday, and then, you kind of got a gun to your head to try and make the race and do whatever it takes. So, yeah.
How long, obviously it seems like RCR has gone out, gotten new people that you feel like are going to make a difference and get you guys headed back in the direction you want to be. How long do you think it will take to see if that works? Like, will you know within a month whether the moves are helping or not? Will will it take half the season? How long?
Well, I think one thing we've stressed, or at least my crew chief, Richard Boswell, and I think, first of all, he's a great asset to our company. Obviously, he proved last year with Chase he could go to victory lane in his first full-time year as a crew chief. Well, between our win at Richmond and Darlington was like 2-week stretch there where, the two of us both went to victory lane. So that bodes well for us. Obviously, he knows how to get to victory lane. I've been able to get there. I think his attention to detail is something I've already noticed. He's very on the fact of, if there is juice to squeeze, we're going to squeeze it. Where in the past, sometimes I feel like as a company, is it really worth going the extra mile to get this? I think he's very attention to detail and stressing the urgency more than maybe the past, which is good. And one thing he's already mentioned to me is like, look, the last 2 years, the 3 team has started off slow, and you guys have not recovered from it. I don't care what happens in these first 5 races. We got to run all the laps. And because when you get into the meat and potatoes of the season, for whatever reason it is, usually my team, myself, we start knocking off some good finishes. And we've proven we can do that. So the last 2 years, for whatever reason, wrecks, me putting us in bad positions, whatever it may be, we haven't got the points we needed to start the weekends off better. Because you just get snowballed, buried. You're qualifying at first car out, first 5 cars out, and it just progressively gets, better as the track cleans off. So for us, we've got to start well here at the beginning of the year. Daytona, Atlanta is not a place where it's the easiest to just say, hey, yeah, we'll take a 2 consistent finishes, but that can really propel you the next 5 weeks because of how much carnage happens the next 2 weeks. So for us, we want to get some solid finishes. Obviously, every opportunity is looked at as a place where you can win. I've won here. I've won the Daytona 500, so we got to look at it as an opportunity. But more than anything, I would like to start off the season, the 3-team, with completions of races instead of knocked out early, because the new format, just when you get buried, it is very hard to recover, and you have to take Hail Marys to make yourself relevant, and it's a big deal to have that early points gap and keep that momentum.
Ty, what's it like in the last few years for you to get back to Cup? Because you were on that path and you didn't know if you were going to happen or not, and now here you are.
Yeah, it's obviously very up and down. I feel like every year that's felt like, or probably on the outside looking in, a step back is rebounded in a springboard forward. And I feel like last year was one of those. The truck season didn't go near as what we thought it was going to be. And quite honestly, it was awful from what my expectation was going to be. We worked hard, but we just weren't good enough, and so that was a disappointment. But I had some opportunities with colleague racing, and that was a real bright spot for me. It was the first time I've worked with a team that was very successful, especially the year prior they'd won races, and first time in my career. This is my first time racing for a team that's actually won a Cup race before me being there. So just factually, this is the best opportunity I've ever had, just statistically. And it's a team that going through the offseason, they're not restructuring, they're not rebranding, there's not an influx of people coming in and out. And it's the first time for an offseason where if there's a ability to build momentum, I feel like we really have. They brought Ty Norris in. We landed our sponsorship with Grizzly nicotine pouches. We landed a sponsorship with Seabest Seafood. And we have 30 of 36, 38 races sold, which there's not many other teams that are doing that. And so that was an awesome start to our offseason. And then, with the changes at RCR, we also brought in some people to colleague racing. We brought Mike Cook over, who was Richard's engineer over on the 14. So there's some good synergy growing there too. Mike's really dialed in. We brought Andrew Dickinson over from RCR, who's very strong, and him and I, he was my engineer when we won the Indy Xfinity race a few years back. So I just feel like there's some good positive things, and the off season for us at Colleague has just been about how do we make our race cars faster. And I know that sounds simple, but off seasons aren't always like that. There's a lot of things that get in the way of the focus of what really matters. And it's been fun to go to the shop and just see, like, all right, we're doing this to get our cars better. We're doing this. And I think the transparency, I think a lot of that's come over, like Austin's talking about with Richard and the guys from Stewart Haas, is there's been a transparent focus on, like, the urgency. I like how he said it, like the urgency to be better. You can feel that, and I love that. As a competitor, you want to be pushed. You want to be some people can kind of fake it, but there's like an honest push for us to all get better, and I feel like it's really built some good off-season momentum. Now, who knows what's going to happen when the bullets fly, but I've never felt better stepping into a situation which is, like I said, statistically my best opportunity.
Austin, the actual finish of Richmond aside, how do you avoid not feeling bitter about, like, the caution that came out? Because people forget you had that. I mean, you were sailing away with that race, and, like, that was going to be such this, like, triumphant moment, and then one thing changes all this stuff. Like, how do you, as a racer, just move on from that and say, oh, well, that kind of thing?
Yeah, it's obviously disappointing. It somewhat takes away. Look, in the end, the only thing that really bothers me is probably my wallet at the end, But I'll never not look at that as my favorite win of my career, because, I went to a track that historically was a terrible track for me at the beginning of my career, and I've turned it into one of the best tracks for me. And I feel like that's a track that I have a different style on, that not everybody takes the same approach that I do there, and it's worked for me. Obviously, Stenhouse called me, I think, before the announcement came out on Tuesday, and he was like, "Hey man, I promise, that was nothing to that. I just blah blah blah." And I was like, "Well, it's all good, dude. As long as they don't, like, do anything stupid here and take away my points eligibility, we're all good." And sure enough, that happened. So, obviously bitter toward that wreck that didn't need to happen and whatever, but it is what it is. You live and you learn from it. I gained a lot from it in certain ways, and I think if my appeal process was live on TV in front of a court, we would have won that case. But, we didn't. That's just part of it. And, we'll keep on. I think probably the biggest thing I want to do is go back there and try and win again. That's a big circle on my list, is to go back there and try and be as dominant as we were. Obviously, there was 2 tire choices in that race. I actually thought we were better on the harder tire than we were on the red tire. We were probably a little better on that yellow tire for whatever reason. That's when we came to life and really ran down the 2 guys that we were racing, which were Joey and then Denny. But, yeah, it was unfortunate for the company. But I still have that trophy sitting in my house, and I'm in the All-Star race this year.
Do you want to give a reenactment of your appeal hearing?
I probably still have my notes. I could read you the letter. I went full blown, read the letter, cried in the letter because it was really heartfelt, for me and the company. And but maybe one day I'll release the letter that I wrote myself. Put a lot of time and effort to it. I probably would have been a good lawyer, I think, if NASCAR didn't work out. But kind of a bulldog in that sentence.
I agree.
Yeah. But, myself, and I thought Justin Alexander did a great job. We were battling Chad Little, who has a law background, which you're not really supposed to in those appeal processes. But we won't talk about that. I'm just going to get in trouble here talking about it. But it was a fun process, truthfully, going through all of that. I learned a lot about it. And, hopefully just don't put ourselves in that situation. It was it's kind of what the sport has created with, win and you're in. It really is. That's what all the taglines have always been since the playoffs started. Mm-hmm. Win and you're in, win and you're in. So maybe I was willing to take it further than the next guy to get there. But, I'll take, I think, full responsibility for the first part of getting to Joey. The second part, though, there was a lot that went on in that where Denny's trying to get the start-finish line like I was, and he's sideways off the corner, and we show that. And that was the frustrating part because I was kind of blamed for 2 parts, and they would say that, this was a 2-part incident. If the second part didn't happen, it probably wouldn't have warranted this. So that was the frustrating part because there was, we felt like we showed evidence that Denny was responsible for his side of it. And then, like, you watch Todd Gordon and I think Travis Peterson break down the footage. I thought they did a great job of breaking it down. And even talking to Travis about it on pit road. So it was a fair analysis, but that is over. I'm so trying to move on from it, but I'm glad I got the trophy. I'll never forget it. And thank you for bringing up the fact that we were 2.5 seconds ahead of one of the guys that I consider the best short track racer probably one of the best short track racers, at least of our time, maybe of all time, in Denny. The guy he's legendary on short tracks, and to battle it out for him, there was times in that race where I'm knowing that, like, hey, look, I'm capable of running with him at this point in the race, and like almost getting emotional in that point because it was proving to myself that I'm racing with the best at Richmond, Virginia here, and the only thing that's going to screw this up is me. And when it was green flag, and I just had to be patient. I was patient, attacked when I needed to attack, and then the caution came out and all hell broke loose.
Oh, we appreciate it, guys.
Yeah. Thank you guys for coming by. It was really fun.
Thank you guys.
You ever want to reenact this, let us know.
All right, I might have to do it one day.
All right, those guys are going to get ready to qualify here in a little bit. I think we're down to
got 4.
3 drivers left on our list.
4? 3?
3. I have 3. I have Priest.
Yeah, you're right. 3.
Allmendinger, Cody Ware. However, at least according to our list, the next one's not coming for.
Oh, AJ's in the hallway.
Oh, okay. So. Oh, perfect. All right.
This is come on in.
People are finishing early.
Everybody's excited to see us.
That's awesome. I love it.
You're so dressed up.
Hey,
I didn't know we were supposed to dress up.
I'm just trying to look the part here,
You know what's the worst, AJ? So I checked with him to make sure that I said I'm going to wear like a suit, like a sport coat kind of thing.
Yeah. He said I'm going to wear a suit. That's what he said. He said I'm going to wear a suit.
I thought we were clear on no ties.
No.
Then he shows up with this pocket square with the pink tie with all this crap.
He never said he was not wearing a tie. He said I'm wearing a suit. Now, where I come from, when I wear a suit, I wear a tie and a pocket square. This is a suit. That's not a suit.
No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure.
That's easy to do, though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
He just wanted to be the only guy in Daytona wearing a suit.
No.
I was trying to match his level.
But
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
he also knows going into this what I'm going to wear. I'm going to wear a suit. This is my thing. I wear a suit. I wear a tie. Like, this isn't a surprise, you know.
I had a hard time.
I think it just feels like you guys got to work on your communication a little bit better.
Oh God, yeah. There's a lot of
like
that.
he
doesn't listen.
Like there's therapy and stuff for that. So
Don't get
I
me
mean,
started
what
about
do
therapy.
we got to do to get you guys to be able to communicate a little bit better? And
he needs to
the
listen.
podcast probably wouldn't be very good if we agreed. So it's better to have this.
He makes a lot of assumptions, and it's like there's a bridge.
you know the
between-
first three letters. Of it. Yeah.
You make an ass. How are things in your world?
Good. Yeah. It's been an interesting day, kind of stretched out, right? Like we're all hanging out and getting ready for qualifying. But yeah, no, everything's good.
You excited to be back? I know it's just been weird because you've been you were Xfinity full time, then Cup full time, then back to Xfinity.
I just keep it fresh. I get very bored in one series consistently.
Feels
so.
like they just slide them over here this year.
Well, hey, this is the way I look at it. Is like they still like me enough that they want me to keep driving their race car. So it's
as long as the check clears, right?
Yeah, exactly. But no, it's I'm so yeah. To answer your first part of that question, yeah, I'm pumped to be back. I really enjoy driving the Cup car. Like you want to. For me, I want to be in the top series, but I have also said, and I this is still true. No matter what Matt and Chris want me to do, like they believe in me and think that I keep helping the programs that I'm in, and so I'm always going to do what they want me to do. So, but yeah, with the effort that we put in the Cup program in the off season, I'm looking forward to getting going.
I'm upset with this guy because I'm looking at him, and we're about the same age. He still has his hair. He doesn't have wrinkles, and he's a dad. Yeah. So what has aged me?
I respect it. I like the hair.
I appreciate that.
So what? How are you doing this? I mean, how are you not stressed to all get out and all this stuff? You still look young.
I mean, first of all, I've avoided manual labor my whole life.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
I mean, I've been racing something since I was 5 years old and haven't had to do anything else. So, although this is stressful, it's still way better than having to work, quote unquote, a real job.
Yeah.
My wife is amazing, so she's just got to take care of 2 kids, basically.
So his wife's not amazing then?
I'm not saying that, but it's. He was asking on my end.
Kid, yeah.
See, you are just always trying to start things. That's what you.
Oh yeah, I fully admit that.
Yes.
No, it's just not right.
Right. Yeah, I mean, how has you got this nice off season with your son now? What was that like for you, just being able to, now he's more engaged and he's older and
he's just absolutely wide open, just like I would expect. And he gets that from his mother. I'm pretty chill.
Yeah, right.
That's from Tara.
Of
really.
course.
No, but it's been great. Just in the last couple of months, and I'm sure it's like this for all parents. Like every month, it seems like like the personality change and how different it is and how much better and it's a little scary how much, first of all, how many Hot Wheels we have in the house and how much he likes them.
Oh yeah,
I keep trying to hand him golf clubs like, hey man, let's go with this.
A lot cheaper to do this.
Yeah, let's do this. And but it's nothing but Hot Wheels in the house. So but it's been a lot of fun, and I think they'll get to come to a lot of races this year, and it'll be fun to have Tara and Arrow at all these races and be able to share the experience. I've won 2 races since we've had him, but he's not been at either race. So I definitely need to win a race that he's at so he can come into victory lane.
Well, how excited are you to, there's it's some of the same road courses, but then there's also Mexico City, and then COTA's changed. I don't know how you feel about that, running sort of a mile off the course, but you're going to have these opportunities to go places where you can show your skills, and everybody else might be playing catch up on some new venues,
I look at the road course stuff now. Everybody's so good. It's, in the past, you would have to show up and you'd worry about maybe 3, 4, 5 guys at most, and you knew if you didn't trip over yourself, you probably could run inside the top 5, top 6, and it's not like that anymore. They put so much effort into it, whether it's the sim. I think this car is more like you could drive it like a GT sports car. So, I think that's why you see guys like SVG and Will Brown and those guys that are able to come over and immediately, besides that they're just super talented, just jump right into it. And because there's so many road courses now, I think we talked about it a lot. Everybody puts effort into it. It's, back in, 10 years ago, there was 2 road courses on the schedule, and it's like, all right, yeah, a couple of the few people that we know can go run, we're really going to put a lot of effort into it, and the other guys are like, we just got to get through this, and we'll be done with it. So I don't even look at it. Like, we know if we go to the road courses, we can run well, be inside the top 5, and maybe have a shot to win the races. I more look at, on the Cup side of it, just trying to get better at the places that we're weaker at and be competitive in the sense of, go to places that we've struggled at or just have not had success in general and run inside the top 15 and come out with a good day. And hopefully by the end of the year, we've won a race or two, and more importantly, we have more good races than bad, and that gives us an opportunity to make the playoffs.
You look at Kaulig, it felt like they were on the precipice of really kind of breaking through and kind of asserting themselves a little bit, and then maybe kind of fell back recently. What is the reason for that?
Well, it's difficult.
Is that just the ebb and flow?
I think it's the flow. The Cup side of it is hard just because, we're not the Chevy team. We're not a part of that program, the alliance with RCR. And I say that and hope that they come talk to us, but you're not part of the leadership of Chevy, and we know who those teams are, so it makes it a challenge. I think, and this is probably more of a Matt and Chris question on the Cup side of it, of where they had to take a step back and kind of reset. It's not cheap. Mm-hmm. It costs a lot of money to do this. So kind of had to reset. I can tell you that we've added a lot of people. We're way more prepared than we've ever been going into a season. Now, and we'll find out in 8 to 10 races how much of a difference that makes. But yeah, that was just part of it. You just had to take a step back, and it was hard for everybody. And now we're kind of refocused. The Xfinity side of it too. It's fun to have young drivers on that side of it and have that program now. And hopefully part of this is whenever I'm done, the Cup program is in a stronger place than when I started. And it gives those guys an opportunity for a place to go, and we can develop drivers and move them up.
Todd Gilliland was saying that he's down to like a 6 handicap in golf, and he almost shot par.
So he's lying to you.
Who, I mean, you probably may still be, but among the drivers, who is the best golfer these days?
I haven't seen it in a while, but just watching Stenhouse swing, like the times that I played with him, like look natural.
Yeah.
He's one of those swings that I watch and hate because it just looks effortless, and it doesn't look like he's ever going to hit a bad shot. I don't know how much golf he's playing now. Same thing with Denny. I'm sure he's got a lot on his plate. But I always thought Denny and Stenhouse, they seemed like they went back and forth on who was kind of hot and cold and the best. So I'd have to say probably those two if they're still playing a lot.
What do you shoot these days?
So it's my weakness of my golf game is the mental side of it. So I'm working on that. I can be mid-70s. I can be high 80s. I think the handicap right now is probably the highest it's been in a while. It's at like 9. So that's always a work in progress.
Well, I mean, that's the whole game of golf, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, we appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks for stopping
coming by.
Appreciate it.
Well, I hope you guys can coordinate a little bit better the rest of the weekend. Are you going suit and tie the rest of the weekend?
No, just
too?
for this. We got the cameras and everything. We got to look good.
And
this is as good as I get.
That was it. All right.
So yeah, that's all.
Right. Well, good luck the rest of the week.
Thank you. Appreciate that. AJ Allmendinger, everybody, and we're down to just 2 drivers on the schedule. I don't know.
Cody Ware's on his way.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Cody Ware's on his way, and Ryan Preece is the only other one left. So
yeah, I'm interested to talk to Ryan. A little bit of buzz around Ryan and what he can do this year.
Well, you're super high on him.
I'm high on him. A lot of people in the industry are high on him and think that he's got the opportunity here to kind of really surprise people. So we'll see. Now you got to go do it, but there's a lot of people that I've talked to that I think he has the opportunity here to do something special.
We are also 2 hours away from Daytona 500 qualifying. So we will know tonight. We will know the pole sitter for the Daytona 500 with the front row. We'll know the front row. And we will know 2 of the locked-in drivers. So what are you thinking? You know, obviously this could have wasn't this the hand out the window?
This was
Joey Logano.
No, that was at
Atlanta.
Oh, that was
okay.
Atlanta.
So, I mean, what are you thinking pole wise tonight?
I mean, typically, last year was Logano, but typically here, Chevrolet, really Hendrick Motorsports, but Chevrolet has been the front runners here. A year ago, though, Ford, if you look at it, front row Motorsports particularly, was so good in super speedway qualifying. It's really hard to gauge what that is. But so I don't know. If you're asking me, one thing I keep come on in is I think Justin Allgaier does make it, though. I think because of the Hendrick Motorsports connection. I think that's going to be one guy who's going to lock himself in. Come on in, Cody.
We've got Cody Ware here now. By the way, before we get started here, got to thank the fans watching. I just looked at our YouTube thing for the first time. We have like 2,000 people watching us. I thought after almost 7 hours, we'd be down to like 80 people, but there's like 2,000 people watching this. So
I thought it'd be like my mom.
Maybe I should ask better questions because I'm like, oh wait, people are actually watching this. But hi, Cody, how's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good. You got to be excited coming to super speedways. I was just looking at your record. Like you're good. You have a pretty good record in these races. 4th at Daytona a year ago, but overall, it seems like you've kind of figured this out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a plan when we come here and we stick to it, which is being there at the end. And I think that on top of the race cars and the 51 team getting better every year just breeds good results here. So obviously there's still a factor of luck and chaos that goes into it, but I think, you know, our strategy has been to kind of lay low, hang out at the back and let all the attrition play out. And I don't think we're going to change that approach this year.
Makes a lot of sense.
Every time you hear somebody talk about Cody Ware, they go, you know, his average finish is way better than, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like you're the reputation you have now is doing better than people thought your equipment was going to do or what you were going to do. Do you take any pride in that?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely took the approach last year. Like I got off of social media. I just kind of really took the approach of focusing on myself, making sure that I'm the best driver I can be and kind of drowning out all the other noise. And I think the results speak for themselves, you know, not only having some good results at Daytona and Talladega, but also, you know, going consistently for top 20s and things like that. And to be able to, I think we walked away with like a 21st place average finish part-time last year, which again, a little bit different than being full-time, but still I think we showed, you know, for our car, for our program, for our team, that was respectable. And I think to be able to walk away from that was a big part of being able to be in contention for the 51 car. Obviously there's the factor of, you know, being Rick's son, but I think too, you know, with how successful the 51 car ran both with Justin Haley and Corey LaJoie last year, that there still needed to be a component of, you know, being competitive enough to get the job done and to, you know, keep our sponsors and the team happy.
How much have you seen Rick Ware Racing change over the last few years? 'Cause there's been a lot of investment, a lot of focus on improving the resources, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think to not be cliche, going from, you know, surviving to thriving, I think that it's been kind of going from making ends meet, you know, getting paycheck to paycheck, purse to purse, and trying to, you know, really build, you know, a lot with a little to, you know, acquiring the charters. And it's been a bit of a slow roll, but, you know, like we said a few years ago, you know, we're here to stay and we want to become more and more competitive. And there's been times where, you know, the haters and people have said, oh, like we're just here to, you know, collect our paycheck and go. But as you see, like we're every year when we have the opportunity, we're pouring more resources into it. And I think the results speak for themselves.
So I'm wondering, like, how you think these duels are going to play out. It's, you know, the racing on the super speedways has been, you know, for the longer races, you know, with saving fuel and stuff. You know, these 2-3 wide packs and everybody bunched up. With the duels tomorrow night, will we see a racier show, given that people can just kind of go all out, or do people just want to stay in line and protect their cars? How do you think it'll go?
I mean, I think both duels are going to put on a pretty awesome show. I mean, pretty much every open car that's here is a heavy hitting organization. I mean, you got Martin Truex, Jimmie Johnson, Helio Castroneves, you know, Justin Allgaier with the Junior Motorsports entry. I mean, you have some pretty big names that are going to be trying to race their way in that don't have a locked in spot. And so I think, you know, it's not going to be as exciting as the Daytona 500, but I think we're probably going to have the most interesting Thursday night that we've had in a while. And it's a double-edged sword for me in the 51 car, obviously having LaJoie as my teammate in the 01. if we are in the same duels, we'll see how qualifying shakes out. I think that there's going to be a factor of wanting to help him, etch his way into the Great American Race on Sunday, but as well as, not wanting to tear up my race car for Sunday, which is, again, my whole MO when we come to places like this. So to be able to, figure out a way to be cautiously aggressive and help if I need to, but also just be there and have a race car for Sunday.
You kind of talked about it there, but if you are in the same duel as Corey LaJoie, he is really good in these races. He's much
100%.
like you. He's got kind of the similar strategy, right? Lay back, let everybody else kind of knock themselves out, and then pick his way forward. You're going to act. You'd kind of want to act as his wingman, though. It seems like to kind of push him forward.
Yeah, I think at the time that in the strategy plays out, I think there's a lot that goes into it. I mean, I was talking about it earlier. Even on Sunday, you can have team plans and manufacturer plans, and when the green flag drops, depending on where everyone is, that all goes out the window. And so, obviously, I want to be able to help him if I can, but it's racing. Things get chaotic and things change rapidly. So, obviously, going to do everything we can, but we'll see what happens.
What is life like with no social media? That sounds like absolute heaven.
It's absolute heaven. It's just to be able to, you don't realize how much free time you have until you stop looking at your phone every 10, 15 minutes. I think
every 10, 15 minutes, like every 10 seconds.
Right. I know. Dude, it's tough at first. It's like an addiction. You're like, I go reach for my phone or go flip on. But for me, I think that's been a big part of what's helped me become a better driver is just kind of going back to like 1980, no phone other than just texts and calls and things like that, and focusing on, getting better with my racecraft and being involved with the team. And yeah, it's really good.
Did you delete like all of the apps? You just deleted them?
Yeah, I got none of them on my phone. I think like my Instagram is still active, but other than that, like got nothing on my phone. So I would love to just be able to hire a social media person and handle it all for me, because I have zero desire to touch all that stuff.
Your brother obviously does some racing, but is also big in music. Like how are you guys different? You're both trying to make it in different paths, but like how do you guys relate to each other?
Yeah, I mean, dude, sometimes I joke, I'm like, I wonder if one of us is adopted, because we are polar opposites. I'm a very reserved, introverted type of guy. Like stuff like this, it's like I'm used to it because I've been doing it for a while, but cameras, microphones are definitely not my thing. Versus my brother, he loves to be the center of attention. He is the go-getter. He loves the limelight, and so obviously the music and things like that definitely plays more towards his style of who he is. But to me, like doing this stuff, this is more part of the job, so I can get to the fun part, get hopping in the race car.
Well, very good. We appreciate you coming by and giving us a chat, and good luck in your duel.
Awesome. Thanks. Take care, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Cody Ware, everybody. A guy who I think keeps turning heads and sort of like his results. And
I was just looking at him. Like, 4th at Daytona last year, 12th at Talladega.
21st
average
I think
place finish.
He gets very underplayed because of the whole everybody's Rick Ware racing, but it's still they're getting better. They've gotten better.
Yeah, it's a really small sample size. He only ran 9 races last year, but he did have a better average finish than Michael McDowell, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Austin Dillon, Josh Berry.
Right, and again, you just don't. You're not. People aren't going in there thinking that.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Case,
and again, small sample size, but still, that you're doing that. That's something to build off of.
Yep. So wow, amazingly enough, we're just waiting for our final driver. Let me hop in the chat here and see what all you guys are all talking about. We look pretty. We're starting to get dark, as you can see outside. I mean, when I got here this morning, it was like the sun was streaming in from this side, blasting in, and man, now it's crazy. It's really cool to see. Still even 1,900 people even now, still watching us. So that's been really cool for us. Trying to look through some of the comments here, but man, I don't know if some of you have been on this all day, or just going back and watching some of it now. But hopefully you've enjoyed it. We had a lot of fun highlights. What would have been some of your favorite ones today?
I really enjoyed the dad talk. It was great.
No, you did not.
It was fun. A lot of fun times.
That was one of my favorite parts.
I got candy from Chase Briscoe's kid. That was great.
You stole candy from a baby.
Steal candy from a baby.
Yes, you did. I've one thing that I really enjoyed was the ring story with Ryan Blaney and Bubba Wallace.
That was
Bubba
good.
dropping the ring at the wedding. I thought Jimmie Johnson and Martin Truex Jr. were both pretty honest about the open exemption provisional and their feelings about it. Martin Truex Jr. called it a slap in the face.
Yeah, that was really good. That was really good.
So that was pretty interesting. I liked hearing more about the Riley Herbst, Noah Gragson, Zane Smith trio, and Riley Herbst said he and Noah met on a playground in the neighborhood.
Ross Chastain talking about being in a Super Bowl commercial.
Yep,
that was entertaining. Joey Logano was fantastic, and it's always interesting to hear Joey's perspective because he's just like, we hear a lot about Blunt Larson. Like there's his own version of Blunt Logano in a way, and it's comes at it from a very different perspective, and that's always interesting to hear.
We talked to Chase Elliott about his trip to the Super Bowl. We talked to William Byron about his trip to Japan, and players from his favorite team, the Carolina Hurricanes, coming to watch him at the Clash. We talked about the new baby on the way with Tyler Reddick. We talked about Brexton Busch's racing with Kyle Busch. I thought Carson Hocevar on his instinct was really interesting. He like goes into some crazy zone and he doesn't remember anything. Like he just goes completely somewhere else, and he like completely lets his instinct take over during the race. Doesn't even like almost like blacks out.
Yeah,
that was wild.
Talking major races with Brad Keselowski and what constitutes a major race and where do things fall on the spectrum. It seems like consensus. There's 3 definitely of the big 4, and then, what's that 4th one? Bristol Night Race or Brickyard 400. Conversation there was good. What else we had? Alex Bowman's always fun. He's Alex Bowman. He's just super chill and cracking jokes.
Christopher Bell, the stuff he said at the end a little bit about how well Chase Briscoe knows him. They used to race online together before they even ever met when they were like 12, 14 years old. Then they end up both sleeping on Ross Weiss's couch. Excuse me, Ross. From the World of Outlaws. He lived in Charlotte. Both of them were trying to, make it, didn't have a place of their own. They're sort of, roommates essentially. I did a story with Chase a few years ago. So they would constantly do these cookie cakes for the house. And now they're teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing.
I thought Ty Gibbs, by the way.
Ty Gibbs was great again with the music stuff. Denny was
stuff, but talking about the Commanders too, and being a big fan of them and everything like that.
That's right.
Denny was great.
Denny was great on the media side of it, and people getting upset and all this stuff. I thought that was good. Let's see, what else do we have?
Daniel Suarez about
his contract.
Yes,
I thought
that was enlightening.
That was interesting. Daniel Suarez said that part of the thing about doing a 1-year deal was, yes, he thought that Justin Marks, I guess faith in him was a little shaky, but at the time his confidence in Trackhouse was a little shaky himself. And he said, I thought in 2022 we're up here, 2023 here, 2024, and he said to Justin, where are we going to go from here?
It's interesting, and that's a situation to monitor the rest of the year. I mean, he's in a walk year at Trackhouse, and what happens there? Does he stay and sign an extension? Does he go somewhere else? Because if you look at the situation, it's never too early to talk silly season, right? I mean, you've got SVG. It seems like he's locked in there. You've got Ross Chastain, who seems to be locked in there as well. And you got Connor Zilic in the Xfinity Series. And some of that's going to be dictated on how Connor does in the Xfinity Series, but it's going to be interesting to see what decisions they make there and that kind of thing. But it's something to keep an eye on as this year goes along.
I thought Michael McDowell was pretty good on the leadership thing as well. Yep. And now it looks like we're going to be joined by our final driver
the last
of the
guy.
day. Not last, but absolutely not least.
The last one.
He was like, get this guy in here.
Sitting in this chair for 7 hours, man.
7?
7
well,
hours.
Not quite.
Wow.
6 hours, 23 minutes.
I didn't get up after the break.
Hey,
I'm saying it's not 7 o'clock yet.
When you're walking around on pit road during the race, I'm sitting for 4.5 hours.
This is actually just not even that much longer.
Yeah, that's fine. I've said this, and I know some other people I've talked to in the industry have said this. They've kind of identified you as a guy to, I don't want to say sleeper, but I don't know what else to call it. As like a guy who could make some noise this year that maybe you don't expect. How do you feel about that?
And before you answer, he won't shut up about this. He will not shut up about this. Oh, Ryan Priest going to have such a big year.
Why do you want him to shut up about it?
It's just like, kidding. Okay, you're planning your stake. We get it. Ryan Priest is going to be good.
Well, I like that. There you go. You know what? Hell yeah. You know what? I feel bad for you having to sit there for 7 hours.
See? My man.
No, but I don't know what? I like being the underdog. I want people to not think that I can go out and win, because when I do, I'm going to, but at the end of the day, I don't do it for anybody but myself. I think
the fact that I've stayed around in this garage speaks volumes, because it's not easy. You know, a lot of people, they have the mindset that when they get here, hey, I made it. Nah, bud, it's just starting. So, yeah, I'm excited about it. Definitely, I've learned a lot from Brad, as well as being teammates with Chris again. You know, Chris, you guys, I don't know if you know this, but he's sneaky good at mile and a half, man.
He's sneaky good everywhere.
Really, really at mile and a half. So that's like his bread and butter. And, you know, I don't think that's played up enough. Yeah. And, you know, us as a group, us as a company, I love short tracks. I live and breathe it. Brad, he's a super speedway monster. You know, he's just that guy that can really digest everything. And I hate saying the word data or, you know, looking at film, but that guy is obsessed with it, and it's great. So, yeah, we're going to be a really great bunch.
I don't know how to. This is going to take me a while to get to my point, maybe, but I don't know how to say this other than hold just
7 hours and 20 minutes. I mean, what's it?
When I talk to you or when I listen to you, like I you know, you're a nice guy. You know, I always have positive interactions, but like I think just under the surface, and it comes out, the bubbles up. You are like the grittiest racer. Like when I think of like the racer in the garage, and I know it's not being kind of unfair to a bunch of other people. But like for some reason you come to mind. Like you just have this edge, this edginess about you. It's just like, man, I don't know how to describe it, but it just feels like you have this burning intensity at all times. Is that fair?
Yeah, you should come to a modified race and see me there. You know, where it's my car, and you know, I'll give you one example, and I don't want to take too much of your time up telling this story, but. So I showed up, and I was only running Monday and Tuesday. We got to practice basically 15 minutes apiece on Sunday. And, I mean, I couldn't sleep Sunday night because our car wasn't driving good. And then I had a list of 15 different things that if you were a race car driver and understood setup stuff, like it's throwing the kitchen sink at it. And to be honest with you, we sucked. We finished 6th. That's not okay for me. I want to win. So Monday night after the race, myself and my crew and my father, we unloaded the second car that wasn't going to race. Like we just brought this just because it's going to go back north afterwards. We unloaded it, swapped the seats, finished up some electrical stuff, and then Tuesday morning got to the track at 8 a.m. and this car wasn't set up, worked on it all the way. We had practice at 2. I was doing bump steer at 10 minutes before practice.
Huh.
Like, I will do whatever it takes. So as far as a race car driver goes, like, I've done the grind. I've lived in the fire, bud. Like, there's a lot of racers here. There are a lot of racers in this country that they race, you know, whether it's sprint cars, midgets, modified, super late models that, you know, they follow these tours and they live and breathe it. I'm that guy, and I'm doing it at this level. I haven't changed. You know, I was texting Gabe Hart yesterday because he went and crew chiefed Seabell. I said, man, it's happy to see you're playing golf, because we always joke with each other. Golf game is racing for us.
Yeah.
Like drivers, they like to play golf and hang out and chill. Nah, bud, I'm intense. Like I'm a great guy to you know, you guys, but when I'm racing against you, I want to beat you.
Exactly. I love it. I love the passion, the swagger, all of it. It's very cool.
When you joined JTG Racing, it was kind of a team still trying to figure things out, put the pieces together, and trying to grow. You joined Stewart-Haas Racing, team in transition, a lot of things going on. I was kind of setting the table for what was to come. You're joining now an RFK team that I feel is like on the upswing. I mean, if you look at the results, it's just getting better and better every year. Both Brad and Chris won races last year. Brad made the playoffs. Chris came within a whisker of making the playoffs. What is that like now, joining an organization that it's much different than the ones previously?
I hate excuses. You know, and one thing I want to say is, like, the SHR stuff, I learned a lot, you know, with Zippy and Chad and those guys. There was a lot of really smart people. It just didn't work out, you know. So what I will say is RFK, the processes they have in place, I've really enjoyed getting to know Brad, because to me, he's like that guy that's really smart in the room that doesn't talk. He just listens. You know, he asks questions. And some, you know, you don't, in that room, you don't, if you think by talking that you're the smartest guy in the room, that's not the case. So I've really enjoyed seeing how he goes about things, how he goes about preparing for a race. super speedway races especially. I feel like I have a different point of view of how I'm going to attack this race, and I'm very open-minded. So yeah, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of great things to look forward to this year. But as far as the opportunity with RFK, I said it last year, there was a stretch there in the spring. I mean, freaking RFK, whether it was Chris almost winning Kansas, Brad finishing second, who knows how many times. Like, you look at it, they're a 2-car team, and they were running top 3, I think 8 weeks or whatever they had a car in the top 3. That's not easy. That's so hard. So the fact of everything that RFK, what it's turned into, they were a powerhouse when I was a kid, like an absolute powerhouse, 5-car team, and they went through a rough patch. But man, to see what they're turning into and to be a part of that is a great opportunity for sure.
And it feels like right at Daytona it's going to start for you because, I mean, the Fords have been fast, of course, but you're with 2 guys that, know how to get around this place. You said you might approach the race a little bit differently. How are you thinking you might approach it?
Well, I guess you guys are just going to have to watch to find out. But to be honest with you, it's just very open-minded. I think that's the thing for growth, right? You need to be willing to listen and try different things. So I know for me, the 2025 season is do more listening. Brad and I, we're opposites. We're opposites in how we go about things, but there's so many similarities, and Chris, we're all obsessed with racing. And in order to be a race car driver and race at the top level, you need to be obsessed with it. And, I'm excited to be with a group that's obsessed.
Man, thank you for bringing the energy to this last
fired up,
not
man.
least spot. Now I'm like ready to go.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, you need a Celsius.
We appreciate the time.
Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks
a lot.
Thanks, man. Yeah, have a good night. Man,
Dark horse pick. Just telling you, sleeper.
Ryan Preece bringing
Fired up.
energy. Get me, like, I was worried that by the end of this day, we'd all just be like, oh, what are we? We're dragging, and we still got qualifying. That was, oh.
Yeah. You give motivational speeches.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's dark now, so I guess this is probably the end of the live stream. We should probably go do something else, like
real work.
Get ready for qualifying.
Yeah.
Which is, what is it, 8:15?
8:15, the cars hit the track. Single car qualifying. We'll set the front row for the Daytona 500. Also, we'll lock in 2 other cars of the 9 open cars. So it's going to be fun. And I said this before, but qualifying for the Daytona 500 is more interesting this year than it has been in many, many years.
All right, everybody. Well, listen, again, thank you to those who have watched this live stream. It was a marathon, a heck of a day. Thanks to the whole Dirty Mo team for helping, get this whole place set up. Thanks to NASCAR for, this was an incredible opportunity for us to be able to sit up in this beautiful room and have 40 drivers come through. So great day for us. Went by, honestly, super fast. I mean, considering how long I thought it was going to be.
Great conversations.
We never had a bathroom break. We haven't eaten since breakfast, but it was fun.
Sweethearts.
That's right. You did. Anyway, we'll
Thank
have
you, everyone.
so much more
Appreciate it.
content coming up through Speed Week. So stay tuned to all the Dirty Mo channels for that. Stay tuned to The Athletic as well. And we will talk to you next time on The Teardown. Thanks for tuning in.